is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us on our coverage of the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit here in Austin, Texas. We're at the JW Marriott Hotel. We'll be streaming live through the day. We have a bunch of different speakers lined up to talk to us. I should mention from the outset, before we introduce our first guest, is today is what do they call it, Dave? It's not Zero Day, but it's
co-located events.
Co-located events day, so the main open source summit actually starts tomorrow. Today there are a number of co-located events though that have kicked off. The Open Source Security Foundation, I know, is one. FinOps is another one. There's two or three others that I don't recall right now. Do you?
I don't.
No. There's others as well. So
Yeah.
a lot of people in hall. It's a little quiet where we are here, which is pretty cool. But there's a lot of people in the various rooms listening to some amazing content. With that said, though, let me introduce you to our first guest here this week. Their name is Ava Black. Hey, and we had a little conversation off camera. I should have just clue you in. You know, sometimes I still mess up the they pronouns, and so Ava's promised to help me. So if I mess up, she'll correct us, and hopefully they'll correct us. Excuse me. There we go, first one. Yep. And we're doing the best we can with it. Anyway, Ava, that was a lot of preamble. Tell people a little bit about yourself.
Well, today I work at Microsoft in the office of the CTO. I've been doing open source contributions and community leadership for about 23 years now. So I also sit on a couple different boards. I got elected to the board of the Open Source Initiative last year and the OpenSSF TAC, which is part of why I'm here today at the OpenSSF Day earlier this year.
For people who aren't familiar with TAC?
Technical Advisory Committee. So we're sort of, we're not the governing board,
right,
but the OpenSSF Technical Advisory Committee guides, supports the technical projects in the OpenSSF.
So it's not the board of directors governing board that are making sort of, if we want to call it, business decisions. It's really the technical advisory where you know, what it's at a much more technical level of what
I'd say the two go hand in hand. The board makes the business decisions around finance and events and marketing, and the TAC makes the technical decisions around what projects become part of the OpenSSF, how projects are governed, what the structure, sort of the templates for projects should become.
Absolutely. And I want to delve more into the OpenSSF, and especially from a technical point of view, some of the things that they're involved in, some of the other things that you're involved in around that. But before we do that, I wanted to come back to this side and talk about your keynoting tomorrow.
I am.
And not to let the cat out of the bag, but I wanted to have you talk a little bit about it. And before Ava does, though, I want to remind you all that in addition to the live in-person aspect of this event, it is virtual. So if you're watching us on Techstrong TV or Facebook or LinkedIn or DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, whatever, wherever you're watching this, there's still time for you to register and tune into Ava's keynote tomorrow, as well as the whole week where it is a full roster of some great sessions you can check out. So check that out at Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. But Ava, go ahead.
Without giving too much away, I'm really excited to give the opening keynote tomorrow on community, codes of conduct, inclusivity, how to build sustainable, diverse communities, really. And it's a bit of a short one. It's just going to be about 5 or 6 minutes. Kick off the morning with that content. Part of the backstory is that we're in Texas, and Texas has been passing some rather, I'd say some laws or some things that are not in accordance with our values around diversity. So I'm going to talk about that and what we can all do to make our communities more inclusive. Then a longer discussion I have on Thursday on code of conduct, not as a tool of punishment, but as a tool of restoration and support for communities on Thursday afternoon.
I love it. Look, as someone who lives in Florida, who am I to say anything? I mean, quite frankly, we've got our own issues, but I don't even want to get into it. But let's talk a little bit about the code of conduct. So in my mind here, there's two aspects. Number one is, look, we struggle at Techstrong, right? We run DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Container Journal, Techstrong TV, Digital CXO, more than several brands. And we are challenged around diversity, right? Finding speakers. We do a lot of webinars, we do a lot of video panels. And if you couldn't tell, I'm a white male, right? So when I host something, we already got one white guy on the table here. We are constantly looking for diversity, and quite frankly, it's a challenge, right? Especially as we go deeper technically, it's like there's an inverse law there, right? Where my pool becomes smaller, and so we're always looking, right? Always trying to find, people who will represent a more diverse community when we do these kinds of video events. But I don't think we're alone, right? It's not just Techstrong. It's not just my company.
No, everyone's working on this,
Yeah.
and everyone should be working on this. It's not a pipeline problem. There's no shortage of women and non-binary people who want to work in tech. We have to make our communities welcoming for them to stay.
Yeah. I think you hit a nail on the head there. And let me just mention, it's not just non-binary or even women. It's people of color.
Absolutely. Yep.
We do something down home in Florida. There's a school that opened near us called Boca Code, where they teach people to be full stack developers. And we sponsor a scholarship called Engineering the Change. We're actually doing a whole video series on it. But we've been doing it for 2 years. And we look for people who, underrepresented communities.
Right.
And even there, it's hard. I mean, quite frankly, getting people to apply, and, it's a 12-week intense class. A lot of people don't want to put
or don't have the privilege, right, to dedicate 12 weeks, the financial investment of that, as well as the time away from family or child care, whatever it might be.
We've seen it firsthand.
Don't have that.
No, it's a hard push. So, so that's one aspect, right? Is just finding the right people. But then there's the second piece of it, and I think you touched on it, which is how do you keep them? How do you nourish them? How do you nurture?
How do you build a community of practice in open source, because that's what we're here to talk about is open source.
Yep.
How do you build that in a way that such a diverse community feels continually welcome? And when there are crises, when there are incidents, toes get stepped on, accidents happen. My experience working in consent incident response for about 7 years now, 95% of the time it's an accident. But you still have to work at it. People still have to recognize the harm they did cause, make amends, learn, do better. And that's how we make communities safer. We also do need to identify the few percent of people that are just being malicious. And it's a real challenge. The few people that are trying to do harm. So.
I don't want to focus on them because they are a really, really small minority.
It really is, yeah.
I think the problem is when that small minority runs into public policy. Like, are all those people elected officials? Unfortunately, I don't know what goes on.
I don't know.
But, I mean, for those out there who, maybe deal with this issue, without giving that minority more than they're due, do you just ignore them? Do you somehow try to cut them out like you excise a tumor?
That's an analogy. The one I like to talk about is called the analogy of a broken stair, right? We can't just ignore when there's someone in a community who's actively harming any minority in that group. What happens when we do ignore that is the folks who are in the community for a long time know, oh yeah, just don't work with that person. We know that they just, always try and do X, or they're always kind of bad, just ignore them. But new people come in, especially from underrepresented backgrounds, and don't know that yet, and get caught. They trip on the broken stair. And so for that reason, we need groups like a Code of Conduct Committee, which I was on in Kubernetes for a while, to identify these situations, reach out to that person, offer to work with them to address this, not just automatically, excise the tumor, but offer to support them, assuming good intention from the beginning. And if they then demonstrate a lack of good intention, then and only then push them out.
Excellent. So I want to talk a little bit about open source, though, and
Yeah.
look, I've been involved in open source software on the security side a long time, 25 years, something like that. Yeah.
Same, yeah, 99 for me is when I got in.
Yeah, I, would snort and Nessus and Nmap. But anyway,
Yep.
but the nice thing about the open source community is I've always felt it was a much more welcoming,
Yeah.
big tent kind of community, as opposed to, maybe some others. So, I mean, with all due respect, I think it's almost easier to do these codes of conduct kind of enforcement, or, enforcement seems like you have a stick. But, putting out
Stewardship.
that, right, stewardship, great word, in the Linux Foundation.
Yeah.
It's much harder when we go to, like, in security at the RSA show or
Oh,
Black Hat or
yeah.
DEF CON.
Well, it's not impossible in those
No,
situations.
it's not. I have a lot of friends who
and
are
we-
non-binary.
We can look at some of the InfoSec conferences that have done a really good job and some that have tripped multiple times. There's a recent incident with one of the B-sides that's all over Twitter the past couple
I know, I
days, and
saw it.
I'm not going to point attention to it more than that. But we can see examples of good and bad.
That is. And kind of what it surprised me with the one you're talking about. Look, I was at the very first B-Sides Las Vegas long time ago.
You beat me there.
Oh, yeah, I was there the first time when they did it.
Cool.
I was at the first B-Side San Francisco.
I love that event.
I was a Wrangler one year for B-Sides Vegas, too. Anyway, not to, I'd sponsor Wrangler. But the whole B-Sides movement, much like Linux Foundation, was a very inclusive movement
Yes.
from the get-go. Jack Daniels and team did a great
Yeah.
job.
Yeah.
It bummed me out a little bit to see that happen in a
Yeah.
B-Sides.
Yeah, bummed me out a lot too. I've had a lot of trust for the B-Sides community, and I know they're sort of syndicated or franchised.
And you don't want, right, and you don't
but-
want to make blanket, kinds of things.
But as a whole, I've always had good experiences in B-Sides.
Me too. Yeah.
But this sort of touches on something else, right? Inclusivity feeds into security.
Okay, talk to me.
If someone doesn't feel safe to be themselves in a community, to put on my sort of deeper InfoSec hat, right? Part of, as I understand, going for clearance is making sure there's no compromise, things like that. So if people need to feel safe emotionally to contribute, lest someone be able to push them out or apply leverage or scare them in some way. And so from that angle specifically, inclusivity is a security issue. From another
Right.
one, it's a sustainability issue. You're talking about wanting to have diverse communities, but to do that, we have to have people who contribute to open source, pick up the axe, the bucket of water, chop wood, carry water, that analogy, and then stay around for a long time, and then teach the next generation.
Yeah.
That's about sustainability, especially in our security projects in open source. We have to encourage that.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that long ago we were reading about, harassment and so forth at worse than harassment, even, attacks at some InfoSec shows. So I don't want to give a false impression. We've made progress.
We
as
have,
I,
but we
as
have
I
more to
sit
go.
here and look back.
Yeah.
It's just that, yes, there's more to be done. One other quick point on the diversity thing, and then I want to get a little technical. Look, you are who you are, and you've been doing this a long time. I am who I am. I've been doing this a long time. It's very different when you're 22 years old, coming out of school, and you're dealing with life
Yeah.
in its entirety, and you are either non-binary or there's something else. You're a person of color, whatever. You're coming into this industry, right? And I mean, people could look at you and say they're a role model. I did it.
I could hope.
Did that
Good job,
right.
good job.
Yeah, thank you. They're a role
I'm
model.
so honored that people
Yeah,
think
no,
that.
I mean, but that's the truth, right? But they look at you and say, well, they've been around a long time. They may not know the bumps and bruises along the way to get to where you are today, right? And they may not understand.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it's easier for them, right? Because
Well,
there have been trailblazers who kind of did this. But talk to people coming into our communities now, whether it be InfoSec or open source or just technology in general. What advice do you give to non-binary, other underrepresented communities here? Do you just damn the torpedoes full speed ahead? Or, what's the right advice?
I don't know that there is any one right answer, or certainly not a one-size-fits-all answer. But to anyone non-binary, trans, gender non-conforming, other minorities coming into InfoSec or open source, I'd say find your people, stick together, and find supportive communities, work in them, help grow them, help pass on that knowledge and make safety for others. And communities that become more welcoming will thrive. Those that are not welcoming will not thrive, and that's part of the nature of open source.
I love it. All right. We probably took a lot of time, more than we wanted to,
great.
but we still have more time. Let's talk a bit now. So you're doing another session. I thought you said it was tomorrow afternoon?
Yes, tomorrow afternoon. I'm giving a talk on GitBomb, which is a terrible name. People should never let me name open source projects.
You named this one?
I named this one. I'm one of the two co-founders. It is, so we've repurposed part of Git. It's a version control system, but under the hood, it's actually a blockchain, believe it or not.
Okay.
It's a Merkle tree. And so we repurposed part of that to handle software supply chain security in a particular way that others aren't doing yet. And this is complementary to SBOM, Software Bill of Materials.
Right.
It's complementary to software signing projects like SigStore.
Mm-hmm.
It's complementary to build integrity, sort of build observation like in Toto. It solves a different problem, and that is, how do I know what's in this package? What's in this tin? I like the analogy of a can of soup. You can say, oh, it's Campbell's chicken noodle soup. You kind of know what it is and if you want to buy it.
Right.
If you have allergies, you can look at the back and say, well, does it contain these allergens? But that's not enough information for a recall. If you buy soup and there happens to be a recall, the store could actually call you up and say, hey, that can of soup, does it have this 10-digit
Serial number
number
or something.
stamped on the bottom of it? Because they know how to trace back from the factory or the farm that it came from when there's a salmonella outbreak or something, all the way through the supply chain to the store to who bought it. I want to enable that kind of artifact resolution across the supply chain in open source at zero cost to developers and projects. I want it to be automatic in our build tools for every small project out there that doesn't have a budget to run big infrastructure, so that everyone who's consuming open source software has more ability to trust what's in it. This doesn't solve security problems, but it helps people discover later on, after it's been built and downloaded and being run in production, if there's a known vulnerability somewhere deep in the dependency chain, like Log4j.
Two things.
Yeah.
So first of all, you had a very interesting conversation with my friend Chen-Si Wang at RSA a couple weeks ago around S-bombs specifically, but around this whole idea now of starting to kind of really delve into the ingredients, if you will.
Yeah.
And Chen-Si, smart woman. She brought up a interesting point, which is this isn't soup, this is software. And if I start giving you the recipe for my software, what's to stop you from spinning up your own version of it? And if it's open source, well, that's fine. You're allowed to do that. But if it's not open source, will proprietary software folks be willing to play when they realize that they're giving out their recipes?
So that's a totally great point, and one we have taken into consideration. The GitBomb project doesn't give out the recipe. It's just giving out the fingerprint, the little barcode of things, not the details of how you made it or put it together. And for commercial software, because it's a Merkle tree, it's a tree structure, a vendor who's combining open source and proprietary software can choose to selectively truncate the tree, distribute the rest of the tree with a stub there that you can then reattach under NDA if a customer asks.
Got it. I love it. Now, next question on this area that I want to explore is, is the goal here to be potentially to get, like you mentioned, artifacts, get like maybe JFrog Artifactory to include it with all of their artifacts in their repo, or maybe in the Nexus, Nexus Sonatype,
or MITRE.
or MITRE even too.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that kind of where this heads?
This is where it could go, yeah. In the Gitbomb project, it's open source. I'm not focusing on any of the commercialization of this, but I can see ways where companies like those or SNCC, who just joined the project,
Sure.
could totally commercialize on this or build capabilities into their scanning tools. So that's possible. That it would, and I think enabling that isn't our primary goal, but it's certainly secondary, and we're taking it into account.
Okay. I also just want to be clear that Gitbomb is not part of Open OSSF or Linux at this point.
Correct, at this point in time. But that's also a normal part of the process of the OpenSSF. Projects usually spin up in kind of a neutral, non-affiliated space, and then when they have a community around them, they reach a certain maturity level, then they might apply to join a foundation like the OpenSSF and go through a review process. And so if I speak from my role on the OpenSSF Technical Advisory Committee right now, I'm actually helping to define that process for project intake in a way that supports everybody.
Will there be sort of a defined thing, sort of like you have in CNCF with
Exactly.
sandbox,
Yep.
incubation, all the
Yep.
way through to graduation?
We are working on that right now. We have a proposal getting ready to share from the TAC to the governing board pretty soon that defines all that. It's analogous to the CNCF, but not exactly the same, because we are a different foundation with different
Absolutely.
needs.
And they have your own thing. All right. Last thing.
Yep.
For people who want more information around Gitbomb, where can they go?
Gitbomb.dev.
That's easy. And
Yep.
I assume it's probably on GitHub too?
It's up on GitHub. We have a GitHub org. I think it's git-bomb on GitHub, and just gitbomb, gitbom.dev, or tune into my talk Tuesday afternoon.
And you can do that even if you're not here in Austin. Again, as I said in the beginning, if you missed it, it is available as a virtual event. Well, Ava, this was probably the longest 15-minute interview you've ever done. But I want to thank you for, well, we had a lot to cover.
Yeah,
we had a
yeah.
lot to cover. I want to thank you. Thank you for all you do, not just for being on our show, but for all you're doing for communities around open source and elsewhere, as well as the security work.
Thanks so much for having me, Alan.
My pleasure. Thank you. Ava Black here on Techstrong TV. We're live in Austin. We'll be back soon with some other interesting folks to speak with.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit here in Austin, Texas. And as we mentioned earlier, today is a day of, I don't know if you want to call it daughter, sister foundations or satellite conferences. The main event really starts tomorrow, but there's several important foundations who are holding conferences today. One of which, and kind of the one probably nearest to me, is the Open Source Security Foundation, OSSF. And we are really happy to be joined by Janie Thomas, who is the governing chair, or the chair of the governing board of OSSF.
Exactly.
Got it. Janie, welcome to our show. Thanks for joining us. So, look, when you're not busy running or being chair of the board for OSSF, you have a day job as well. If you want to share with our audience, feel free.
Well, first of all, Alan, thanks for having me.
Oh,
I'm
my
really
pleasure.
pleased to be here to talk about OpenSSF. But I am a general manager at IBM responsible for systems development and delivery, as well as IBM's enterprise security program.
Right.
And enterprise security, of course, is how I got involved in this particular topic.
Absolutely. And that, look, that is a world and job unto itself, and we could probably do a few hours on that, but we're going to focus on OSSF today. So For most of our audience is familiar, we've had the pleasure of speaking with Brian from OSSF a few times. It was a nice idea, I think, when it was first conceived about, yes, we need to do something about security, about the security of open source tools specifically. And then kind of all hell broke loose. Sometimes things just work like that, right? History runs in currents. So we started the the OSSF, and then we had this spate of supply chain
Yes.
security issues and the whole S-bomb thing with the White House. And then like kind of the cherry on top was Log4j. I guess that was around when, January or
December of last year.
And that's really, I guess, has it accelerated? Maybe you had big plans to begin with. Talk to us a little bit about kind of the whole OSSF, how it all came together and what's happened.
Well, I think it was very fortuitous that the industry did come together last year with the Linux Foundation to create a new governing body around open source security called the OpenSSF. Because as you say, not long after that, we had this industry compelling event, Log4j. And realized the industry we'd already had SolarWinds the year before, which also ruined our holiday in December.
Yes, it did.
We had Kaseya, we had a number of these big supply chain attacks. But the difference, I would say, in Log4j is just the predominance of the asset in code. It had been out there for over 20 years. It was a very utilized, a very popular piece of code, and so it affected a lot of software. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that you realize when this kind of thing happens, it's not just about your fidelity of being able to identify it and get it patched, but for all those downstream consuming organizations, how fast do they roll out these patches? Because we're talking about a huge amount of affected software. So I think that there's nothing like a true test of your governing body, and this was
Test by
actually a
fire.
real test run of what we needed to do in OpenSSF, and of course it garnered a lot of attention from the U.S. government and other entities that we can talk more about.
Sure can. So let's talk a little bit about the charter or the mission of the OpenSSF, and it's something I brought up to you off camera, which is, okay, Log4j, let's make that the poster child for a second. So Log4j is basically this open source component, if you will, right, that many applications have incorporated into their package, if you will, into their source code. And it's not, look, I'm not blaming the Log4j developers or anything. There was a defect. I don't even want to, it became a vulnerability, but there's a defect. A lot of software has defects that we haven't even found yet. But nevertheless, this one kind of went public, and then we saw exploits with it and in the wild, and such is the world of security we both live in. What is the chart? Is that what OSSF is about, to prevent, or not prevent, but deal with future Log4j kind of events?
Well, I think first and foremost, OpenSSF is focused on a proactive posture, right? So how do we prevent these kinds of events? And so to do that, we think there's a number of things we have to do. First and foremost is education, of course, in terms of basic security education for developers. Another key tenet is, how do you put automation on steroids? So the automation and best practices that are reflected in that automation that open source projects can consume. How do you get that out to the most critical projects and then provide some support for the long tail projects, if you will?
Sure.
It's also about working, frankly, with other industry consortia as well as the government. Particularly, we've been working with the U.S. government in the OpenSSF to define what are some actions that are really going to make a difference. And I think critical to all of this is getting collaboration across the different insights from the governing body, which includes a lot of technology firms as well as commercial firms. Like, there's a lot of financial firms actually involved in the governing body. What are the key elements that we really need to address first? So getting those priorities set and then having an execution agenda and really getting something done in the short term, I think, is really going to be important for this group.
Well, look, a lot of people look out at what you guys have done, and you've gotten stuff done, right? There's been a tremendous groundswell of support. And granted, Log4j didn't hurt you in that regard as much as it hurt others. But there's been a tremendous groundswell, right? There's been I think about $30 million raised, right, between some of the biggest names
Yeah.
in tech
Yeah.
kicking in here. There's been the White House and CISA involvement. So it's certainly, for a relatively new foundation, it has really garnered a lot of, I don't want to say market share, but a lot of publicity, a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the question is, okay, how does this translate to rubber meets the road? How do we prevent the next log4? I don't know if we can prevent the next log4j, but how do we minimize the next
Right.
log4j?
How do you minimize the impact? Exactly. Because I would say, if you look at what happened with Log4j, the level of preparedness was not there. So,
Certainly.
how do you get it remediated fast enough? How do you identify it? How do you help the open source projects be more effective? In this case, it was, of course, tied to the Apache Foundation. But not only that, how do the commercial entities then take advantage of that patch and act expeditiously to benefit the clients? So I think there's a real opportunity here. In the world of cybersecurity, you often learn that no one pays attention to a lot of things unless there's a huge compelling event, and that's what this was. So while it was not desired, it was helpful in that vein. So coming out of all of the meetings that we've had, the collaboration that we've had across the industry, it's going to be imperative that we execute, and that the things that we have identified as top priorities, that we make measurable progress on those projects this year.
Sure.
And I think that's the importance of this Open SSF Day here today in Austin, which is allowing us with a key set of stakeholders to start to share perspectives of the projects that are underway and how others can engage in those projects, and how, once again, working together, we can actually make a difference. I think this ongoing level of engagement, making sure that we have the right stakeholders engaged, is going to be important to make progress.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
and as you know, in the world of open source, the nice thing about OpenSSF is we do have the ability to hire critical roles that can focus on this full time, because the nature of open source typically is that it's a volunteer army, right? And there's thousands and thousands of volunteers out there, but then how do we help with these resources enable those volunteers to be more effective?
And frankly, that's been one of, I think, the key ingredients to the Linux Foundation's formula for success is, herding. It's a bit like herding cats, herding the open source community. It's vast. So, cats to thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. But you need a few full-timers who are, this is their day job, right? This is what they do. Jenny, I want to talk a little bit to people who are watching this now at home, or maybe, recorded later on. They weren't here. They didn't get what was happening, especially today, which is kind of, the OSSF's day. Give them, if you don't mind, a little bit of maybe a synopsis of what they're missing.
Well, we just got started, of course, so we have a little bit more to go today, of course, in terms of the actual kickoff of OpenSSF Day. But I think what I see is real commitment, particularly from the presenters I've seen so far, a commitment that they've all personally made, and outside of their day jobs, frankly, to make a difference in security for open source software. And that's really the key here. Are we turning the corner on a new level of commitment around security?
Right.
There's always been a commitment in open source around innovation, around feature function. I mean, that's what's that's what's driven open source and allowed it to be so successful. And for other corporations like IBM, we've taken enormous advantage out of that, right? We've all gotten a huge advantage in productivity out of that. But now it's really about turning the focus a little bit more, getting that focus on security so that we can use open source and continue to have that productivity, but with confidence as we go forward. And I really have been impressed with all the speakers today and their personal commitment to this topic. And that's really impressive, and I think we'll see that for the rest of the day as well.
I'm going to come back to you in 1 second. I want to touch on something else, though, and that is this. Look, I've been in security for 25, going on 30 years. Well, security 25, IT 30 plus years. And if I had a nickel for every survey I read that said security is one of the top 3 priorities of IT or the CIO or an organization, I'd be a rich person right now. But like I always said, their arms were too short to reach their pockets oftentimes.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until something bad happened, like a Log4j or some incident, code red. And I could go through a whole history of these things that people kind of get religion, right? Excuse me. Sometimes it takes that for them to get religion. I don't know why. I always hope that it changes, that people finally do start taking it seriously. I think for the OSSF, though, the important thing to remember, especially in our audience, this is a fact we give them all the time. Today's applications, there's 75%, 80% open source components that are kind of stitched together with maybe 20, 25% of, sort of original code, if you will. And so if someone's not watching the store on those open source components, whether they're artifacts or scripts or whatever, it's only a matter of time. It's not if, it's when, right? And so that's why I think this is such a vital function, this foundation. It's something needed to happen here.
Yeah.
This is the perfect, I think, place for it. Anyway, I'll step off the soapbox. You mentioned a couple of the speakers. Anything stand out to you or that you can kind of clue our audience into?
Well, I think other than the commitment, there's a keen focus on making it easy for the developers, right? How do we make it easy for the maintainers of these open source projects? How do we make it easy for the contributors? Because without doing that, it will not have the consumption by developers at large, right? And I know this even inside a corporation, we have the same challenge. Really, it's all about codifying the best practices in an automation framework. And, whatever that is for your organization, that's going to be critical. And that's why it's so critical for these open source projects. I think that with the right approach, we will make a difference. But it also, as you said, requires stakeholders involved to continue to educate their organizations about why is it important. Because all of us actually have the ability to increase the number of contributors we have on these projects, to contribute our expertise. And that's going to be very important, I think, that we as the governing body and other organizations really create a sustaining promise around open source. So it's not just what the OpenSSF is doing itself, but how we enable that to be successful in the long run. Because we're all getting the advantage from open source. And like IBM, it's IBM plus our company Red Hat. It has a little bit to do with open source. But those kinds of efforts and keeping that keen focus are going to be very, very important as we go forward.
No, there's no doubt about it. It also goes back to what we said before is, look, there's a new Log4j kind of event horizon out there every day.
Yeah, there is.
So you're not going to prevent them. You've got to put in your response. You've got to have your protocols in place. And this is the kind of stuff where
absolutely. I will tell you that, I have a window into cyber operations, which is my job every day at IBM. And we're getting over 100 billion events a day. So that gives you kind of the context for what you got to deal with in the landscape. And product security, of course, is one of those triggers. If you've got malware, if you've got issues, they're going to be one of your events, right?
Yep.
So it's a little bit of a reflection on our responsibility to enable effective cyber operations for organizations. I mean, we have a huge responsibility, but we have a huge opportunity here.
Absolutely.
And I think I want to make heroes out of developers for really worrying about security. That's kind of one of the goals.
You know what? Look, you're preaching to the choir here because, I started DevOps.com in 2013, 2014. And I did it because as a security person, I thought it was the best thing to happen to security. If we could get developers security aware, security conscious, half the battle. And, for a long time, it was an uphill battle. Let me say this. But this whole notion of what we call DevSecOps and making security for developers, it's really gone mainstream, right? And I think part of that is realizing is developers, security is everyone's responsibility. It's a very overused thing. Developers are not security people, but I've never met a developer in my life who says, "Yeah, I'd like to develop insecure software, right? I want to use an old version of an open source, component that has some known vulnerabilities." None of them want to. We all have
Yeah.
pride in our work. It's just we need to make it easier for them
Yeah.
to do. And I think that's something OSSF can really help with. Anyway, I know you're busy as heck today. I want to thank you for coming down and hanging out with us a little bit. To you, Brian, the whole OSSF team, keep up the great work. Well, we're expecting big things. No pressure, but we're expecting big things from you guys
Well-
to really make the difference.
Well, thank you, Alan. I'm really pleased to be here today and immerse myself in this topic and get to know many of the players that are here today. And thanks for
Absolutely.
the opportunity to chat.
No problem. Just before we leave, real quickly, the OSSF website, I think it's ossf.org. Is OpenSSF.org is I got a little help from my off-camera team over there. So go check it out. If you're not here in person, I believe it is virtual as well. We'd love to see you as part of it and support the OpenSSF. We're going to take a break here in Austin. We'll be back in a bit.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone! Wow, what a morning! I lost count, but we did a lot of great interviews, great conversations this morning. A lot of it, as we've been doing all week, has been around security. I think we're going to continue talking a little bit about security with our next guest here. Let me introduce you, and if I mess up his name, he'll correct me. Amir Montazeri.
That's right, Amir Montazeri, yes.
Montazeri, okay. Yeah, I've got that New York accent. But anyway, Amir, man, welcome. Welcome to
Thank you.
Techstrong TV.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
Yep. So, I guess we'll start with the obvious question of what brings you here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I co-founded OSTIF, the Open Source Technology Improvement Fund, which was designed to solve the classic problem in open source of how do we make open source more secure? How do we do it in a way that doesn't disrupt open source project maintainers and the great work that they do? And how do we do it in a way that's impactful? And so we started exploring this problem, and
So when did you start?
It would have been over 7 years ago now.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was about 7 years ago. Some of the inspiration came from the CII, the Core Infrastructure Initiative,
Yep.
that was also attempting to solve this problem as well. And it's a very big and complex problem, so it needs all the help it can
A
get.
lot of hands.
Yes, and so since then we have honed in on a method for helping projects and the organizations that support those projects with auditing and improving security holistically, and we champion that audit process from start to finish. So a project can come to us and say, we want this project audited, and we get it done.
And what are you auditing it for? For security, for stability, viability?
Correct, mostly for security and sustainability. So a lot of research suggests that a lot of those deep-seated problems, vulnerabilities, and bugs aren't on the surface level when you look at the code. They are deep into the code. So deeper auditing, more logic review.
So you're really doing code audit then?
Correct.
Not
yes.
not auditing how many maintainers there are, or
Exactly,
sort of like
yes.
what Scorecard does, our last
Exactly.
guest. This is really looking at the code and seeing how safe is the code, how secure is the code.
Exactly, yes. And so part of this process that we've developed and the method that we've developed is finding the best suited teams out there, folks from all around the world, audit teams from all around the world, finding the best suited ones, the most specialized ones that can do this kind of work.
Love
and
it.
it's resulted in, it's been very successful. Thankfully, we've found over 40 critical or high risk vulnerabilities. These are those deep-seated problems that, when exploited in the wild, can cause headlines, cause those kind of things you read about.
Log4j stuff.
Log4Shell,
Right,
Heartbleed, all that good stuff. So we're going out and proactively finding these problems and fixing them, of course, because a great part of our method is not only finding these problems, but our auditors work with the maintainers to fix them as well.
Love it. I have a few questions on that. But
Yeah.
before we jump into that, I want to give our people at home, so it's Open Source.
Technology
Improvement
Improvement
Fund.
Fund, yes.
Where did they go on the web?
OSTIF.org.
That's what we were wanting. Okay. Now, I hear the word fund, and I'm thinking, well, maybe there's fundraising involved here.
Yes. So the fundraising typically comes from the organizations and foundations that are stewards of these open source projects, or kind of the supporters or maintainers of it.
So they pay you to perform this service.
Correct, yes. And
Got it.
another a really nice thing about our method too is that instead of just working with one or two audit teams, we're able to actually go to a large number of them and effectively have them bid against each other as well. So we're able to do it for almost a third of the cost that kind of more traditional audits in this space cost.
That's great.
And by being that kind of that champion to manage this process, it makes the quality bar much higher as well of these reviews.
Got it. So let me go back to what we were talking about before. I wanted to just give people a sense right away that
Yeah,
they want to go
absolutely.
check this. You know, people, while they're listening, they'll go check the site out. But, you know, we find a deep-seated vulnerability, defect, whatever you want to call it. come up with a way to fix it. So let's take sort of struts 2 as an example. Okay, so now we fixed it and we need to update to the new version in all the repositories out there where people download this open source code from. And not only do we need to update all those repositories, but we've got to somehow notify all of the people who have incorporated that code into their projects, into their applications. They're using it to, hey, we got a problem here, you need to update this. Right? It's one thing when we're talking about an OS, right? And you can kind of, hit people like that, or a phone app that you can do, but how do you do it?
So that's a great question.
That's a really great
that's a
question.
Very good question. I would say what we do to help with that is we really focus on transparency.
Yep.
So once all of the work is done, fixes have been made, they've been tested, we know that the fixes are in fact fixed. We put all of that into an audit report that is then published publicly for free for anyone to review. And we're also publishing those out onto the OpenSSF security reviews repo, which is a collection of these type of work to really get the word out there. And I think one of the biggest value adds that provides is being able to show the open source community at large what was done, how we fixed it, so that they can take that back to their teams and learn from them, serve as case studies, and really just raise the bar as a whole of open source security.
I love it. So it sounds to me then, look, the mission of your group is to undertake this audit, uncover if there's any kind of, vulnerability defects that we got to fix it, publish the fix, publish the background on it, and then we need the community, it sounds like, to get involved from that point on, and the users of, the consumers of this stuff, right? The old saying, you could lead the horse to water.
Exactly.
Right? But they need to go update and do their thing. Have you thought about maybe adding that aspect to the charter of your organization?
I don't think we have. No, we've been so hyper focused on.
Well, it's a big job.
Yes,
right?
yes, and
there's a lot of big jobs involved, unfortunately, in this whole thing.
Indeed, yes. But part of I think why we've been so successful is focusing on solving the problem the way.
Right. This is what you guys do. Someone else has to do that.
Exactly. But a couple great things that are happening are, as there's more awareness in the space, there's more funding being put into security auditing and more attention being drawn to it. I'm hoping that will basically improve the landscape as a whole, and we can take lessons from what else is going on out in the space and incorporate that into our processes too.
Sure.
But I think by focusing, our focus really, I think, has led to our success in that, we'd had lots of folks early on say, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you try this? Why don't you try that? And while, we'll gladly take any feedback and advice, I think just being really hyper-focused on facilitating, executing on these audits, improving the software or the security posture, rather, of these projects, we've been able to be pretty successful.
Excellent. I want to pivot a little bit and ask you, look, you started this 7 years ago. There wasn't an open SSF then. Over the last, I guess it's been about 2 years now, a year and a half, we open SSF, from the Linux Foundation. How has the advent of the open SSF kind of helped, hurt, boosted, what effect has it had on your organization?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say overall it's helped because, as you know, open source is largely relatively decentralized, and having a strong consortium of organizations, foundations, individuals who are focused on solving this problem, kind of giving them a platform or a forum to talk about this stuff has been really helpful. And I think another way OpenSSF has helped is by going out and actually doing some of the fundraising, getting more money into security, and more awareness, from both generally and in government as well, with the executive order responses
Sure.
and those efforts.
I mean, it certainly brought a big spotlight
yeah,
to the whole area. And, we're a lot stronger together than we are individually. So, I think that obvious.
yes,
But, there's a little bit of a chicken and an egg question here, which is, if not for the solar winds and some of these really high profile software supply chain issues with OpenSSF and the whole open source software, market gotten the attention that it has, unfortunately, because of these things.
right.
I mean, you obviously believe this was a problem 7 years ago, right? And you went out and did this. So this is not a new problem since whenever SolarWinds was, or January. It was December.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, of 2021 or something, right? Or 20, one of them. I don't even remember. But 20. So this has been an ongoing problem. So certainly, right, sometimes things just come together, right? It's like fate. And it just, boom, it blows up. In many ways, you're one of the benefactors because you were here, kind of shouting in the wilderness, right?
Yes.
About this issue before it was, with the cool kids.
Yes.
Where do you see it going in the future?
Yeah. So I do think it's human nature to react, right? To be reactive, and I think largely what has been driving the progress made in the space has been reactive. And one thing that we're trying to do with our audits and with getting the word out about the work that we're doing is to try and shift to be more proactive, because we can, wait for the problems to happen, or we can proactively go out there and fix the problems. And so I hope that the focus shifts more towards proactive security as opposed to reactive security. And because the benefits of proactive security are, you don't see it as much. When you prevent a problem from happening in the future that never happened, it's hard to attribute that to the action you took.
I get it.
But when something happens, like you scrape your knee or something, you have something very real that happens, you can react to it, much stronger. So in general, I'd like the shift to focus more towards proactive security, which definitely seems to be where the OpenSSF and the organizations that are a part of OpenSSF seem to be going. And it's something that I would love to really help take the organization, take OpenSSF to the forefront of that, and really be one of the premier organizations in the world that is actually going out and proactively fixing problems.
Yeah, look, I think with the OpenSSF behind you, with it, you have every expectation of being able to do that, right? In fact, you should do that. But you know what? It's great, and it's look, on a personal level, I'm grateful to hear about people like you doing this before. As I said, before the cool kids got involved, because we needed this. This isn't a problem since SolarWinds.
Yeah, and I think the beauty is especially now that it's more action is being called for, we have been doing this for 7 years now, so we had a lot of lessons learned.
Yep.
A lot of
idiot taxes paid.
Yes,
and you can do it better.
exactly. And
We've all
at
done
this
it.
point, we've gotten to a pretty good level where we are confident that we can do this. But as always, open source in general is largely underfunded, and us as an organization, we need funding as well, to continue doing this,
Yeah.
to scale up.
Oh, it's money.
Yeah, exactly. So to scale up even and to do more work that I know we're capable of doing. So hopefully, again, as more funding goes into the space as a whole, more funding goes into OpenSSF and other foundations doing this work, And us supporting those goals, I'm hoping more funding will come our way as well.
I hope so too. Hey man, thank you so much.
My
I'm
pleasure.
here. Good. Keep up the great work.
Doing
We're
our
going to
best.
take a break here for lunch in Austin. I think we'll be back in about an hour.
Great.
Stay tuned. We are live here at Open Source Summit.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, man. That was great. Easy
Thanks.
peasy.
Yeah, that was fun.
All right.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back. I hope you can hear me. My microphone's a little messed up here, but in fixing it, they mangled it. But anyway, we're live in Austin at the Linux Foundation Open Source Security Summit. I am joined by David A. Wheeler, not to be confused with any of the other many David Wheelers out there. But David, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
So, well, I'm not going to introduce you. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. I've given them your name, but tell our audience who's David A. Wheeler.
Okay, well, many ways to answer that one, but I guess what you're probably looking for...
It's a family show.
Okay, fair enough. So I work for the Linux Foundation, and my title tells me that I'm the Director of Open Source Supply Chain Security. And what the heck does that mean? Quickly, I'm a subject matter expert. I go around to the various foundations within the Linux Foundation, and really in some cases with other foundations and projects as well, trying to help improve the security of open source software, which we all depend on all around the world.
Got it.
And I should say, soup to nuts, anywhere from it's in the developer's head, getting into version control, built, turn into a package, just all the way to operations.
Absolutely. So look, as I was kidding around before we went live, we've had no shortage of open source security, not open source security, supply chain security discussions in the last 2 days. It is the top of the line here. And quite frankly, we were at RSA conference 2 weeks ago doing similar interviews on Broadcast Alley, and software supply chain security was top of mind there as well.
Sensibly so.
Yeah, I put on the Mark Miller and I put on the DevSecOps event every year at RSA at Moscone, and not surprisingly, supply chain security was top there. Just ran in on my way before sitting back down here to the men's room. I ran into Alan Friedman.
Yes, he's here.
He's the S-bomb man,
Mr.
right?
S-bomb, yes.
Mr. S-bomb. And so all good. It's certainly a very relevant topic. So I got to ask you an honest question. How long have you had this title?
I only joined the Linux Foundation in 2020, April 2020.
And have you been supply chain security?
Well, that's been my title since I joined.
In 2020. Was
Absolutely.
it after SolarWinds?
No, that was before SolarWinds. In fact, I wrote an essay about SolarWinds as a Linux Foundation employee.
Well, that was pretty pre-essent then.
Well, you know what? I realize some people are surprised and, where's the supply chain coming from? But, all you have to do is look at some of the numbers. There are several studies that look at just open source, and they're finding anywhere from 70 to 90% of the components within an application are actually open source.
Right.
It's not including any proprietary software they're reusing. So I've been around the software industry for a while. There was a time when software was pretty much, you developed the entire application from scratch all by itself. That's right. And the big concern then was, how do we enable reuse? How can we make it so that we don't have to rewrite? Write something once and reuse it. And the good news is we have solved that problem. But
the bad news is
the bad news is fundamentally is that the causes of today's problems are often yesterday's solutions.
Yeah.
And so that's very much so. What we're seeing is we have now mostly solved the reuse problem. But now we have to deal with because software is mostly other software, we now need to deal with that other software as a potential source of defects in general, including security problems.
So, David, I've been in security almost 25 years, and I have been in tech 30 years. I started DevOps.com, right, back in 2014. One of the reasons was because I thought it was a great thing for security. But I will say that supply chain security, software supply chain security, we wouldn't have that had it not been for DevOps. Because I think we've always had, and I'll explain to you what I mean so you don't think
okay, okay, go on.
I think we've always had to worry about what is the security posture of any components or scripts or artifacts or whatever we're using in our software. But one of the great contributions to software and the way we do technology today that DevOps has made has been the introduction of sort of lean IT, lean manufacturing concepts into building software. And it's not the only thing, but it's resulted, one of the things that has contributed towards resulting in this idea of a software factory. Right? We didn't think of software factories before, even though.
Oh, yes, we did.
there might
The University
have
of
been-
Maryland had such programs, I think, in the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that concept's been around for a while.
But
Certainly
that
the phrase.
wasn't commercial.
No.
Like when we talked about people developing software, it was very much a custom.
Right.
Developers, they started with I'll never forget, one of the first companies I started, we go in to meet with Time Warner, and they wanted it was a customer service app for their cable customers or something like that. And they said, they asked my partner, well, what IDE do you use? What IDE do you use? What,
Sure.
all the people, this one used Borland, this one used the semantic one. And my partner, who was a stone cold coder, said, well, I use VI. And he developed in VI. So everybody in those days, I mean, that's how software was done. Now, today, we really do, for the first time on a commercially scalable scale, have this concept of software factories where software moves along a pipeline,
Right.
right?
Right. I mean, the whole idea of a CI pipeline isn't really new. It's just finally it's become widely adopted.
Right.
Now, I would
That's
argue
the-
that's not the problem. That's part of a solution. The supply chain problem, I would argue, fundamentally comes down to you've got all these reused components that enables you to not have to rebuild everything from scratch, but now you're dependent on all those tiers and all those the software that it depends on and the software that depends on and so on. But things like CI pipelines can help us address.
But again, let's go back to the
challenge.
factory piece.
Yes.
What made that assembly line work is the Model T. Every gear shift on the Model T was the same ball with the same threads. So I could sit here and just screw balls on stick shifts all day, right?
Yeah.
And that's how an assembly line in factory worked. It wasn't, whether it was third-party products that we're putting in cars or building appliances or whatever you build on your pipeline assembly
Right.
line. You can't have too much customization if you're going to do that at scale. You had to have that.
You had to agree on some things, but you also have to make sure you agree on the right things. So, for
Yeah.
example, I think vast numbers, you mentioned IDEs. I think nowadays, we don't care what IDE you use.
No one cares.
Why care?
That
What we
was a
care
long.
about.
Well, Borland's not here anymore, but that's all.
That's a different, yeah. But basically focusing on figure out what matters. That's always an easier thing to see after the fact. It's much harder to figure it out when you're in the midst of the problem. And then, okay, this is the part we need to agree on. And I'm coming back to the CI pipelines. After I make a proposed change, making it go through stages and doing automated tests, running various kinds of scanners to look for various kinds of potential problems, so that by the time you bring it in, you have very high confidence
Of
that
what
the
it is.
result is going to be better than what you had before.
Yep. But so there was an argument. I forgot what presidential election it was already, but cars made in America. And cars assembled in America.
Yes, which
but
is different.
Right. Parts made in Mexico or
Right.
wherever.
Sure.
Today, I think our software is like that. It
absolutely.
may be assembled by any software, whoever vendor is doing that. But the parts are made all over the place.
It's frankly, in many ways, even more than the rest of the physical world, because at least in the physical world, there's a cost of physical movement,
Right.
Whereas the bits are essentially free to copy around.
Exactly.
And so yes, the world of software development is internationalized. It has been for a while. It's just that some policymakers haven't noticed.
Yeah, no, but but the other thing that's given rise to is the repos. And I don't mean repo cards, right?
Yes.
I mean the repositories of these software.
We're talking about GitHub and GitLab and those kinds of facilities. Yes.
Well, GitHub certainly, but Git in general. The
Okay,
whole
we get the version
concept
control system. Yes.
of
Yes.
we are storing reusable code, and in some cases, like you look at the Docker
Right.
repos, and you look at an Artifactory or the Nessus ones from Sonatype. We are storing reusable components that you could be sitting, whether you're sitting here with me or in Ukraine, right? You could pull it down and assemble, right? And that's power. Look, it's been an igniter for all kinds of software development. It's also been a security, and it's been a bit of a security issue because now we're pulling down. What version are you pulling down?
Right. And are you updating because there's a vulnerability found in that version? Are you keeping things up to date?
So, I think we both agree on that. Here's my take. I always thought that the choke point, if we can use that word, would be at those repos, because that's where people are getting these reusable components. Why wouldn't a repo have a toll gate or an SBOM checker or something, whatever you want to call it,
Right.
that says, oh, wait, David, you're pulling down the old version of this.
Yep.
You need the new version.
To be fair, people are actually working on those sorts of things. The OpenSSF has something called package analysis.
Yes, I actually just spoke to
Oh, okay.
Caleb about it.
Great. So, there are some efforts to do that. And I think in many cases, not so much the repo as the package manager, making it easy to say, hey, wait a minute, that's a vulnerable version, please update. There is, and by the way, the OpenSSF has a number of working groups, and the newest one is specifically for the folks who manage repositories.
I think
and,
that's where we got to be.
Yeah, and the package repositories and the package managers, and they're just starting, but already I think there's great promise. The challenge that they have is scale, though. In particular, a lot of people, why don't you just detect all malicious software?
Good luck.
How? There are tools we can use to detect them in some cases. Can that be helpful? Yes. That better not be your only mechanism that exists.
No.
And frankly, one of the biggest problems now, because most software is actually the software you bring in, one of the biggest problems now is old, out of date software that's known to be vulnerable that needs to be updated.
That's already out there, by the way.
Oh yeah. And the good news is that there are tools to help you identify, tools to help you update, but people have to basically...
Probably need to automate it.
And in fact, a lot of the automation's there.
A lesson I learned in security, too, over the last 25 years, people talk automation, they get scared when it comes time to automate, because they're afraid they're going to break something else by doing it automatically.
This is where the CI pipelines come in.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, I tell people... there's some really excellent academic research about software testing and that sort of thing. But you know what? You can make this much simpler. How you need automated tests. How many tests do you need? You need enough tests to be confident that what you release is going to be okay to use. If your automated tests aren't good enough, then if your automated tests can't do that, then they're not good enough.
You got a problem.
You got a problem. Once your automated tests are good enough, now you can do things like fearlessly upgrade to a newer package because I ran my tests. Everything works.
Yeah, but
my
what about
users
the
will be happy.
dependency of that software on other software?
Same thing. As those get updated, you immediately notice does it work or not.
Right.
And so this combination, basically CI pipelines, including automated tests, various tools to analyze the software, looking for vulnerabilities, looking for issues. It's very simple. It's not complex, but it's powerful.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I had something and I went right out of my mind. It's terrible getting old. But, back to this whole concept of that with software supply chain. Look, Mark Miller was at Sonatype, right? When Struts 2, was it Equifax, right? Came out. And what was an interesting thing is him and Derek Weeks, who was at Sonatype at the time, they did a survey and some research like 6 to 8 months after Equifax.
Yeah.
So everyone who was top of the news charts.
Right.
People are still downloading and using the old version
Right.
of Struts 2 in their packages instead of the new version.
Right. And there's been a lot of discussion about how do you deal with that. You don't want to break somebody's system, and yet this is a real problem for a lot of folks. So there are various discussions about how to deal with this, anywhere from maybe slowing down those bad downloads, so to give a hint without really breaking someone's system. But there's various ideas, but it's a real issue. Right now, I think the goal is to just try to make it easier and easier to do the right thing. We want to try to make the default the right thing. And then if we truly, for the true stragglers, we're going to need to find other approaches. But let's make it really easy to do.
You got to
right
use a little carrot and a little stick is what I'm hearing.
In some sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you can call making it easy a carrot, but I think fundamentally, generally, people do what is the easy thing to do. So we make the right thing the easy. That's right. We make the right thing the easy thing. We don't have to worry so much about the sticks.
Yep. All right. So, David, this is all. We've set the table. We used our whole 15 minutes, but we've set the table. Let me go now to the next part. You're the first person we've had on from around open source security that actually is a Linux Foundation employee.
Uh-oh.
So I got to ask you the question, beyond giving the OpenSSF a home, right? You were doing this before there was OpenSSF.
Yes.
What is the role of the Linux Foundation in your mind in making open source software more secure?
Well, actually, let me step back further, because there's the question of what is the purpose of the Linux Foundation.
Yeah, absolutely.
You put the period
Let's
right
go
there,
there, right.
and then because
then we'll take part
because in
two.
fact I think the security question follows.
Yep.
I mean, the fundamental goal of the Linux Foundation, and really any good open source software foundation, is to enable collaboration. There's all sorts of legal wickets that you can get in trouble with. There are many things that a project often needs beyond just, hey, I need a repo with version control. And so a lot of organizations have decided that it's a lot easier to get things done, to get collaboration done, if they can create a project within a foundation. There are some organizations that create foundations specifically for a particular project. I mean, the Python Software Foundation, it's focused on Python.
Absolutely.
And there's many other foundations. The Linux Foundation is basically a foundation that creates foundations. So we create foundations to quickly get going. And why do we create foundations, and more specifically, why create projects? And the answer is to solve a problem.
Yep.
So that's the general. Now, the more specific, what about security? Same kind of thing. We need to make things more secure, and specifically open source software more secure. Oh, how do we do that? We want to do collaboration because it's too hard for any one organization to do it themselves. Oh, that makes sense for the Linux Foundation to do, because as soon as you say we want to enable collaboration to solve a problem, that's what the Linux Foundation is for. And really, I would say any foundation. I mean, I work for the Linux Foundation. I like them.
It's good you do.
It's good I do, I guess.
Yeah.
But it really, I work for the Linux Foundation, but that should be the job of any foundation, is trying to help enable collaboration in terms of the Open Source Software Foundation. And in this particular issue, though, the Linux Foundation is one of the largest, maybe the largest open source software foundation, and it just kind of made sense for the many, many, many people that have to deal with security, because this is truly an industry-wide issue. So it made sense to put this in the Linux Foundation to work on industry-wide solutions.
I love it. Hey, man, we're over time.
Okay. Can I make a couple of quick points?
Go.
All right. So I just, before we head off, I would love to encourage anybody who sees this thing.
Talk to them.
Talk to them. Okay. Hello, them.
Okay.
So if you develop open source software, I would love for you to take advantage of some of the stuff that we've already developed within the Linux Foundation, and especially the OpenSSF. So there's a free course on how to develop secure software. If you haven't taken a course, take that course. We have all sorts of guidance on best practices on how to develop secure software more securely. Best practices badge. There's a scorecards to evaluate projects. There's something called Salsa to help identify some key requirements for the supply chain and build and so we've got some good stuff. Take a look. I think your users will be grateful.
Absolutely. Anything else?
I'm sure there is, but we're out of time.
All right. Hey, look, you're invited back anytime you want.
Oh, thank you.
David A. Wheeler, Linux Foundation, Open Source Software Supply Chain Security Director. I got a little out of order, but I think I got all the words in there. We're live here in Austin. We'll be back in a minute with our next guest. Thanks.
This is Techstrong TV.
All right, everyone, we're back here continuing our coverage from the Open Source Security Summit in Austin. Our next guest is Derek Townsend.
Townsend, like Pete.
Like Pete Townsend. Derek's with Legit Security, too legit to quit. We've actually covered Legit Security on Techstrong TV before, but they are an exhibitor here, and we didn't really talk about it. We're on the second floor here at the JW Marriott. I believe it's the
It's up on the fourth floor.
Fourth floor, there's the sponsors exhibit area. There's a large exhibit area. Legit is one of the exhibitors there, but on top of that, they're also a member of the Open Source Security Foundation, OSSF, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about supply chain, some other stuff. But anyway, Derek, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be here. Thanks.
You know what I'd like to get out of the way, though, and I didn't mention it to you when we first started, which is, look, not everyone out here knows Legit Security. I said, we've covered them before, but not everyone watched that either. So why don't we start there, man? Let's give them a little Legit background and a little bit of your background.
Sure. So just background on the company. So Legit Security is headquartered in Tel Aviv, but almost all of our sales and marketing activity right now is in North America. So we're selling to larger enterprises, and it's a software supply chain security solution. I think the interesting thing is it's a really popular space right now. So there's a lot of vendors talking about software supply chain security. So when you even say that now, you kind of have to define what that means to you.
Well, not only, and we're going to define that in a minute, but not only that. I mean, when was Legit founded? Do you know?
Yes, it was back in 2019. So it was just prior to SolarWinds.
Right. Sometimes I've learned this lesson in business. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than smart. And man, what a good time to get into software supply chain security, right? The whole world's blown up since then. Let's talk a little bit about you, though. What's your background?
Oh, I've been doing software startups for quite some time. Bounced around in different areas, developer tools, cloud management solutions, identity management, which got me into cyber, and now here.
Same here. I've been chasing that. Well, so Techstrong's not venture backed, so this was my blog, and it became this. But I know how that goes too. So let's talk a little software supply chain security. As we said, it's certainly a hot topic, even here, right? This is our second day here, I was going to say filming, but that's an old word. Recording and speaking with folks, broadcasting, streaming. And, that's been topic one.
Yeah.
Software supply chain security. And it was interesting. I had a conversation earlier today with one of our guests. And it's like, so this is a word that's come into vogue, let's say, in the last 2 years, right? Maybe since SolarWinds. Right. But really, what we talk about when we say software supply chain security goes back a lot longer than 2 years, right? We've always been worried. I mean, look, I remember selling security in the federal government space years and years ago, 15 years ago. And they were worried about backdoors and about what was embedded in the software they were installing back then. We just didn't call it supply chain security.
Right.
What's Legit's take on this?
Well, I think a lot has transpired with DevOps that has made software supply chain security a more urgent problem and a much broader attack surface. I think, rewind the clock years ago, there was always a risk of insider attack. There was always a risk of some open source libraries potentially causing a vulnerability. But now when you look at DevOps and what's happened across the SDLC, all the different tools, all the different developers and collaborators that get involved, all those moving parts have gotten much more complicated. And although cloud security and other aspects of code scanning technologies are getting more mature, looking at the SDLC and all of its complexity and all of its moving parts has not caught up. And SolarWinds was the wake-up call, and it wasn't the only one.
No.
Several after that. And now that's why you're seeing this rush into the space.
Yeah. So I don't disagree, but I would add to it in this way. When we look at what DevOps is about, right, and there's no official definition and all that, but certainly it was a big dose of Agile
Yeah.
and a pinch of lean IT, right, added into that, and you know how we do dev and ops and the whole software development lifecycle, pipelines, all of these things. You know, it introduced, especially from the lean heritage, from lean manufacturing and Deming and all that stuff, right? It introduced this analog of people building software the way we build stuff in assembly lines.
Yes.
You know, on a pipeline, and it goes along the pipeline getting finished until it's delivered, until it's deployed. And so I think the very name software supply chain security comes from supply chain security,
Yeah.
right, that we
Sure.
see there. So I think that's the heritage for it, of where that analogy comes in for something that, as we both said, has been done before necessarily, but we've never had software be developed in a factory sort of mode
Yes.
that DevOps has introduced.
I think factory is a good word because factory also connotes automation.
Yep.
And the automation is there at all of these multiple steps. And it's also got this sense of kind of lean manufacturing and just-in-time assembly that takes place from multiple different sources and dependencies. And that's
Absolutely.
part of the complexity problem. And then you add on top of that, you've got different developers, different teams, contractors, other folks coming in and out. It's a very dynamic environment, and that is representative of modern kind of physical supply chains today too.
Absolutely. So let me ask another question that I've spent the last 2 days talking probably to a dozen people already about software supply chain security, SBOMs, and so forth. My fear is every single person I spoke to gave me a different story.
Yeah.
Or not a different story, but a different take on this issue. And that's okay. You know, there's no one right way, one wrong way. The world doesn't necessarily go black-white.
Right.
There's gray. But my take is, are we going to extend it and embrace it for every single vendor out here
Yeah.
until you Unixify it, right? Where, you know, you have all these different flavors, but they're not really compatible.
You know, cyber is interesting, and you look at the evolution of different categories of cyber solutions. It takes a little bit of time for it to gel and for the boundaries to kind of
That
get
could be
defined
right where we are.
and categorized. And I think this is early days. There is no formal category defined by someone like a Gartner or a Forrester yet for what software supply chain security is. But I think what you're seeing is that when you look at the attacks, they come from a lot of different vectors, and there's a lot of lateral movement, and so someone can claim a kind of a more narrow scope solution to software supply chain security. It's not exactly wrong. It could be one attack vector, but when we think about it, we think that what the market needs is something more holistic that looks across everything from when the developer submits the code, it goes through the build server, you go through the artifact repo, and it gets just ready to go into production. That to us is the scope of the software supply chain. So it's the pipeline, it's the systems and infrastructure in that pipeline, it's the developers and the collaborators that are interacting in it, and it's also the code that's passing through it. But where we draw the line internally is that we're not a code scanning tool. We're not SAST. We're not SCA. Those are well-defined categories. Lots of vendors in it, mature tech. We're not trying to recreate that wheel. But there are some other pieces of code security like secret scanning and scanning infrastructure as a code that still have space and we think are still part of that integral solution. But our take is don't try to replace them. but there's value in finding where they are positioned across the software supply chain. So sometimes, your SCA tool got turned off, or sometimes you don't have SAS scanning on a product line you should. And just getting visibility into that is really important. And the other thing that we're finding, this is at the intersection of dev and security, DevSecOps. Development teams might know some of this, kind of the back of the envelope or back of their hand. They know where these tools are. The security folks don't necessarily. And so it starts in our mind getting visibility into that whole pipeline, that whole SDLC first, including knowing where the other security controls are. And now you can start taking action. Now you can start doing important things to tighten up your security posture.
Love it. I want to talk a little OSSF participation. So Legit's a corporate member of the OSSF, along with some of the, the biggest names. IBM, Microsoft, Google, big tech. What do you guys, what's your, and I don't mean you personally, but what do you see as the role of Legit security in this kind of organization?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that really comes from our founders that were part of the IDF and have seen these things in the real world. And they want to, truly kind of help out the broader community, not just our customers. And that's in a couple different ways. One is the research that we have. So we have an actual security research team within Legit. We're actively looking for vulnerabilities and publishing them, doing responsible disclosure. We had one 2 months ago. We have another one coming out later this month. So part of it is finding those vulnerabilities and sharing them before they get out of control. But the other one that's probably going to be even more impactful is the open source tools that we're going to contribute. So I mentioned earlier, our platform does this automated discovery across this whole pipeline, so you get to see what's out there. We're going to carve off small pieces of that capability. For example, looking at your GitHub instances. Is it properly configured? Has a developer taken a private repo and made it public, which they shouldn't do? That sort of security posture management for a GitHub repo is something that we're now actively working at to provide to the open source community as a tool that folks can use on their own to improve their own software supply chain security for that piece. Now, if they find that useful, they might find Legit security, and they might find out that we do not just that, but all the other repos, all the other build servers, all the other artifact repos, and everything else. So it could be an entry point to that, but in the meantime, it definitely helps the community at large.
Love it. Absolutely. Yesterday was, I forgot what they call it, but like affiliate day or whatever, and the OpenSSF had their kind of event. Not to say that it's very embedded into everything going on this week. But I'm wondering if you were involved in that at all, what your impressions were from what you've seen so far.
I wasn't involved in the event, but I think the open source community as a whole has a really important role in just the topic of software supply chain security. And part of it is SCA tools and just the vulnerabilities that can be introduced through open source libraries consumed in software. That in and of itself is a huge deal. You talk to some people and they'll tell you commercial software today is composed anywhere from up to 80% or even more of open source libraries. That's not going to change.
No.
So continuing to focus on that and bring more attention to that space is really important. And then I think it takes you in other important areas about all the other dependencies associated with building software today. SBOMs are part of that, which is picking up momentum.
You think so?
Yeah, and there's other things. It's not just open source libraries. There's other dependencies across the board. So the more people talk about it, the more people start to put their attention to how this is being managed, and it's not a mystery anymore, and people are looking at ways to secure it. I think is better for everyone.
I don't disagree with you at all. Hey, you know what we didn't tell people? If they want to get information on Legit Security, LEGIT?
Yeah, legitsecurity.com.
Okay.
Come check out a demo.
Yeah.
You can go to the website. There's a book a demo button. We found that, like a lot of these vendors, they'll talk about software supply chain security. When you see the product work, then the light bulbs really go off. And that's not unlike us. So go check out a demo.
Excellent. Hey, man, Derek, thank you so much.
Yeah, it was
Enjoy the rest of the week here at Open Source Summit. Check out Legit Security. They're a member of OpenSSF. We're live here in Austin. We'll be back in a moment with another guest.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live on opening day of the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. As I mentioned earlier, I'm calling this opening day, but really the opening day was yesterday. Linux Foundation used to have this concept of 0 day, which is a bad term to use.
It is.
For the day before the opening, when you did a lot of the affiliate conferences. They didn't use the term 0 day this time. They had another day.
For some reason.
They had another, I think it was called Affiliate Day or something. But anyway, one of the big ones was the Open Source Security Foundation. And we had a bunch of people from there yesterday, some today. I'm happy to be joined now by Josh Bressers, who's also a security person, I imagine.
Yep, that's right.
Very involved with OSSF. And Josh, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Josh. I'm the Vice President of Security at a company called Anchor. We do supply chain things. Our two open source projects many people have heard of are called Sift and Gripe. We can talk about those a little later,
Sure.
maybe. But then I'm also a member of the Technical Advisory Council at the OpenSSF, and I've been involved in open source security for more than 20 years at this point. It's been, way back in the early days. And I have a couple of podcasts I do. I do the Hacker History podcast, which is a ton of fun. I'm always looking for guests, so if anyone watching is interested, let me know.
Well, how did they reach out to you for that?
For the Hacker History? Oh, so there's a little conference in Wisconsin. I live in Wisconsin, and there's a HackerCon called CypherCon.
Really?
And
I don't know that one.
I've known the organizers for many, many years. And one day the organizer, the guy in charge, Matt Getzman, his name is, he comes to me and says, hey, I want you to bring your open source security podcast, which is another podcast I have, into CypherCon. And I said, I don't want to do that because I like to be able to do whatever I want. No one's in charge of me, right? I have no sponsors. It's all self-funded. And he said, well, I want you to do something with me then, right? And so I said, okay, let me think about it. And I come back to him maybe a month later and I said, I want to do a podcast where I just sit down with people and they tell me their story, right, about whatever it is they want to talk about and kind of how they got to where they are. It's super fun. And I said, I want to call it Hacker History Podcast. And he says, do you know I own the domain hackerhistory.com? And I'm like, what?
No,
That's
that was
ridiculous.
fate. Yeah.
It was perfect.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
And so I've been doing it for about a year now with them. And yeah, as we get guests, we put them on.
What a
It's
lucky
blast.
thing that he had that.
I love it.
There's a term, it's a Yiddish word, I think, called Bersheret, which means it's just bound to happen. It's like
there
fate.
you go. Yep.
So that is Bersheret.
Indeed.
It's interesting.
Indeed.
So we've got Hacker History, then we've got the
Yep.
Open Source Security
Yep,
Podcast.
that's right.
And your title with Anchor?
Vice President of Security.
Excellent.
We're a small startup company, so I do all kinds of stuff with them.
I remember
It's awesome.
so when you're old. I remember the day Anchor launched. I think we covered it at DevOps.com or
Nice.
Container Journal. I'm trying to remember who the CEO was that I interviewed. It had to be in the last 6-7 years. No,
It's been about right around 5 years. You probably talked to Saeed as the CEO.
Yep.
And Anchor's gone through kind of a couple of changes just related to the industry, because you figure back in the early days, it was all about vulnerabilities, right?
Yep.
And now today, through just kind of the process of evolution, it's the broader supply chain story, not just focused on vulnerabilities. And so it's been a ton of fun getting to kind of go through a lot of these changes and experience it and make a difference as well, which I love.
you talk about being in open source security for 20 years.
Yeah.
What you're talking about, this evolution, is so true, right? So I started a security company in 2001, 2003, maybe 2004. We come out with a vulnerability assessment tool called VAM. I was the chief strategy officer, BizDev Corp. I did everything, as many of us do at startups, right?
Right.
The marketing, product, sales. But I used to go out to our enterprise customers and talk to them about, and they used to call our VAM, our vulnerability assessment tool, the bad news generator, right? Because it just made bad news.
It's kind of true.
It was. But I remember back then, what a struggle. And this was scanning for vulnerabilities in deployed software,
Right.
and in deployed
That's
infrastructure.
right. And services and things like that,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Just to get them to do it once a year, or to move from once a year to a quarterly scan was like,
Yep.
it was like, sweating bullets. we didn't even think about, hey, maybe someone should scan this software before we deploy it and put it out there into the world, right? That whole AppSec thing sort of burst on the scene maybe a little later.
Yep.
Then we started scanning that, but it was, you want to know I mean, all right, you had pen testing, you had vulnerability scanning, you had app scanning,
Yep.
but it was still kind of that same looking for known vulnerabilities, or maybe we were fuzzing and doing things like that. The whole concept of viewing it as a supply chain issue and applying, manufacturing kind of outlooks, whether it's lean or Deming kind of stuff, to this idea of, hey, we've got a manufacturing process for software, and we have a supply chain for software.
Yep.
And we need to secure or apply security controls at points along the supply chain. I mean, you said it, Josh, you said it just rolled off your tongue like it was,
Well, I've been
but
doing
it's a
this
relatively new,
Well,
a relatively new concept to think of it like that.
Though. So I spent a decade at Red Hat. I started there in 2004, and I spent 12 years at the company.
Okay.
And my job when I started there was functionally supply chain security. We didn't call it
But
that
I was
back
just going to
then.
say, no one
It didn't have
called
a
it that
name.
because we didn't think
Right.
of it as
exactly. And the attitude was that Red Hat was the vendor, and everything behind Red Hat was Red Hat's problem to take care of, and then the customer was paying Red Hat to make all those problems go away.
Right.
And in many ways they did, and I think Red Hat brought a lot of legitimacy to open source that didn't exist
no
prior,
doubt.
right? And so they spent literally decades building trust and goodwill for open source, and then we saw companies like Google come along, and you have GitHub and Microsoft. I mean, heck, Microsoft. When I started at Red Hat, Microsoft was
the enemy.
Like I remember I would
Evil empire.
I would pick fights with them on purpose at conferences just because I could, and it was ridiculous.
It wasn't ridiculous. I was there. I believe it.
Well, I was ridiculous, okay, but now.
But they had it coming. They were
Okay.
awful arrogant. Let's face it.
I won't argue with you.
Okay.
But we had all of this work that happened, and I think now what's happened is the world realized the power of open source. They realized all of the advantages they get, how fast they can move by incorporating these projects that are already done.
Mm-hmm.
And so now in many instances, they've just said, well, we don't need a company to vet this for us. Now we're just going to go right to the source and we're going to use it. But the problem is, and in fact, this was talked about in the keynote earlier today, is their vetting costs money, right? If you just take the raw open source and you try to consume it, this is where you start running into issues. And this is why we're seeing all these supply chain topics now, because you can't just take open source. You can't do an NPM install and forget about it forever, right? That doesn't work. So it happens a lot. But now we're seeing all these tools that are able to look at what's happening and understand, what are you shipping? What is in your stuff? What matters to you? What is important? Because I think one of the other things I love is something like Log4j comes along. And Log4j is, the world's ending, holy cow, it's Christmas time, everyone, haha, you're working over the holiday.
Right.
And we all suffered through it, and we all made it through. And then the obsession became, okay, we have to look for Log4j. But in many instances, there's other things in your infrastructure, there's other things in your products that matter. But what are those? And we don't always have insight into that. And so this is what makes me so excited with all the work I see at OpenSSF and the Linux Foundation in general and all the products going on. I mean, there's going to be a room full of vendors upstairs that are all working on this problem together. And so now it's about starting to figure out, what do we have? Like in the case where you were working with a vendor like Red Hat knew what they had because they hired a bunch of people like me, and it was just through suffering and hard work that we figured it out. We had
literally brute forcing it.
We literally had text files because humans were looking through
I get it.
packages, and that obviously doesn't scale.
Right.
And so now it's all about how can we use tooling and obviously open source to understand our open source. And so it's really exciting.
That's what I'm saying. It's a brave new world out there.
Absolutely.
Two things, though, that you mentioned I want to dig in on. So let's take Log4j, for instance.
Yeah.
Right? To me, this is a classic supplier and a supply chain issue where it was so good at what it was intended to do that it was the only game in town.
That's
If
right.
you wanted to do this, you used Log4j.
That's right. That's right.
And so the same way when we found out all of our masks came from China, and when China couldn't send us masks, we had no masks with COVID.
That's right.
Right? I don't know how, like, there's arguments to be made on either side of that. You know, how do you broaden your supply or supply chain for critical, if you want to call it a critical component? If it's if it's so widely used in all this software, to me, that's a critical component.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So how do you make sure we're not all dependent on the same critical component? Because look, defects are going to happen.
Absolutely. Yep.
No
yep.
one does it on purpose. It happens.
That's right.
And so when they happen in the future, number one, we want to correct them as quickly as we can.
Yep.
But how do we stop it from affecting 90% of whatever the number is of what's out there? That's number one. My second question is, that's great for the Log4js and those rock stars who have achieved monopoly status or whatever you want to call it. But what about, as I was talking with Justin Hutchings, right, a little earlier, he calls it the Nebraska Project, right? Two guys in Nebraska see a problem, they come up with a solution, they open source it. Some university uses it here. Someone's son who works at Microsoft gets it. They decide to, and before you know it, it has a nice little cottage following, right? It becomes a cottage industry.
Yep.
It's not Log4j.
That's right.
It's way down here. But how do we maintain the integrity of that too?
So this is a marvelous question, and this is something I've been doing a bunch of research on. So I worked at Elastic prior to coming to Anchor, and so
Okay.
Elastic has Elasticsearch, which is for
Sure.
processing huge volumes of data, and I've become obsessed with data. Anyone who knows me knows, like, at some point in the conversation, I'm going to ask, show me your data.
Right.
Anytime they talk about anything. And so one of the things I'm doing is I've taken all of the NPM data and I've been looking at it to understand, like, what does the ecosystem look like? Like, I want to see it, right? It's not enough to just talk about, and a lot of this is guesses from smart people,
No, I
which
get
they're
it.
not always wrong, but if you look at the NPM
Not always
ecosystem,
right either, but good.
yes. But if you look at the NPM ecosystem and you look at just, say, the top 1,000 packages, half of those have only one maintainer. And when I say top 1,000, I mean by downloads, right? Like the
I
most
get it.
downloaded packages. Half of them have one maintainer, right? Which when you learn that, it's a terrifying number. And so there's a lot of talk about we have to understand our open source and we should be careful and it's risky to use one maintainer projects and all of this. And I think what the data is showing me is that you can say a one maintainer project is risky, but a one maintainer project is reality, right? You can, risky or not, is what we have.
It's just,
right.
that's
just
the
is.
tiger's stripes,
Exactly.
and
It just
then
is
you're
what
not
it
going to
is.
change the stripes.
That's right. And so this is where I think our challenge now is partially understanding what we have, and this is where we need the tooling and the data, and we need people to actually look at what's going on instead of making crap up. And then we have to say, okay, this is the world we live in. How do we work within the confines of this world? Because I hear a lot of people saying, oh, every project needs 2 maintainers or 5 maintainers or whatever. But the reality is when you have 1.9 million NPM projects, of which like 1.6 million have one maintainer, we're not going to find 1.6 million maintainers to work on this.
That's a lot of volunteers.
That's right. There's
but
just
you know
no
what?
way.
So again, I discussed this a bit with Justin. He called it the one bus problem. In terms of that maintainer gets hit by a bus, does the
Yeah.
whole project die?
Right. Maybe.
You know what?
Probably.
The sad truth is, yeah, because I agree with you. The amount of open source projects that rise to commercial viability. We were talking security before. The Snorts, the Nessuses,
Yeah.
the Nmaps, these kinds of. The amount of those projects that rise to that level versus the 1.9 million mass here
Yep.
is probably not even 1%. It's 0.01 of 1%.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yeah,
know what
yeah,
I mean?
definitely.
And so the other 99.8% or whatever it is, you're not gonna, you can't go to the local Home Depot and find some people hanging around and say, hey, you want to be a maintainer today?
That's
Jump
right.
in the truck.
That's right.
Right? We're here in Texas. But, this, and I think for us to think that part of the OSSF, or in fact the Linux Foundation's charter, is to somehow change that, I think that's just shoveling sand against the tide.
I mean, sort of. I think it's a very large problem but I also think we need someone to care, right?
I think a lot
And-
of people care. But to say, I'm going to get 2 maintainers or 3 maintainers for every project, you're kidding yourself.
No, I
You're
agree.
not.
I don't
Can
think
we
that's the
automate
answer.
something here?
Yep, exactly that. And I think that those are the spaces that we're going to have to investigate for the future. I think
Yes.
trying to brute force it by just saying, but again, this is, I think that kind of crap smart people made up category of saying, oh, every project should have 2 maintainers.
Yeah.
Like, should they?
Sounds great.
Show me.
Sign me up.
Show me how that matters. And I think you can make the argument. If we look at like the Linux kernel is easy, right? Linux kernel has literally hundreds and thousands of developers. You could say, oh, look at how successful it is. It's successful because they have all these developers. But is it? Like, we don't know. We think so.
Well, it's coming to a desktop near you this year.
It's been
This
coming.
is the
that's
year.
right. It's always the year. I love it. I love it. That's,
I'm kidding you.
I've been using. Don't laugh. I've been using Linux on my desktop since probably 1999, maybe give or take. And yeah,
It's always been the
it's
year.
every year.
But no, seriously, again, Linux. Linux is the 0.0001 of open source projects, right?
absolutely.
It's a one of a kind. It's a unique unicorn.
That's right.
For us to say, look, our best practice is every open source project should have 3 maintainers and at least 12 core contributors, and we're striving for a community, and no knock on the Linux Foundation, they do an amazing job, but that's part of what they do at the Sandbox and the Graduated
That's
and the all of the different levels of
That's right.
incubated, all the different levels here, right? Those are some of the metrics that matter, but not every, what did you say, 1.9 million projects are going
And that's just NPM. That's one ecosystem.
right. So I think we need to be more practical
Yeah, absolutely.
and say, hey, if you're a 1 maintainer project, this town ain't big enough for both of us. These are some best practices you should follow that can ensure the continuity and security of your project.
Sure.
And list them out. Maybe, I'm just one person giving you my opinion, but
Right. No, I agree.
I think that's better than trying to change the universe.
Absolutely. I think it's trying to work within the constraints of what we have. But now, on the other side of this, Log4j wasn't a one-person project.
No, it wasn't.
It was
that
part
was
of the
one
Apache
of the.
Foundation.
That was.
That's right. And so even when you have a foundation backing a project,
It could still happen.
crazy things happen. Absolutely.
Well, because I think the lesson is, as I said before, there's always defects in software.
yeah. Oh,
You're-
yeah. It's never
if-
going away.
If you can't. It's the nature of that beast. We've seen it over and over again, and it happens in open source. It happens in non-open source. It's software. That's what it is.
Yep.
Hey, I want to return a little bit. I know we're rambling on here. We're probably way over, but let's talk about the 2 anchor projects you mentioned early on.
Yeah, definitely.
They're paying you. They gave you the shirt.
That's right. That's
we
right.
got to give
They
them
did.
some due.
So we
What
have
did they do?
Sift and Gripe. They're open source projects. Sift is an SBOM scanner. The idea is you point Sift at a container, a directory, kind of whatever you have, and it will try to figure out what's happening inside of your project. So for example, I point it at a container, it'll show me like my NPM modules installed, it'll show me the RPMs installed in the container, it'll show me other things it might find, and it outputs an SBOM. And this is, CycloneDX or SPDX are the 2 standards. And then once you have your SBOM, what do you do with it? Right? That's part of the question. Is obviously there's always this talk of SBOM. Oh, you need an SBOM. Everyone needs an SBOM.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, it feels like the fish at the end of Finding Nemo where they get in the
Yeah,
water,
yeah.
like, now what?
What are they doing?
Right? They're stuck in the bags. So this is where kind of Gripe comes in. Gripe is a vulnerability scanner where you can take an SBOM and you feed the SBOM into Gripe, and then Gripe will look at all the contents from your
So
SBOM.
it's not even a vulnerability scanner. It's almost,
Well,
it is a vulnerability
it-
scanner, but it's not actually scanning your software.
Well, it can, but scanning SBOMs is better. Because here's the thing. When you scan software, you have to look and do your inspections, right?
and you
But
got
if
to hope it's reachable and it's there and all that.
Well, but now if you have an SBOM, you can usually, we'll call it scan the SBOM very, very quickly. And so
Absolutely.
the idea being that when you generate an SBOM, the contents of your container don't change, right? But once vulnerabilities do. Because there's always new vulnerabilities every day, right?
Absolutely.
Like I could scan something right now, and in 10 minutes, there could be a new finding.
it's
And
only
so-
good for that moment.
That's right.
So
That's right.
started Still Secure, the company with VAM. In 2007, 6, we came out with a product called Safe Access, which was one of the first, what became known as NAC, Network Access Control. And there we had to, we were working with the federal government, DOD and stuff. And there we when you logged on, we had to make a split-second decision whether you were
Sure.
compliant. You can't do a scan.
No, definitely
It just
not.
didn't work. So what we were doing is we were looking if you were a Windows box, you know, and you was it .io config or whatever it was.
I don't know. I haven't run Windows in years.
Me either. Was it IO config?
That sounds like something they would have, but
No, there was a Linux equivalent because Linux was really easy to scan because there you had all your packages,
right.
right? So you didn't really scan, just like you don't really scan the SBOM. You read the SBOM, and based on what's on the SBOM, you know what has a patch, what version,
Yep,
you know,
that's
what,
right.
what needs to be done. It was the same thing. We could, no, it wasn't IO config. I'm really old, I'm sorry. IO config might have been like IBM OS 2 or something. But it was your registry files
Okay.
in Windows. They had the registry.
Right.
And so you could look in the registry and it would tell you everything, every version number, theoretically, everything. And you can make, you know, in
Yeah,
a half a second
right.
where you are. We use your antivirus up to date, whatever. And that's how we did that versus a full-blown scan, which oftentimes we would do after we let you on.
Sure.
As a secondary thing, right? Just kind of belt and suspenders.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here with SBOMs.
Yeah, exactly.
But here's my question to you. You know, they say the average lifespan of a container is mere seconds or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
How do you use these products and still be successful when these containers are coming and going like that?
So this is where when you use something like Kubernetes, they have this concept called an admission controller.
Right.
So what happens is you can't do this with Sift and Gripe by themselves. There's some people who've built some other projects around them, but then obviously there's a lot of enterprise, like the Anchor Enterprise product does this
Okay.
as well, and there's others. But you scan your container, you get your SBOM, you store your SBOM, you conduct whatever, we'll say, due diligence on that container SBOM you need to do as part of your policy, and then it basically has like a go or no-go from the policy engine. And so in the Kubernetes admission controller, it can phone home and say, hey, I'm about to run this container, am I good? And it'll just be like, yep, we're fine with that one. Or it can say, nope, not that one, like don't let it run. And it's very,
And it
very
works.
fast, and it works really
Very
well.
cool.
Yep, it is very cool.
Where can people get more information on that?
I go to anchor.com.
Can you
Look
spell
it
it
up.
for them?
I can, ANCHORE.com. I know,
All right.
there's,
I was pulling it out of you.
it's all good.
Josh, anything else you want to share with our audience? What do you think so far of the event?
I'm loving it. I haven't been anywhere in a long time.
I hear you.
It's been a wild couple of years, and I'm ecstatic. I've got a couple of talks coming up, and I am the sort of person that thrives with an audience versus staring at my computer screen for a webinar. So I'm ecstatic to have people in seats I get to interact with, and it's going to be a treat, I think. And I feel
Absolutely.
like there's a ton of great people at this show. It's been a lot of fun. I got in yesterday, and I'm loving it. It's a blast so far.
Cool, man. Hey, for those watching this live at home, you know, the event there's a virtual
That's right.
twin to it. And you can check Josh out live if you go over to Linux Foundation Open Source Summit and sign up. I think it's free, the virtual.
I do not know the answer to that.
Me either, but I'm hoping.
But
Anyway,
it'll all be on YouTube at some point in the near future.
I hope so. Well, this will be too.
Awesome.
Oh, actually, this is on YouTube now. There might be people watching it on YouTube right
Fantastic.
this second, but it'll be on as well later. Anyway, hey, Josh, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
It
It's
was a
been
great
awesome.
conversation.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here live at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit in just a moment.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back. What a great day this has been here for us at the Open Source Summit, Linux Foundation Open Source Summit here in Austin. And I couldn't think of a better person to end our day with than my friend Stephen Chin. Stephen is, of course, with JFrog. He has a lot of hats he wears over there. But we're going to talk today specifically about an open source project that Stephen has been shepherding. Is that a good word?
Yeah. I mean, it's my bad idea, so
Okay.
I take responsibility for it.
Good or bad, he's taking responsibility, and that's not a bad thing. The name of the project is on his shirt here. It's called Persia, so it's not Persia, it's Persia. And Stephen, well, let's start that. What's Persia about?
So I think the question is why Persia?
Why? Well,
Why?
Before we get to why Persia, I think it's what Persia.
Okay, let's do what, and we'll quickly
Go into why.
So what we're building with Persia is we're building a decentralized package repository that will essentially give you all the capabilities you're used to getting from Docker Hub, from Maven Central, from PyPy, from NPM, but in a vendor-neutral, decentralized infrastructure, where also you can rely upon it having a very high level of security, because we're building everything from source, which we provide to the end users.
I love this idea. Why did it take so long?
It's a hard problem.
Yeah, no, it is a hard problem. You're
And-
right. But we've built plenty of repositories.
Yeah, so I think one of the things, I think we all know this from working in DevOps and the repository spaces, there are dozens of different integrations with upstream languages, technologies, package managers, and they're very specific to the language. They have different benefits. They have different ways of approaching immutability, versioning, how you handle conflicts with upstream dependencies. And while that's great that we have all this unique infrastructure, it makes it very hard to have a high level of security to evolve the ecosystem. And frankly, a lot of the package managers, which have been around for a long time, suffer from some inherent security risks, which you use just by using them in the central repositories which they rely upon.
So I've got two thoughts that I'd like your thoughts on this. Number one, I've wondered for a long time why we wouldn't have one repo to rule them all. Why do we need this United Nations of repos for every damn language? Even, with all due respect, even within JFrog. Every year I go to SwampUp or one of the and we're just announcing Artifactory for Go, Artifactory for this language, Artifactory. Why can't we have one repository to rule them all?
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting problem. So, for example, Artifactory, one of the things which we're known for is being the Switzerland of DevOps.
Yep.
So Artifactory speaks every repository manager, every different format. There's over 30 different formats. We just announced binary Swift protocol support.
Sorry.
It's very, very hard work to build something which integrates across different languages, different ecosystems, and to understand all these different domains and do it well. And I think that's one of the problems we're trying to solve with Persia. It's not just a JFrog project. We're collaborating with Docker, we're collaborating with Oracle, we're collaborating with Deploy Hub and FutureWay and Huawei. So we have a wide and growing set of companies which are contributing to the project, and we all have our own goals in terms of like languages, ecosystems, platforms, secure build technologies we're bringing to the table. But I think when we do this together as companies and we build a decentralized infrastructure on technologies which are next generation, Web 3.0, and scalable, then this really helps us to solve the problem and to fundamentally secure this critical piece of infrastructure for open source.
So look, when I hear you talking about multiple companies being involved, to me this is crying out for a foundation. So what's been the thought around making Persia part of a foundation?
Yeah, so I think that obviously when you have an open source project like this, we want it to be a full open source stack. We want it to be vendor neutral. And a great place for this is the Linux Foundation in general. I mean, Linux Foundation does a great job of this. You can see this with the number of vendors involved in CNCF, involved in all the other efforts which they have. And I think where we're kind of landing with Persia is a big part of our focus, and like the current phase 2 infrastructure we're building is this verified build infrastructure to build from source to binaries. It's sitting on top of Tecton, it's sitting on top of CD events, it's using a bunch of the technologies which are part of the CD Foundation. And as a project, we're thinking it's really good alignment with the Continuous Delivery Foundation.
Okay.
And we actually, just this morning, we chatted with the Technical Oversight Committee, got a really good response from them, and I think that that's progressing well, and hopefully will be part of a vendor-neutral foundation soon to further advance the project, because I think that gives this neutrality which we need to become a standard.
Absolutely. That's great news. You know, look, you and I, Stephen, talk all the time, right? CD Foundation it's about 2 years old now. And it went through a time where, the initial leadership moved on. They recently put a new chair in and some new board members, and it seems to have revitalized CDF. And look, it's part of the Linux Foundation, right? So you
I mean, the CD Foundation fundamentally has some really, really strong projects. Spinger, Tecton, Jenkins.
Absolutely.
With the new leadership, Fatih is joining as the general manager.
Right.
Also, I'm the chair of the governing board. There's a bunch of new folks coming in to the marketing committee and proposing projects. So I think this is kind of like a renaissance of the CD Foundation, where it's going through another transformation. And the new projects coming in are broadening the portfolio from being pure continuous delivery technologies to bridging out to security, to observability, everything you would need to build an end-to-end DevOps platform entirely on open source technologies.
Love it. I like this another reason. I think at the end of the day, from how you're describing Persia, it's not just about security. It really is about how do we decentralize our, I digress, but I went up to see Linus's keynote this morning. One of the things I guess I knew but I didn't know was that not only did he start Linux, right? Create a Linux, but he created Git, right? And it's pretty cool when you think about it. And the idea of having a decentralized repo like this, I don't know if it was something he envisioned when they did Git all those years ago or not, but it's so much. There's so much that can be done there.
Yeah.
Right? It could be set free. You could set these repos free to some level.
No, I think a good parallel to that is like one of the ways which I've described people the level of change and innovation going into Persia is it's essentially Git for binaries.
Right.
We're building the decentralized Switzerland of binaries, so that now you can get all of your secure verified packages from this decentralized infrastructure. And something else which Linus Torvald said in his keynote this morning as well was that they're seriously looking at Rust, not only for building device drivers, but for doing some Linux kernel development. And we made the same assessment when we started the Persia project and are actually building the entire project in Rust, because it gives you, we believe today, the best high performance verifiable language where you can have a higher level of security guarantee on the code you're writing than if you built it in, for example, like C, C++, Go, and other technologies.
Well, look, today's choices around languages are nearly infinite. Today, Rust may look like a really good one. 5 years from now, 3 years from now, something cool comes out and you kick yourself and say, oh, I wish I could port it to that.
You say that, but most languages we're using today have been around for 20 plus years. So,
you think so, really? Well, yeah, most languages we're using, but when you
It's the
when you
like the
look at
compiler technology and the tool chain and like getting things to the level where you can build production grade software is it's a decade of investment on any of the languages
Yes.
we're using today, and the languages people are most reliant on, like Python, Java,
our old,
JavaScript,
no doubt,
are-
have been around for a long time. But it does seem like every graduate student going for their PhD designs their own language or something. It's a whole nother story. I wanna. So first of all, I want to wish you a lot of luck with Persia. When do you? No pressure. But when do you think we might hear some news on this CD Foundation and?
Yeah, so
Going
I mean,
forward?
in terms of the project, you can already go and try it. Persia.io. The peer-to-peer system is entirely functional. We have a backing authorized server, which will give you, with our partner Docker, official Docker images off the Persia network,
Oh, great.
which is awesome. We're working with the CD Foundation to apply for incubating status. So we're very hopeful, but of course, we want to go through the right technical vetting process there. And I think that the new stuff I mentioned, kind of this phase 2 work on our verified build infrastructure, should be ready by the end of the year. So we're moving
Very cool.
aggressively, but doing it in a collaborative
Oh, by the end
format.
of the year, I mean, like 6 months
Yeah.
is not a lot. All right, let me switch gears with you. So I've been listening all day to people talk about software supply chain security, and I just wonder why we haven't put more emphasis on the repo organizers to clamp down on knowingly out of date, insecure, vulnerable artifacts or code or whatever that their repo contains, right? If I get that there's a freedom issue here, right? If someone wants to use this old version because they have a good reason for using it, knowing of the insecurities in it, so be it. But why aren't we doing a better job of warning people that, hey, don't use this unless you have a really good reason?
Okay, so I think that, first of all, this is a hard problem, and
is.
there is a lot of discussion efforts going into it. And I think you can categorize the type of work going into it into 3 buckets. So one set of work is going into shoring up the current central repositories. And there's a great working group that's part of OpenSSF, which is dedicated towards this. They have a plan which both companies are currently investing in, which requires some funding to improve, for example, signatures of people submitting to central repositories, having like more secure namespacing and verification of domains. And there's a whole bunch of things which are either inconsistently or not well applied from a security standard for central repositories. The second class of things which I think is important for this is security disclosures. So different security research firms, and we've been doing this a lot from our security research team at JFrog, both research vulnerabilities, they disclose vulnerabilities first to the person who's responsible or owns the asset which is vulnerable. So in a lot of our recent disclosures have been basically malware or problems in central repositories. We found an exploit targeted at Azure developers, which was in NPM, where they specifically checked in packages with the Azure namespace left off. It's essentially a typo squatting attack.
Yep.
They got a lot of hits on this, and we reported it and had them pulled before it became an issue. But you need vulnerability research teams who are looking for this and helping to remediate it. And I think that the third one, getting back to the Persia project, is frankly, we need a next generation infrastructure which is secure by default.
I don't think the repos were built for that particular.
Yeah, so the fundamental table stakes are: do you have secure validation? Are you building from source, and can you verify and build materials off of it? And that's not true today of all the central repositories.
Agreed. Hey, man, we're about out of time. Is there anything we missed on this?
No. I mean, this has been a great conversation. I mean, I've been enjoying the open source summit here in Austin, and I would say that for folks watching, join us out here next year because this is an amazing
Absolutely.
event. Just the networking, the interactions. It's
The
worth
sessions are great too. I'll be on it, the ones I've been able to jump in on. But I'll also just mention that it is tomorrow and Thursday, and there is a virtual. They're
Yeah, absolutely.
streaming this virtually. You can check that out too, as I've mentioned earlier. Anyway, Stephen, thank you so much. Quick shout out also next month. Yeah, it's next month.
Yeah.
Yalla DevOps
July
in Tel Aviv, July 18th.
See you in.
We
Tel
will
Aviv.
be there. I think we're going to be doing our thing there. Actually, I'm on a panel there, but we're also broadcasting, and hope to see you there. All right, we're going to close out day 2. Well, it's really day 1, but it's our day 2 coverage of Open Source Summit here in Austin with the Linux Foundation. We'll be back tomorrow. I think we're on around 9:30 or 10 o'clock Austin time. And we'll see you then. Until then, have a great day, everyone. We're out.
Hey guys, we're at the Open Source Summit in Dublin, and my guest is Gab Columbro, who's the new head of the Linux Foundation for Europe, just announced today. And we're going to talk about, well, why do we need this new foundation? I mean, we already have a global one, so what's this European one going to do that the global one doesn't?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here. It's an exciting time for me personally, and I think for the Linux Foundation, and hopefully for the European open source community. So you make a good point. As I mentioned in my keynote this morning, the Linux Foundation has already a pretty strong presence in Europe. We have, over 30% of our members are from Europe, over 10 staff, and we have several projects, including the one I run, FinOS, the FinTech Open Source Foundation, that are very Europe strong. But the reality is that, this is a region that is very unique in a couple of ways. One, there is a very strong, grassroots open source community paired with, a public sector that is very open source forward. Definitely in the sense of, transparency, reuse, open source is a public good, therefore maximizing the usage of sort of taxpayers' money. But also in terms of the policies that they put forward and that they think open source can enable. So if you pair that with the fact that Europe is really the only region that has sort of a supranational entity, like the European Union, that aligns goals across sort of sovereign nations, as well as create, rules of the road for how the collaboration should happen from a sort of a legal and IP standpoint, sort of how the IP flows around Europe, it became pretty clear to us that having an entity incorporated in Europe would open up major possibilities of collaboration that were just not possible before. And I'm going to make a couple of examples. We came across projects in the past that were either addressing a specific European regulation, or they were largely backed by European companies. Mm-hmm. And therefore, there was a perception potentially to stand up the project in the US that would sort of be a headwind for the project. As well as potentially projects that want to try to go for alternative sorts of fundings beyond membership, like, for example, European grants. And these are three, I think, important use cases as to why you need an actual entity in the European territory to be able to, access funding, make people feel comfortable that there is a local asset ownership of the trademark and the project assets, and of course, being able to address specific problems and challenges that are European. Does that make sense?
It does. The European Union is at the forefront of a lot of the regulations that we see now coming into IT, and there's a lot of conversation about the need for more regulations around open source software supply chains, and a lot of folks are having these conversations. So do you guys think that your group will be at the forefront of that conversation with the EU, and then that may affect everybody globally ultimately?
Yes. Yes, I absolutely think that, especially in the wake of Log4Shell and especially in my world, in the banking sector, it's been a really important wake-up call to the fact that, everyone has a part to play in ensuring sustainability of the open source ecosystem, not just, mere security, but really our developers paid for their contributions? Are open source projects actually sustainable in the long run? What's their health? And so this is by no means a regional problem. Of course, the Linux Foundation has been, paving the way in working very closely with the White House through our OpenSSF initiative, Open Source Security Foundation, putting together a really important mobilization plan to address open source sustainability across the board. But again, as you said, there's a lot of conversations in Europe as well in investing in open source supply chain and open source sustainability. So certainly there is an area where I think having a more substantial presence of the Linux Foundation and being able to bridge some of those conversations across regions is very important. Another area I think is really being able to, bring together some of these real or perceived potential conflicts, between regions. I think especially, as administration changes, we are now in a place where it's easier sort of to collaborate across the Atlantic. And so I do think that open source, gives a vital chance to sort of actually bring the conversation forward rather than sort of fostering silos, amongst the allies as well.
Right. Do you think that the technocrats in the EU will understand these issues, or are we really working at a base level foundation of education? And I'm asking the question because in the US there's a proposal in Congress talking about banning CVEs in all applications used by the government, which for anybody who's in software, that's kind of crazy.
Yep. Yep. I think it's a really hard question, and the answer is not an easy one. We just released today, I'm going to sort of try to be data-driven in the answer here. We just released today our first regional research World of Open Source Europe Spotlight 2022. And I think one of the key aspects that was uncovered was, the fact that there is a strong vision for open source here in Europe, but less so an understanding of how to get there, both in terms of the policies and in terms of really what open source collaboration can enable. Meaning, the EU here definitely sees open source as a mean to achieve transparency, to achieve reuse, less so to use their convening power to actually bring all the different constituents together to actually get to this idea of the digital commons, to actually get to this idea of whatever the social goals they're trying to get to. And so I think the short answer to your question is that there's a lot of investment to be done on the why open source can be sort of a way forward behind those technology, sort of behind those concerns. So probably, the answer to your initial question is no, I don't think everyone will immediately understand the value proposition, but it behooves us to, show also in Europe, even more than what we've done already, the amazing successes and collective value that the Linux Foundation has been able to foster the production of all over the world. In the Linux Foundation, we have, again, a pretty even split representation across regions. So if we were able to make allies and non-allies collaborate, well, I think there should be a possibility here for Europe and the US to collaborate.
So will you need chapters by countries? Because, well, obviously Great Britain is not part of the EU, and not everybody in the EU always agrees with each other. Trying to get some Italian guys to agree with the Spanish guys can be a problem, right?
Or with the French. So, 2 points here. One, I still catch myself. One of our code names internally was LFEU, and I still catch myself saying it publicly, but the reality is that this is LF Europe. This is not just LFEU. Our goal is really to address not just the bloc, but also the UK, where, by the way, I have a major experience from my Finos role. Half of our members are in London and in the UK. And so, I just think that, first of all, it's important not to sort of limit ourselves to that. Then, yes, you're right. There's no one size fits all as far as Europe goes. And I think that is also one of the reasons why you need a European to really understand the cultural differences here. Back to our research, some of the most interesting results was sort of slicing and dicing the results by region, or sorry, by actual country. And yes, you're right. You see very different levels of understanding of open source, very different levels of how useful open source is perceived to a certain industry or to a certain sector in that specific country. And that's very much it's very much a function, it seems to be, from the research, of sort of the broader understanding of open source, the broader technology investment, from a national government. So I think it's premature to say that we will start LFU chapters in every country. I mean, I would love to be there in 12 months from now. But I think it's absolutely true that we can foster collaborations at national level. Like, it's not just the EU, it's not just Europe as a whole. I think we could see, especially on the public sector side, collaboration across municipalities, collaborations across different ministries. There's I think a lot of ways to skin this cat, or there's a lot of levels of granularity that the collaboration can happen at.
There's a lot of cities that can become sister cities with each other, even though they're in different countries. Right?
Yes, I mean, I think there's a huge potential there, and I, as much as I like to make jokes about my other fellow European countries, ultimately we're all on the same boat here.
How should they go about getting involved if you're a company in Europe? Because there's a lot of conversation now about a lot of people benefit from open source software, but they don't give back enough, and there's a lot of issues around the security. So how do we get these organizations to contribute? Because I think a lot of them are hamstrung. They don't really know where to get started or how to get started.
Yes. Well, I certainly will try to reuse some of the successful recipes that I think we're able to get, the largest investment banks in the world to collaborate globally. My community in Finos is sort of half and a half, as I mentioned, between London and New York. And, there's really, I think from our perspective, we need to continue investing both in the why and in the how. We need to make sure that we continue showing, from a corporate perspective, the ROI of open source, the return on investment, which sometimes can take multiple years. And oftentimes, when you're talking to tech companies or to banks, they want to see a return in 3, 6 months, a year. And so there is certainly an element of education and evangelization that needs to be done there. But when you talk, and we will continue, of course, investing on the how as well. I think the To-Do group, especially the European chapter and the Linux Foundation in general, has done a fantastic job at accelerating. Once you're clear with the why, how you're going to go about it. I think the level of engagement and the way companies engage, it's very much a function of their maturity and understanding of open source, both again in the why and in the how. And so, look, if you have strategic leadership support and you have an OSPO that allows your developers to contribute, I think the first and foremost way is put sweat equity in the community, contribute your developers to your project. If you are not yet there from a, for example, policy standpoint, again, our research showed that there's an imbalance from consumption policies versus contribution policies. Well, look, you can throw money at the problem in the sense that you should consider not just membership in the Linux Foundation or other foundations, but direct-to-maintainer funding. There are now several platforms that, allow that and encourage that. And, through the great work that the OpenSSF is doing, we are starting to try and prioritize which are the top, 100 projects that the world depends on. Well, that's probably a good place to start. If you're not ready to sort of commit to a foundation, and of course, I'd love for folks to join us in LF Europe. But there's also direct to maintainer funding. That's another option. So I think sweat equity contribution, joint foundations, and direct to maintainer funding would be my top 3.
All right, so we need code, money, and lawyers.
Yes, I think that's a good recap. You're much more synthetic than I am.
All right, and just for the last little note, so people miss Dublin, where's the next big meetup that they should be thinking about going to have these conversations?
So I would like to see everyone at the, first of all, Linux Foundation Membership Summit in Lake Tahoe, not very close to Europe, but definitely, again, in the scope, in the idea of sort of being global, that will be the major sort of meeting in November of all the Linux Foundation members. And then, I plan to be back in Europe earlier in the year. We will have another open source summit, and certainly KubeCon in Amsterdam will be another great place to meet up. But I would certainly love to hear from anyone at linuxfoundation.eu.
All right, send him the email, not me.
info@linuxfoundation.eu. Thank you.
All right, Gab, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Take care.
Thank you.
Hey guys, we're live at the Open Source Summit in Europe, in Dublin. We're here with Patrick Sheehan, aptly named, good place for him to be. Patrick is the Chief Revenue Officer for Phylum. We're going to be talking about open source security. You guys have been at this for a while now. Everybody started talking about it in huge amount of conversations about it in the last 9 months, but you guys have been at it for longer than that.
Yep.
So my question to you is, what challenges are there that need to be resolved? Because it seems like we are putting out calls to solve particular issues, but I sometimes wonder if some of the vendors have already solved some of this stuff.
Yeah, that's a great point, and delighted to be here. Thank you for having me, Mike. To your direct question, yeah, we've been doing this for about 2 years now. I think someone said it's always good to start a company about a year or 8 months before an event happens. We were that way. So we started just before the supply chain attack started happening, namely the SolarWinds attack. So we had started identifying the challenges that existed, and then all of a sudden it came to the forefront with some of the recent attacks. So, fundamentally we believe that in order to secure modern software development, there's more to look at than licenses and vulnerabilities. So really taking a look at a broader approach to the market, right, which is a little differentiated from maybe some of the tools that have been existing in years gone by. We're purpose-built for the problem that we're trying to solve. So it's been an interesting learning experience over the last few years.
Is this a platform that I buy and install as if I'm the DevOps team, and how does that get integrated with my workflows? Because, DevOps teams are pulling open source code off the web 19 times a day.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, this is a paradigm shift. What Phylum is trying to do is shift the paradigm. I think the tools that have been out there and the approaches have been good for a period of time. And now it's a matter of really taking a look at how do we drive successful outcomes for the security organizations that are trying to manage risk and the developers who are trying to keep pace with the business release cycles. Compensation drives behavior, and we're not necessarily aligned. We hear about this organizational friction that exists in the marketplace. So one of the things that I think we had a late mover advantage of, and again, kind of coming into the space a little bit later than maybe some of the existing tools that are out there or in AppSec, is we had those two personas in mind when we built the platform. So how do we shift further left so that we are not interrupting the developer workflow, and at the same time as allowing the organization, namely the AppSec or DevSecOps programs, set policy and guardrails about what is acceptable use of the OSS packages that ultimately is fueling innovation. So with those two types of use cases and failures of the last, or challenges that exist over the last 2 decades, have been in the space quite a while, the idea is we've got to be integrated into the developer tooling in order for them to really adhere to the challenges and the policies that we set by that. So the way that we're developed, to your direct question, is we are sitting in line with into the CID, CD, we are integrating into all of the developer tools, right, and namely the CI/CD build process. We also have a deployment mechanism where we're actually even further left than the developer actually doing package installation. And we're seeing that developers are actually the targets of most of these malware attacks in the software supply chain. So that deployment mechanism for Phylum is something that's new and getting a lot of traction with the conversations we've been having.
Who's taking the lead on funding all this stuff? Because to your point, there's not a lot of love lost between cybersecurity people and developers often. They kind of tend to point fingers at each other.
Yeah.
So who is it that is taking charge of this funding of these projects? Because developers don't tend to fund security. So but the security guys tend to go, I thought the development team was doing that.
Yeah, great question. We see typically our entry point is through the security organization. Product security, application security, CISO, things of that nature. They understand that this is the risk that they're trying to ultimately own, and they own the budget for maybe some existing tools. Now that being said, the mature organizations that have already experienced a little of that friction, during our engagement process, we do proof of values and things of that nature, they're bringing in the development teams. Some mature organizations have a developer experience team, so they're kind of sitting as that, hey, before you do anything to the golden goose and the revenue generating machine over here with all your security whiz-bang stuff, let's just make sure that it's purpose-built, that it's not interrupting what ultimately is innovation. And we know, being in the space a long time, revenue will trump risk any day of the week. So we had to balance those two use cases. But security is the entry point, and there's a lot more collaboration with the developers given the problem that they're both trying to solve.
We talk a lot about shifting left, but it's not clear to me that developers really want to know a lot about security. Truth of the matter is, security was an elective. Most of them didn't take it. So they just want to write code and do their thing.
Yeah.
So how transparent can we make all this stuff so that, we can quote unquote shift left, but it's more like maybe we're leaning left.
Yeah, leaning left. This is a true shift left. And in the conversations that we're having with the development organizations, it's all changed. But even the last 4 months, we're seeing that about 90% of the malware attacks that is getting inserted are targeted at the developer workstations. They're quick hits. So they've felt the pain in the issues of credential harvesting or being attacked and being, having that malicious code be downloaded. So the awareness level of the developer, whether they like it or not, is rising, coupled with the fact that most organizations are trying to get their arms around acceptable open source use. So yes, the developers are people that want to be left alone, and we better be conscious of that. But what we're trying to do is, this is where the paradigm shift comes in. If we can actually be deployed before the developer ever pulls down that package, we're actually alleviating a lot of the remediation gaps, this whack-a-mole that we've been facing for 20 years. That paradigm shift is very difficult sometimes to people to comprehend because change management's hard. But I will say, the developers are more aware of this now. They're actually understanding because they felt the pain of maybe some of these recent attacks. That is shifting the tide in our direction to say, why don't we think about this problem differently? And bringing those two organizations together for common goals. So far, so good. I think that, it's still early days. A lot of mature organizations are feeling it out, but the developers haven't been pushing back too much because they've actually been more aware of the problems.
One of the dirty secrets of our business is that there are billions of vulnerabilities in existing applications. They're not all equally lethal, but do you think that as we go along that people will start to replace those applications and we'll see a lot more activity, not just building net new applications, but actually going back in to rewrite legacy applications to go get rid of large swaths of those vulnerabilities?
Great question. I don't know. I mean, I've worked in the financial institutions that still have COBOL, right? And they never changed that despite, the challenges and lack of people being able to know those systems. We're seeing new languages pop up. There's a lot more technologies where people in containers are using different languages, right? So yeah, there's thousands and thousands of vulnerabilities, if not millions. I think it's a matter of really addressing some of these vulnerabilities as much as you can retroactively, but doing a better job of, as you're including new packages and new builds, making sure that you really have a better hygiene to alleviate the problems moving forward.
All right, so get out your crystal ball.
Okay.
We have this phrase DevSecOps, and everybody kind of trips over it. So
Yeah.
at what point down the road will we just not need the phrase DevSecOps because people will know security enough that we'll just have DevOps?
I will say we're probably 5 to 7 years away from that. I've been talking about this for quite some time. I said, how are we ever going to, there's 1 million jobs available, but yet you have network engineers and network security engineers. If security can be ingrained in the fabric of the company, big ask, but then I think we alleviate a lot of the challenges. Why shouldn't we just do things securely versus doing them unsecurely and having someone check our work? I think we're probably 5 to 7 years conservatively in that becoming a reality where security is just ingrained in the process.
All right. So maybe someday we could have like security reliability engineers the way we have SREs today.
Exactly.
And they're part of the whole workflow, but they're not getting in everybody's way.
Yeah, I think thinking about this problem differently. Spent a lot of time in this space. I had a company doing risk advisory previously. Change is hard, and getting the business to really understand that risk management's important, let alone security management, right, and cyber and things of that nature. That's not just an IT problem, that it's actually a business driver and a business detractor, will take some time. But I think the awareness and the attacks and a lot of these things have shifted the board conversation, which ultimately trickles down to the organization over time. That being said, I think we've got some work to do. 5 to 7 years would be my Miss Cleo prognostication.
All right, folks, you heard it here. Change is coming. Patrick, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Hey, guys, thanks for listening, and we'll be back in a minute.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here in Austin. This is actually going to be our last interview for the day. I want to introduce you to Hart Montgomery. Hart is the CTO with the Hyperledger Foundation, and you may or may not have heard of the Hyperledger Foundation, but it's Hart's job to tell you about it. Hey Hart, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me here.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure. So Hart, let's start with the Hyperledger Foundation. What's it about?
Absolutely. So the Hyperledger Foundation is the Linux Foundation's umbrella organization for blockchain projects and for projects that are very related to blockchain, like blockchain tools or other things that are very closely related to blockchain or ecosystem, like identity, for instance.
So yeah, I know. So we work with a lot of the Linux foundations. For instance, we do the Open Mainframe project with my friend John Murdoch, and that has like 26 or something different projects underneath that umbrella, if you will. So familiar with the concept. Let's dig in a little bit, though. Give me an idea of what kind of projects are under the Hyperledger.
Absolutely. So the main project and sort of the ones that get the most attention are distributed ledgers. So we have Fabric, which is probably our project that most people are familiar with. We have Besu, which is exciting because it's an Ethereum mainnet client and it's connected to the Ethereum ecosystem. And we have Sawtooth and Aroha. We also have we have a stack of projects focused on identity. So we have projects called Indy, Aries, and Ursa, and their focus is a digital identity ecosystem built on top of blockchain.
Let's talk about that a little bit, right?
Sure.
So in many ways, I think, identity and access control is the killer app for cloud security, right? But we haven't really done a good job. I mean, yes, it's for cloud security, but it's the same. It's your Poppy's identity stuff, maybe with two-factor authentication added in or something. We haven't, back in the heady days when Ping Identity first came out and we started talking about federation and all of these things, I thought we would have made more progress around secure digital identities. And frankly, not just for people, but for every entity that needs it. I don't know, maybe I'm jaded, but I don't see the progress.
So there has actually been a lot of progress made recently.
Okay.
And one of the things that our Hyperledger identity community focuses on is something called selective disclosure.
Okay.
And this is really nice. So the idea is, I'll use an example that we bring up all the time with sort of driver's licenses. So today when you go to the bar, you have to show them your driver's license, they examine it, they verify you're old enough to drink, and you move on. Now, from a privacy perspective, this can be suboptimal, right? The bartender or the bar staff sees your exact birthday, see your home address, your driver's license number, and maybe you're not so worried about a bartender in a bar scanning this, but when your credentials are going across the internet and when they're fully digital, you don't want everyone swiping this.
Well, and if someone's paying that bartender to take a picture of every license he looks at.
And that's what's happening on the internet in many cases. So the idea with selective disclosure is instead of revealing to you my whole driver's license, I can reveal to you some kind of anchor that proves it's my driver's license. So in practice, I could give you a picture or something. And then I could give you a zero knowledge proof that that I have a driver's license tied to me that says I am over 21. And so you would provably learn nothing about me other than the fact that you're convinced that I'm over 21 because some agency you trust has attested to it. So that's the idea behind selective disclosure.
Love it. So how far along is this now?
So we have systems that use this, and you can go to our webpage and our GitHub and find them and use them today. We have a number of governments that are building on this platform. Canadian provinces, there's an organization in Germany, there's an organization in Finland. People are really excited about the possibilities of digital identity.
So, Hart, bigger issue of blockchain. I almost feel, and forgive me for saying this, but I almost feel like cryptocurrency might have been the worst thing that ever happened to blockchain in some ways, because people, people have a lot of opinions about crypto and cryptocurrency. It's a scam. It's not a scam. It'll set the world free. It won't set. What they don't understand is that the underlying blockchain technology is not pie in the sky, speculative pirates or anything. It's solid. It's solid technology. And whatever Bitcoin is worth, or Ethereum, or whatever your coin of choice is, doesn't really concern blockchain.
Absolutely. So,
And there's so much more we could do with it than that.
totally. So I like to think of a blockchain as a distributed database with decentralized trust. This is sort of a very abstract primitive, right? But if you think about it, what is Bitcoin? It's a distributed database with decentralized trust for money. Ethereum is the same thing for programs.
Right.
And, if you just think in terms of these, very abstract primitives, you can very quickly see, is a blockchain useful for an application or is it not? And unfortunately, we have seen a lot of people build centralized applications, or even on top of blockchain, or even centralized blockchains, which sort of defeats the purpose.
Right, it flies in the face of what it's supposed to do.
It's just less efficient than using a centralized database in many cases, and the blockchain is just there for the hype. But that sort of masks the fact that this distributed database with decentralized trust is a primitive you want in many real-world applications that deliver value. And we've seen it from supply chain to finance to, as I mentioned before, identity. These are all general areas where a group of people or entities want to maintain an information store, and they can't agree on who should be the root of trust for all of this. So
Great. I'm going to ask you a hard question.
sure.
I need your honest answer. Do you think blockchain's gone mainstream yet, or is it still ahead of it?
I think I'm going to sort of sidestep that, and I
Okay.
think I'm going to.
It's a hard one.
I'm going to say, it depends on what you mean by mainstream. So certainly people know about what blockchain is, even if they don't have a deep technical understanding of it. So in that sense, it's gone mainstream. But in some senses, it really hasn't. Like, one of the big applications of this kind of distributed and decentralized technology are things like central bank digital currencies. And we haven't seen, widespread adoption there, even though it, seems like it should be an excellent application. Obviously, bankers are extremely conservative, so we don't expect anything to go quickly, and they want to be, extremely convinced that, the solution works and is secure and everything's going to go right. So from that perspective, I don't think it's gone mainstream.
No. And you know what surprises me with that, though? When you look at, like, technologies that the financial vertical has adopted, DevOps, some of the things around security, there's so much pressure on them to do more faster, to give their customers what they want at their fingertips instantly, to do it securely above all else. You would think that they would have put the cycles in to trust blockchain, for lack of a better word, right? To get behind this.
Absolutely.
I don't understand.
I mean, I think a lot of traditional finance companies are discovering that they're going to have to become more or less tech companies to succeed
Absolutely.
in the modern world. And, this is difficult, right? It's very difficult to sort of change your company from a financial company to a tech company. And I think, this is one of the reasons why we're seeing some of the, delay in financial adoption, because a lot of these companies don't have hordes of,
Tech folk.
deeply experienced software engineers who can just, and they can't, it's hard to spin up a huge dev stack.
No doubt, but you know what? I remember meeting with the folks at Citi. It was actually called Citibank then. It wasn't even Citi. 2005, 2006. This was around patch management and vulnerabilities. They had a sprawling infrastructure of people. They have what they know. It's the new stuff that often takes them, a while to get their head wrapped around. But it's very much a Me Too industry. Once someone else does it, they all want to hop the bandwagon, right? Because they're afraid to get left behind, and that they'll have an offering not as good as their competitor. And then secondly, it just, until they kind of internalize it, it's not the technical folk that have to be convinced. It's the managers, it's the decision makers, and that takes time.
Absolutely. Before I worked for the Linux Foundation, I worked in a company where parts of the company had a lot of open source knowledge, but others didn't. And
there was that open source snobbery, right? Where it's open source. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and just getting people to adopt new technology. Some of my great coworkers and I, had it was an uphill battle, but we had to say, hey, this is the future. We need to use blockchain. We need to use open source.
Just like open source is now in 98% of organizations, I assume it's going to be too. We got to bang out of here, but I wanted to let our folks know if they want to get more information about the group, maybe they want to get involved, or maybe they just want to learn a little bit more about blockchain. Where can they go?
So the best place to get started is our website, hyperledger.org. We have links to our Discord, to all our communities, and like everything else in the Linux Foundation, we're a completely open organization. You can show up, you can join meetings, you can join our Discord, you can sign up for our email list. So it's very easy to get started and get.
So it's hyperledger.org.
That's correct.
Love it, man. Hey, thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
Real pleasure
Nice
meeting you.
you.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey, we're wrapping up here in Austin. I said August. Austin Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Bye-bye.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, back here live in Austin at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. You know, we've had a very security heavy lineup this past week, and for good reason. Security is top of mind here with everyone. The Open SSF, of course, Monday was Open SSF Day, but it's been more than that. More than Monday, we really talked a lot about software supply chains and SBOMs and just securing open source software. My next guest is Krob. Krob.
Or C-Rob, whatever.
No, you know, I had C-Rob in my mind, and that's what messed me up. Let's go back to Krob. Excuse me. Not sick, just had a little thing in my throat. So Krob was actually the MC of Open SSF Day on Monday.
I had an amazing hat.
You did, and you didn't wear it here.
I came from outside with tacos, and it was all sweaty.
So now we just have two bald guys here. Anyway.
Safety in numbers.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wear the hat next time. But anyway, first of all, Krob, welcome, man. Thank you.
It's wonderful to be here. I'm excited to have this little chat.
We are excited to have you on here. So before we jump into Monday and Open SSF Day and that whole thing, you're with Intel.
I am.
Full disclosure. What do you do in your day job?
So my day job, I am the Director of Security Communications. So primarily our function is as incidents happen, so there's a new vulnerability discovered or researchers find some report on our portfolio, I help kind of evaluate that and kind of determine how we're going to communicate it.
Love it. And your role within OpenSSF?
So I've been with the OpenSSF for over 2 years, almost from the beginning. And currently, I am the working group lead for the Developer Best Practices Working Group.
Love it.
And the Vulnerability Disclosures Working Group. I sit on the Technical Advisory Committee, so we help kind of steer the strategy for the foundation. I'm on the Public Policy and Government Affairs Committee, and I'm just now the owner of 2 brand new SIGs, special interest groups underneath the working groups. So I'm in charge of the Education SIG and the Open Source CERT SIG. So we're going to create a P-Cert for open source.
That's beautiful, man. That is really, and let's talk about that CERT.
Yeah.
That'll be through Linux Foundation?
Yeah, we are still, back in May, the foundation and some contributors created the mobilization plan. I'm sure people have talked about it this week. A 10-point plan addressing, trying to help respond to things like the White House executive order. And it's a plan that says these 10 different work streams we feel we can improve the security posture of open source software. And the open source CERT was stream 5. And the idea is to try to find a collection of experts from around the industry that understand how to do incident response and also understand how to get things fixed within open source communities. So we have our first meeting for the SIG the first week of July, and we're going to try to refine the initial plan and kind of spec it out and see how we want to react. But I think ultimately it's going to be kind of a mentorship program for upstream communities to teach them how to do incident response, and help them work with security researchers and reporters, and also help make sure that they've got tools and process in place so they can be successful.
I love it.
Yeah.
It is, but let's be honest. This is a piece of work you cut out for yourself here.
Yes. One of my other groups I work with is a group called FIRST, the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams. And I'm one of the authors of the P-Cert Services Framework. So I have a little help, so I understand how vendor
fall
security
back on that,
teams,
right?
Yeah. So we're going to lean into that as kind of a model to start with and kind of see what we need to change to make it work for open source communities.
I actually love that good then.
Yeah.
When do you think we might see something on this? No pressure.
No pressure. We definitely, the meetings will be public, so all of that will go up into YouTube, so you'll be able to observe kind of the progress of the group. I expect we're going to take probably at least a month to refine the current plan and submit a proposal back to the governing board. We think this is actionable. So hopefully before the end of the year, maybe late fall, we'll actually be able to start taking action.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I got to ask you, where's the name come from?
So the name comes from Novell Groupwise.
I'm that old.
Yeah. So back in the day, our network was run by an HP VAX, but our email system plugged into the VAX, and you were limited by the characters of your name. So my name, Chris Robinson. So it's first letter, first name, next 7 of your last. So I ended up being Crobenzo. And we hired a developer that walked in, and he looked at it, and he's like, Crobenzo, the chromosome.
Right.
That got shortened to Crobe.
Okay, right, very cool.
So
it
thank
was
you, Novell.
Chrome, not Chrome.
That's right.
Thank you, Novell is right. Man, those were interesting days. Remember that
Good.
stuff?
I love that stuff. I was a Novell engineer for many years.
That's when certs really meant something. If
did.
you were a certified Novell engineer, man, you were. Yeah. Where are they now?
Oh, they're gone.
I know.
Sad.
I think the last time I was out in Utah. Well, I was out. I think it was 2005. I was out in Utah. There was something they were working on.
They bought SUSE, and we thought that would be pretty amazing to kind of incorporate. Novell had some amazing tools.
Absolutely.
So we thought that would be
Directly.
pretty awesome. And oh my God, NDS was the best. But we were hoping that through SUSE they'd be able to channel these tools and kind of get broader adoption.
No, I think for whatever reason, there's a lot of companies from back in those days, right, that we think about.
Indeed.
Yeah. Anyway,
So my other working group. So
we have more, but wait, there's more.
We have more. So the Developer Best Practices Working Group is spinning off an education SIG. So a lot of the conference this week is talking about how we need to get more training and certification and education into the hands of developers. So again, we've created another kind of tiger team where we're going to be focusing on this. And my friend, Dr. David Wheeler,
David A. Wheeler,
he had a big announcement where we have an existing body of material, the Secure Coding Fundamentals class, and he was able to transform that into SCORM. So now that anybody has a SCORM learning management system has the ability to leverage this free developer secure software training.
Really?
Yes.
And that's the SCORM system. If you have SCORM, you can leverage this free.
Yeah, there's some rules behind it, but yeah, absolutely. It's plugged in. We're looking to get that donated to higher education, historically black colleges and universities, trade schools like DeVry.
Wherever
trying to
you
get
can
this
get it
everywhere.
into people's hands, that's the thing to do. So that kind of stuff gets me really excited.
Yeah,
I'll
me
be
too.
honest with you. You know, all too often we're good in the tech industry for forming a foundation and a SIG and an advisory board. But rubber meets the road when you can teach people coming up. Right,
Exactly.
so they come in with the right habits because it's harder to teach the old dogs than new chicks, right?
I can't take the class. The brain's full.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but it's not only that. Look, if you've been developing software for 25 years, and I'm going to come and tell you, well, what you're doing is wrong, and I need you to start doing it this way now, I'm going to make some progress because no one wants to say, I know everything and I'm not changing. People don't say that. But it's just almost subconsciously, it's a lot harder.
It definitely is. And that's kind of informing our approach. So we have a traditional, about 20 hours worth of traditional class material. So we're looking at how we can transform that material into things like webinars and podcasts and maybe a boot camp. So maybe next year at the Open Source Summit, we might be able to offer a training class where you walk in, take the class, and walk out with a certification at
That would
no
be
charge.
pretty cool.
And then thinking about, we have a lot of different learners. We have, brand new students. We have people in the middle of their careers. People are making career changes. So we have to kind of serve all these different constituents. And that's absolutely, that is one of the problems, kind of the user journeys we're trying to fulfill, is this, I'm an existing developer. How do I gain new skills or refine what I have?
Let me ask you a question. So I come from the security side of the house for years and years. Nothing amount with putting the emphasis on developers developing more secure software. But shouldn't we also be developing for security people to better secure open source software.
And the foundation itself does have many, it's multi-pronged. And so to help like a practitioner, we have things like our scorecard and all stars, and we have a project criticality score. And actually there was a great session just a couple hours ago by one of my peers, Jacques Chester. And it was kind of if you're a risk guy, it was kind of based off of OpenFair, which is a risk management methodology, kind of explaining how we can evaluate open source projects, share that information with downstream consumers and risk management teams or procurement teams, and kind of give them a quantitative assessment of this is what risks you could incur by these projects. So if you have two projects that do the same thing, one might have a higher or lower score, and we'll provide you the data that you could make your own assessment off of that and make your own judgment. So the foundation is also looking at just many different avenues to get this out there, focused on practitioners and developers. And hopefully by this kind of Hydra-like approach, it'll be successful. It'll stick.
You know what? You just put as much stuff on the wall, and whatever sticks, sticks, man.
I hope so.
Anyway, hey, Krob, right? I got it right?
Yep.
All right. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do, right? I mean, it's a community thing. These are not paid type of gigs,
That's
right?
for sure, yeah. No.
And I thank you for your time and efforts on that.
Thank you very much.
All right,
It's
man.
great.
Hey, keep up the great work. We're going to take a break. I think we've got another interview coming up in a moment, and we're here live in Austin.
Hey guys, we're back here at the Open Source Summit Europe in Dublin. We're talking with Ross Mowry, who's the general manager for IBM Z. We'll be talking about Linux, mainframes, and sustainability. Hey Ross, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here. Glad to be in Dublin.
It is. Could be worse places to be, right?
Oh, I like it here.
It's a complicated topic these days, but to what degree are IT organizations starting to base sustainability issues as part of their decisions for deciding what platforms to use, or for that matter, re-platform things? What are you guys seeing?
What I'm seeing, especially over the last 18 months to 2 years, so this is really recent, is as corporate sustainability goals started to be put in place, sometimes by the board, sometimes by management, sometimes by both, that trickles down. And one of the areas that needs focus and is getting focus is the IT organization. So while we've designed servers for decades to be very electrically efficient, it never really was a selling point, to be quite honest. Now it's one of the selling points because a customer can make real material difference in their electrical usage in a relatively short amount of time, thus progressing their company towards their sustainability goals.
Utilization rates on traditional servers are not so high, so is that part of the problem? Is it just that we've been a little bit sloppy in how we think about workload deployments?
I think, I don't want to bash anybody too hard, but I think that utilization rates are not that high in a typical server, maybe 20 to 30%. If you push it, it'd be 40. But I think it's also the design of the servers. They were designed to be commodity. They're designed to be put together quickly, assembled from different manufacturers' parts and put together. And a holistic design of the system really wasn't in place. Our servers are different, right? We designed them from the silicon up. So we know every circuit that's in there, every line of microcode. And one of the things, so we optimize for performance. We're always innovating and driving higher levels of security built into the server. But we always looked at electrical usage and power usage, right? And we control it because, again, we design the server end to end. And I think that's now, so I don't want to point fingers or anything. It's just that if you're going to really take sustainability and electrical efficiency, to heart, you've got to start to think about the end-to-end solution, not just a component or a card or a board. You've got to look at the entire solution.
How much progress are you making with the platform that runs Linux only versus the mainframe environment where I can run Linux as a subset of ZOS, and which one do customers seem to prefer and why?
Well, the ZOS platform is really the heart of our business, and it's because of its transaction capability, its data handling capability, and then all the other things you can do around having the transaction and the operational data there. And we've seen tremendous take-up of our last 2 generations of servers. We've seen great growth in their usage and the capacity installed globally. And I think that this generation, that was the Linux system that was announced yesterday, and the Z version of it, which was announced about 90 days ago, I think we're going to see great uptick with them as well, continued. Why? Workloads are growing. As the pandemic hit and everybody kind of huddled at home, at least that's what I did, and we did more and more online, right? You hear about the digital transformation. Well, the digital transformation that was going to take a decade, I think happened in about two years during the pandemic. So what does that do? That drives up transaction rates of everything, of delivery of goods, of paying for goods, of searching for goods. It drives all those transactions up. So again, our systems are built to sustain huge spikes in transaction rates and things like that. Our systems are designed to add capacity from hands off. They can just bring on additional capacity. And those systems were exercised quite, I would say, quite a lot during the pandemic as transaction rates grew through the roof, basically. As we come out of the pandemic, I still think we're going to see big fluctuations, and I still think we're going to see growth. But what we're seeing now, even more so than before, is clients consolidating Linux workloads that may be on a private cloud or just in a server farm or even on a public cloud. They're consolidating a lot back onto Linux on Z or Linux One. And the workloads they're bringing back are 2 flavors. One is they want to be closer to the operational data that's produced by Z, whether it's an analytics workload, or they're just taking advantage of, again, the efficiency, speed, and security of Z running thousands and thousands of Linux workloads all at the same time at a much higher performance rate than an industry standard server, but also, as you said, at the server is being pushed much harder, probably running at 90 to 95% utilization. So it just economically makes sense for them to consolidate from tens of thousands of servers and sprawl onto something that's much more electrically efficient, space efficient, carbon footprint efficient, et cetera.
Do you think more people are willing to have that conversation in an economic downturn because they are feeling more pressure about the total cost of IT?
I think the governments and large companies, whether it's an economic downturn or upturn, they have to maintain some amount of momentum with their systems. They have to replace them on some basis. Could be every couple of years, could be every decade, but there's some reason they're going to have to replace them. And again, with the huge digital transformation changing the nature of transactions, we've seen clients having to upgrade and put in new systems much more, and again, bring more work, if you would, back to the mainframe. Seems counterintuitive. Maybe people thought everyone was going to the cloud, and as I tell people, the cloud isn't a destination, it's an architecture. And so lots of times that cloud can be easily implemented and much more efficiently implemented on a cluster of mainframes.
One of the things we don't talk enough about probably is that there's a lot of failure rates on those industry standard servers. So in the age of digital business transformation, are more people looking at the reliability of the platform as well?
They are, and government and regulators are doing the same thing as well. And so our hardware has 7 nines of availability, so it's pretty rock solid. But our clients still will have multiple instances of these servers that can, in real time, shift workloads between them in case there's something catastrophic that happens, a power outage or something big like that. So I think resiliency and reliability in this stage of digital transformation, people are not so tolerant anymore, right? If they want to click their mouse, they want to hit their phone, they want to get a response, and I can't blame them. I do too. But again, government regulators are also pushing, especially the financial services sector, to really to new heights of availability for their systems.
What is the cost per entry these days? Because it used to be for a mainframe, you had to be in what we call the millionaires club, where you had $1 million in your budget for IT. Has that come down? Is it more accessible? Where are we on that curve?
So I think it depends how you want to consume it, because you can consume a mainframe in a lot of different ways. You could purchase it, in which case it's a larger capital purchase. You could probably get in the game for $300,000. Not $1 million, but not a small amount of money. But there's service providers that will sell you a slice of a mainframe, right? Virtualization, the cloud model. And so if you just want to rent the space, rent the time, you can do that, and you can get in at a very, very, very granular level. And we even have mainframes in the cloud now that allow clients to come in, or developers to come in, and like our Linux community cloud is free. A developer can get on and kick the tires and have it. So I think we've kind of lowered the barrier to entry. Another thing you saw, Home Lending Pal was here speaking on stage. They're one of the startups in our startup accelerator. We've got more than 100 fintechs, health techs, and reg techs in our startup accelerator, and they're all running off of the IBM public cloud. So depends how you want to consume it, depends how fine a granularity. We love people in the Millionaires Club, but you don't have to be anymore to get access to a mainframe technology.
And a lot of people who have ZOS are running Linux workloads for essentially for free because the way the pricing is modeled.
However they want to use the capacity, I love it. And they are putting Linux on because Linux and ZOS can complement each other very well, especially if you're going after packaged applications and things like that that are just right there on Linux, and you can run it next to ZOS. Because of the performance, going to be being next to ZOS is going to be your best performance by far, but also it puts it into the scope of recovery for a system. Whereas if the systems are on separate whole server instances, then the recovery of something, say after a catastrophic failure, and moving a workload across a country, like banks are required to. Right? They've got to be able to show that they can move their workloads in a very short amount of time and run for months from another data center to show the resilience. So by having Linux and z/OS together on the mainframe, it just makes it that much more easy to move workloads if that's what you want to do.
To your point about we have lots of transaction processing on the mainframe, people use that forever. It doesn't seem they want to rewrite those applications, and yet we are accessing them with other applications through APIs. So I guess my question to you is, are things becoming more latency sensitive in general, and that's part of the whole architecture thought?
Well, that's a long question you asked there, and the reason I say that is because I see clients at many different, I would say, levels of maturity when it comes to modern application architecture. Yes, they could have written COBOL applications. They could even have done it with punch cards, 40 years ago, right? And those applications would still be running. And then we did open things up by API enabling our subsystems so the clients could get to their applications and their data. But I think in today's world, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing some clients move to a fully modern DevOps paradigm, right? They're using open source development tools, whether it's Visual Studio and Get, you name it, they've gone to all open source technology for their DevOps. They've changed the way they develop applications, and they're writing in Golang or Java or you name your favorite language, and that's how they're starting to either enhance current applications or write new ones. You can have Java and PL1 and COBOL and Golang all coexist very easily on a mainframe because it do run so many different languages. And I'm seeing a lot of clients, again, because of the productivity and flexibility of the modern DevOps approach, and then wanting to modernize, wanting to get skills right out of college that could get on and learn the tools or already know the tools. So there's a lot of advantage. So I'm seeing clients around the world at different stages. Some are still back with green screens, and some are, I would say, fully modern and moved into the modern era and are doing containerized workloads and running Kubernetes on the mainframe. Because you can run containers you can run a container platform on Linux on a mainframe, or you can run it within z/OS as well. You can run containers in z/OS. So if you want to, wherever you want to move your containers, if that makes sense for the workload, it's that flexible.
Mainframe sites and organizations have a long history with waterfall processes. Are they switching that out for DevOps, or is it kind of living side by side? What is the?
I'm seeing the customers that are the ones that are really, I would say, leading edge. So maybe the top 200 to 300 in the world are all moving to DevOps, all of them. I think it depends on. It sometimes depends what country they're in, what skills are available, how much risk they take, and I'm not going to get into different cultures, but some cultures are very risk adverse, and others don't mind pushing the envelope a little bit. But I'm seeing all the leaders around the world, regardless of what continent they're on, moving fully to DevOps because, again, that's the modern productive paradigm. And if you want to get, again, young employees coming out of college, that's probably what they're going to be used to anyway. So why would you bring them back to the old waterfall days?
So in that context, is the mainframe really just yet another node on a distributed system, and it's just one of many?
Just a big node. A big, powerful, secure node, yes. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. Speaking of security, are people reviewing security of applications in general and starting to look at the underlying platform, and does that bring them back to a mainframe conversation?
Well, it's actually interesting now that most people have realized that your data's not secure. No matter how many moats and walls you put up, your data is you have to assume that your data is going to get breached. So what they're going to encrypting everything and running the applications and the data in confidential computing containers, which basically lock out human intervention, even with super administrative, credentials. So that maybe once you lock these systems down, they are just going to run, and you can't be hacked. And so I see encrypting all the data constantly. I see more and more of that. 5 years ago, there was a study done, and I think it was 4% of corporate data around the world was encrypted. I don't know where it's at these days, but the customers I talk to are trying to move to encrypting all of their sensitive data, every bit of it, wherever it's created and how it's stored. So that's one way to protect things. And the next thing then is when you're running the application, I mean, is it running in a container that you trust? Is it running somehow containerized so that the technology will keep a hacker out? And that's why they're coming to mainframes, because we have got that technology. We've had it for a while. This new Linux One Emperor 4 system is actually our 5th generation of secure enclave technology. So it's very mature and can lock down the world's applications and data.
Just about every application we see being built today takes advantage of some form of a machine learning algorithm or maybe a deep learning algorithm. So where does that AI workload sit on a mainframe, and how is that kind of different?
So to me, there's a whole continuum from, analytics and advanced analytics, and you move into machine learning, you move into deep learning, right? And we've been doing advanced analytics on the platform for decades. But now, as clients really want to move into machine learning and deep learning, you have to have more and more, I think, acceleration in the hardware, because the software algorithms just get that much more complicated, and they will by nature, the speed of light is a limitation. They will take longer to run. And so you've seen specialized accelerators for AI like GPUs, right, which kind of you attach via a bus to a processor. But what we did in this generation in the Telum chip that's in the Linux Emperor 4, Linux One Emperor 4, is we put inference acceleration right in the microprocessor. So there's no going across a bus. There's a millisecond or less latency for every single inference you do. And one system can do 300 billion inferences a day. So it's basically, you've got an unlimited accelerated AI capability right at your fingertips. That is a game changer, I think, for clients that are going to look to AI. And the use cases we're seeing these days, the natural one is like fraud detection and fraud prevention. That's a natural one, whether it's payment systems, credit cards, claims processing and insurance companies, et cetera, et cetera. That's a natural one. That's a very big payout. But I think there are hundreds and hundreds of use cases that are going to get uncovered and are being uncovered as clients now think, oh, I don't have to buy special hardware. I don't have to do anything special. It doesn't affect my performance of my system at all to do AI. I think we're going to see a much more rapid adoption of deep learning, of deep learning inference leverage on mainframes. And we've been working with a number of companies across the globe for 2 years now as we prepared bringing out these processors that are based on the Telum microprocessor. And they're very excited about having this capability at their fingertips. Imagine, free AI acceleration basically at your fingertips, just like we put an encryption engine in the Z14 about 5 years ago, right? So that made pervasive encryption. You could just encrypt everything, no performance hit, encrypt, decrypt, just pretend like it's a natural flow. It's not something special. That's what I think we've done to AI. So I'm very excited about what's going to happen over these next couple of years.
One of the biases that are out there is that people feel that the folks who have mainframe skills are retiring. They're going to go hang out on the beach somewhere and they won't be able to replace those guys. So what is the level of skills required to manage in the mainframe environment today? And how deep do I have to be, or can I just be your average mere mortal?
So it's a great question, and it's one that's been around for a long time. This isn't a new question, right? And I think we're doing two fundamental things to change the game on this. One is making the application development paradigm something natural and that everyone pretty much that's coming out of college or even out of high school is used to by using the popular open source tools for application development. So kind of like take away that barrier to entry, because the tooling everyone would be used to. Obviously the application logic you have to learn. It doesn't matter what platform it's on, but you'll take away that barrier to entry on the tooling. Away from application programming, then there's like the system program that's got to set up and monitor and manage the system. We continue to do more and more leveraging machine learning and AI, having the machines set up and manage themselves. Now we're not fully there yet, but we've been taking big strides to have these systems be much more self-managing than ever before. Again, lowering that skill need for the system program, the system administrator. And the final thing is what I'm trying to drive is just simplification in everything we do when it comes to the hardware in particular. Remember the paradigm of the great thing about a mainframe is that it runs applications that are 50 years old. The bad thing about a mainframe is some of those bells and whistles and knobs and dials that were put in 50 or 40 or 30 years ago are just archaic. And so we have to go and remove them. And so what we try to do is if there's a set of tuning parameters, let's say for performance, and they were called SRM parameters, we basically rewrote ZOS to have this thing called a workload manager. So a client could specify a policy in the English language, and that would then set the performance tuning. So you didn't have to be a wizard and get in there and tune it yourself. The next step of workload manager is not client setting a policy. It's the system will come with a set of models that have been trained already on the client's data, their performance data, and will automatically tune itself, and the client won't have to do anything. So that's what we're talking about. Go from remove the old bells and whistles and knobs and make the system so that it tunes itself.
They say seeing is believing, and a lot of people are still skeptical. So short of configuring an entire machine, how do I go find out whether or not all this stuff works? Are there some places that I can just go play?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, if you wanted to just get on and play with Linux on mainframe, there's the Linux Community Cloud. We also have, if you're an independent software vendor, we have access to systems that independent software vendors can use. So the developers would use some of the external clouds that we also have on the IBM public cloud. There's a number of different portals that you can go into and play, learn, try things. Crash, it's okay. It's a test system, right? And then the other way is we have hands-on labs that we will come and work with you at your site. We'll do it remotely, whatever you want. We have expert labs that will come and work with you and will help you and show you the best way to kick the tires. We're happy to do that. We're proud of our technology. We want you to kick the tires.
All right, cool. Hey, you heard it here, folks. Mainframe, it's not your grandfather's machine. It's a whole new world. Ross, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute. All right, guys, we're back live at the Open Source Foundation Europe event in Dublin. We're here with Tim Serowitz, who's the Director of Training for all things open source, and in particular, quantum computing is our subject today. Tim, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Mike. Appreciate it.
What is the state of quantum computing right now? I mean, we see lots of advances, people talking about it all the time. No one's quite sure what the applications are, what code to write for it, and how it might actually play out. But give us a little update on where we are.
You know, it's a good question because there's so many people working on it, spending trillions of dollars now. And that, with the T, you add it all up, there's a lot of people that will talk about what's happened that may not have actually happened. Recently, a big company said we've achieved quantum advantage, meaning we did something a supercomputer would take 10,000 years to do. Well, it turns out that what it does is a algorithm built for that quantum computer. So it's not realistic, it's not useful, and another research team did it in 200 hours. So what was years of where we've done it has now been undone. And that's the history of quantum computing. We've done something only to have somebody else say, not really. So where we are now is we can use a real quantum computer. We can entangle qubits. These are quantum particles. Making use of those entangled qubits, that's still what we're working on. A researcher just said they were up to 13 entangled qubits. And we would need hundreds, perhaps millions, to have a quantum computer in what people would call a quantum computer, a useful quantum computer. So we're at the cusp of it. My thought is we need to hit the point where the quantum computer can actually help us solve the other issues of quantum computers.
That kind of sounded like Dr. Heal Yourself.
To some extent, yes.
As a developer, how much do I need to go into the depths of that? Or am I just going to be presented with a bunch of APIs and SDKs some days that I just invoke and it happens to be done by a quantum computer on the other side, and I'll be like, well, that's nice, but I didn't know. Look, Ma, no hands.
Absolutely. That is the absolute goal, and there are teams working on it. Today, you can get involved with quantum computers and not have to know anything about quantum mechanics. You can just call a library. The issues are, whereas with transistors, we had a 20-year period where, hey, we have a vacuum tube, now we have a transistor, and then let's write a couple libraries and more libraries. That's all happening in parallel. And as many things, if you try changing 10 different layers simultaneously, every time you change one layer, well, then this layer has to change, and that's what's happening, is so much is happening that, yes, you could go and be a physicist and work on the entanglement of these things. On the other hand, there's people who are writing libraries, and there's people who are writing languages so that you and I wouldn't have to know anything but just, if config this and do that, and it magically works. So all of it's happening simultaneously. As well, with the advancements of the cloud, there's even a further abstraction where I won't even know that my local machine made a call to a quantum computer. So your phone, for example, for quantum encryption, you don't need a quantum computer in your hand. It will just call to one, figure out the equation, bring it back to you. So all of the above is true simultaneously, sort of like quantum.
To your earlier point, are we not being innovative enough and exploratory enough? Because it seems like we're trying to prove that we can take existing workloads and run them faster on a quantum machine, when in reality we should be doing things we couldn't think about doing before that weren't possible, and we should expand our horizons a little bit.
And there are people who spend time doing that, thinking about it. And there's some great organizations that do that. To call out one that has been very helpful to me in my learning process is an organization called StrangeWorks, and they call themselves the Switzerland of quantum. They're not choosing any winners, they're just telling you how it works. And they spend time thinking about that. Probably the best explanation of what quantum will be is imagine that you want to go someplace. So you can run some speed, you can take a car some speed, 60 miles an hour, a bullet train goes 300 miles an hour, and what quantum is using a space shuttle. That yes, it can go faster, but a bullet train doesn't leave the Earth. That rocket ship that got you there in no time at all, you can also go to the moon with. So it's going to be transformational, not just faster. Most people see it as faster. It is that, hopefully, but it's also different. The way that the information is actually gathered, and again, without getting too deep into the quantum mechanics behind it, we'll be capable of doing things we don't understand yet. So, for example, there's some theorists who might be a little bit out there on the leading edge who say that where the answers are coming from, we'll ask a question of a quantum machine, and we'll answer what we should have asked. Now, a finite machine can't do that. Like you say, what's 2 + 2? You get 4 every time. And this would come back with the answer like, well, you're really trying to solve this problem. Here's the answer to what you should have asked me. And that's where quantum will probably be. That's going to be the change, is that it's going to be like a person. That when I say, what's the weather like? And they answer back, you won't need an umbrella today. Because that's what you really wanted to know, but you asked for one thing, you got the answer instead.
So is that going to be the ultimate manifestation of what we're looking for with artificial intelligence? Because the issue with AI is you kind of still need to know what questions to ask.
Absolutely.
And if I knew the question to ask in the first place, I probably could figure out where I was going to get the answer anyway.
I think there's a strong argument. I happen to believe this argument that we won't have great AI until we have quantum.
The security community is flipping out about quantum.
Yes.
The issue, as I understand it, is like the algorithms could be theoretically broken by a quantum machine, or soon will be, and then we need to replace all the algorithms with something that's quantum ready. Where are we on that journey? What's going on?
Well, you should worry, and this is something I spend a lot of time talking about, so anybody slows down near me, I jump on them. We should all embrace security agility. Right now, to a large extent, organizations with their security software, they do have some security mandated. This is a good thing. But they'll call out, let's say, 128-bit encryption, which is good for today. And a lot of organizations are like, well, we'll worry about it when it happens. It might never happen. The problem is there's bad actors in the world, and those bad actors can collect your encrypted data now and then decrypt it later. So you can't actually wait until quantum is useful, because maybe it's 2 years, maybe it's 5 years, but as an organization, would you want to give a bad actor all of your information that's 5 years old? And most places would say absolutely not. So 2 things really need to happen. Is we need to start today, we need to start yesterday, and NIST just came out with 4 new encryption protocols. They're trying to standardize it because everybody's running in their own area and trying to herd cats. There's now 4 new, and they're working on a whole nother set of standards for encryption that are quantum resistant. And this is part of that, like, I'm going to answer the question you meant to ask. We don't know how good quantum will be. That yes, on a mathematical perspective, 256-bit or 512-bit encryption should still take quantum a very long time to decrypt, unless we can achieve that otherworldly that does something we don't even know yet, that figures out, 512, 1024-bit encryption, got it. So we don't know. So not only should we double, triple our current encryption, what we should do is plan for swapping out our encryption standards themselves. So don't hard code anything, have it be like a library call. Go use security tool and plan for that to be swapped out. Almost nobody does that, which means governments, Fortune 500 companies, they're looking at a decade or more to change their encryption, if they even know what they're using. So systemically, culturally, this is a huge issue. You can see the wave forming, and nobody's looking at the ocean.
Right. And there's a guy named Murphy who says that for sure this is all going to go the wrong way.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, it's a rule. Yes, absolutely.
You guys have launched these training programs. What do they consist of? What can people tap into? And what should they expect? And how do they get started?
We do have a course. I happen to have written the course, and it's Quantum 101. The course was written in conjunction with the World Bank and several different people in the industry. I interview these various people on quantum computing. The course was written for leaders of developing countries, of large organizations, of people who aren't looking at the ocean. And it was to educate them, this is the wave that's coming. Because in order to meet this need, we should really be educating our kids. We should know, it shouldn't be just, here's your iPad. It's like, here's an iPad and here's what an entangled bit is. This is what a qubit is. Because we're going to have a cultural change, just like the transistor. We didn't see you holding a cell phone and having a self-driving car. We didn't see that when the transistor was invented. That's what's going to happen to us, and our technology needs are going to be like that. So this course is meant as a very basic overview, primarily for non-technical people. And the idea is you take this 3 or 4 hour course, and you should be looking at the wave. You may not know what caused it or what's going to happen, but at least you've turned and said, oh, now I get it. and it's freely available. So you can go to our website at linuxfoundation.org or training.linuxfoundation.org, and it's Quantum Computing 101, and sign up for it and take it.
How long before our kids look at us like we're archaic because we were using these conventional programs back in the day, and they'll pat us on our head as they're going to work?
It will absolutely happen. My 11-year-old is going to do the same things I did when my parents' VCR was blinking 12 all the time. Like, it's not that hard. You just hold these 3 buttons and you keep tapping this 4th one. Obviously, it's going to be like that. And it's going to be one of those things, like I mentioned, your cell phone will just have a call to a quantum machine someplace and do something for us that we won't even realize. And you and I may not understand it, but absolutely a 10-year-old today will use it when, at least by the time they're our age.
We see a lot of announcements from various countries and agencies and companies talking about, how many qubits they put together, at what level of performance. Are we involved in some sort of quantum computing arms race without knowing about it?
Absolutely. There are people who don't want you to know what they're doing, and those are for the same security reasons I just mentioned. Also, if you think about it, if I'm a bad actor, I wouldn't want you to know that I can read your stuff yet. And there's an argument to be made that with a functional quantum computer, I could get through whatever your security is and then basically move your research backwards. And it's sort of like the first person to invent time travel is going to be able to go back in time and do whatever they want. We could be there with quantum machines already. There's different organizations. They announced a quantum machine, then it kind of disappeared suddenly. It's not available anymore, but they have a simulator. Those kinds of things always make me wonder, what did they discover? Either did it fail and they don't want anybody to know, or did they make such a huge advancement that they're capitalizing it right now, and they're going to wait until it leaks and people figure it out before they actually come forward and say, we did it. There's 2 driving factors. One, bad actors trying to take advantage of it, and then people who want to continue funding, maybe they've gone down the wrong path, but they're not going to talk about that. I mean, that's not the way to further funding. It's tough to know what's real and what is aspiration.
All right, guys, you heard the paradox here. If this doesn't work out as planned, it's because somebody from the future came back and just messed it all up anyway. Hey, Timothy, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it.
All right, guys, thanks for watching, and we'll be back in a minute. Hey guys, we're back at the Open Source Summit in Dublin. We're talking with Liz Rice, who's the Chief Open Source Officer for Isovalent, and we're talking about eBPF, container security, all kinds of other security, and we're going to jump into something called Open UK, but more about that later. Liz, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
We hear a lot about eBPF, and one of the things that is happening is, as far as I can tell, just about every security module in town is going to get replaced by something that runs more efficiently on eBPF. But I'm not sure that people know what eBPF is, so maybe you could walk us through that first, and then what's its impact?
Sure, yeah. So the letters, the acronym, stands for Extended Berkeley Packet Filter, but people can forget that straight away because the roots are packet filtering, but now you can do so much more with it. eBPF lets us run programs in the kernel. We can change the way the kernel behaves by attaching custom programs that we write to different events in the kernel. And that lets us build tracing tools. Brendan Gregg did a whole load of pioneering work when he was at Netflix, showing how you could use eBPF to build all these amazing tracing tools. Cilium project, which is originated from Isovalent, uses eBPF to build networking connections in a cloud-native environment and also to provide security. So we can do things with eBPF like inspect every single network packet as it arrives in different points in the network stack and perhaps discard it if it's an out-of-policy packet or redirect it really efficiently to wherever it's supposed to go in the cluster.
Yeah. And one of the dirty little secrets of security in general is we don't really have the processing power right now to handle all the volume of attacks that are coming in and analyze that. So this is a way to kind of get at that fundamental problem.
One of the really cool use cases actually for eBPF, there's a thing called XDP, which stands for Express Data Path. And it's looking at a network packet as soon as it arrives. Think of it as the packet's being pulled off the wire. And you can use it to filter out DDoS attacks, maybe packet of death mitigation by inspecting packets and dropping them. You can build load balancers. And the really cool thing about XDP is you can do it in the CPU, but if you have a network driver or a network card that supports it, you can actually offload that processing to the network card. So that saves a ton of CPU resources for your applications. And I think that's really fascinating.
So everything will be benefiting and will be more efficient. Is this computer science at this point, or is it here now? People can use it and they should be thinking about it tomorrow.
It's real. Maybe 4 or 5 years ago was the first time that I heard about eBPF. And back then it was cutting edge thing in the kernel. It was, available, but only if you were using the most recent kernels. Now, pretty much every distribution that people are using in production has enough eBPF capability to be really useful. So yes, people are using it in production at scale. One really interesting little fact there about eBPF is Facebook were an early adopter, so Meta now. And I've been told that every packet that goes into facebook.com has been through eBPF since 2017.
Wow.
So yeah, it's well established now. And we've got tons of people using the Cilium project in all kinds of different vertical industries and using it at scale. So it's here.
Will we use it only in the cloud, or will it be on-premise, or is it only going to be accessible from these new generation of cloud-native applications? How do I invoke it?
Yeah, so the answer is yes, you can run it wherever you have, I was going to say wherever you have a Linux machine, but there's also work in progress with Microsoft doing eBPF on Windows. But yeah, absolutely. A great example would be AWS's EKS Anywhere, which is designed so that you can run your Kubernetes workloads on your own hardware or in the cloud identically. And EKS Anywhere uses Cilium, which is based on eBPF by default. So yeah, absolutely eBPF processing wherever you run your workloads.
All right. We're going to shift a bit of a gear because we're over here in Europe and there's this thing called Open UK. So What is that about for all us folks who don't normally live here? What are you guys up to?
Yeah, so Open UK is a body that's pushing for more use of open technologies in the UK and collaborating internationally. Really trying to explain to particularly the public sector and the world at large the benefits of using open technology and particularly for sustainable, better sustainability.
Yeah. Are there different levels of adoption of open source technologies by regions, or are they somewhat different? And does UK have any particularly unique attributes or challenges?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is yes, there are regional variations. One of the things that Open UK does is an annual report on the state of open, focusing on the UK and how it's being used by different industries and different organisations. So yeah, the report has, the first part of the report for this year has recently been published. So that's available on the Open UK website.
How smart will all of this get in the future? Because one of the issues with using any type of AI in security or networking for that matter is the processing power that's available. So are we going to see some leaps and bounds in terms of features and capabilities on stuff that we never might have thought possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be an arms race in security, so I'm sure we will. There's amazing work being done. There's a whole conference here about, Open SSF. There are lots of people doing amazing work on supply chain security. There's the real-time security tooling that we can build using eBPF. There's, I think, a bright future for people using, and also just taking security seriously. I think we've seen a lot more realization that things like patches, need to be applied, and you need to keep your software up to date. So yeah, there's progress.
So what's your best advice to folks about how to get engaged with this or start with this? I mean, do I just buy products and services that use it, or should I be engaged with it more deeply, or how do I think about it?
I think if people are interested in eBPF, there's a site, ebpf.io. There's a really great Slack channel about eBPF and Cilium, very kind of welcoming community. We've also got a virtual free conference coming up on the 28th and 29th of this month called eBPF Summit. So people are interested in the technology or hearing about how it's being used. We've got quite a few case studies where people are going to be talking about their use of eBPF-based tools in production. So yeah, come along to eBPF Summit and find out more.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. Perhaps there'll come a day soon where the new king will be hanging out at the Open UK and saying, hey, this is the way to go. But Liz, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks very much for having me.
All right, and thank you all for watching, and we'll be right back. Perfect.
Great.
This is Techstrong TV.
All right, back here live in Austin for Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. We've got our JFrog folks. We're back to back here. We're going to be doing a few interviews. I want to introduce you. He's a new frog. You can tell he's not that green yet.
Yeah.
His name is Peter McKee. And Peter, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm kind of honored to be breaking you in here on the TechStrongDevOps.com.
First time.
Yeah, your
Newbie.
first time. I think we've only lost. Well, no, we haven't. But Peter, why don't you introduce yourself to our audience?
Yeah, my name's Peter McKee. I run the developer advocacy team at JFrog. Hard word to say. I should practice it more. But yeah, I came from Docker, was there for about 5 years, ran the community and DevRel teams there. Super excited to come over to JFrog. Great people, great products. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's funny, we were just talking. Our last guest was Jeff from IBM. And we did like a quick history of Kubernetes and talked about Docker and Swarm and all of that stuff.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there was some history there. But anyway, a lot of people look at this and say, yeah, dev advocacy. A lot of us think that's the new salespeople, right? Because we don't do salespeople, we do DevRel and dev advocacy. And your job is to just make sure the software is delivering delight.
Yeah. I tell my advocates, I want people to know, like, and love you, right? And
3 L's. Or no, like, and love. 2 L's and a K.
And a K.
Yeah, you can tell spelling wasn't
I went to
my
private
thing.
school too.
Yeah, it happens.
But yeah, and I think it's one of the best jobs in the world, right? You still get to talk and speak and connect with the community, but you can still also write code, contribute to open source. Yeah, I think nowadays software's eating the world. Right, and software engineers are the new kingmakers. No, none of my terms.
Absolutely.
And
but is it liquid?
It better be.
It should be. It will be.
It will be if we have our way.
You're going to be here, man. You got to be saying it will be.
That's right. It will be.
All right.
Yeah.
And just kidding with you. Peter,
no worries.
But when we talk about JFrog, it's look. I will tell you, I started DevOps.com, right? There are a lot of software companies that I'm fond of, right, who I think do a good job. JFrog's one of, in my mind, dollar for dollar, does the best job of balancing being a for-profit company while nourishing a thriving community. And if you do it right, you can do both well and be successful at it. And I think Shlomi and Fred and Yov and the whole team there are a shining example of it. I'm interested to know, you coming from Docker, like what do you know about the JFrog software? What attracted you to this position? It's not that they pay a lot more than everyone else does.
They do. No, I'm just kidding.
No, they don't. I know. But go ahead.
well, number one, the team is phenomenal. And then we had Artifactory at Dell. I was at Dell many years ago. I think in 08, 09, we had Artifactory, which was completely a new concept, right? And to be honest, right, it took a little bit of, why are we doing it? What are we? And until you get it, then you get it, right? And I think it was that, a combination of the products, the people, and then their open source initiative, right, of Persia and the different Conan and different projects we're doing. Like you said, I think they have a great pulse on the community. They basically started the DevOps movement, right? It's kind of like Docker started the containers movement, changed how we run our runtimes, and DevOps has changed the way we deliver software. Yeah, and it's a great, stable company that I wanted to be part of, take it to the next level, right? Yeah, and so that's why.
It's interesting. I think of JFrog's mission, especially as it relates to open source. There's like two sides of that open source coin. One is JFrog does a really, or tries to, and I think does do a really good job of securing open source software, right? So a lot of the stuff in Artifactory is open, right? And using X-Ray and other tools, they're securing these open source software. At the same time, JFrog also, and I think more recently than in past, has been a progenitor, a producer of open source software, right? With some of the projects you just mentioned, and we're going to dive more into them with our next guest even. But, It's interesting. You don't see a lot of companies that play both sides of that street.
Yeah, I don't think most companies understand that, right? I think they feel if they give away their technology, they're going to lose, right? They're going to lose their advantage. But yeah, I think JFrog, going back to the dev advocates too, right? It's give back to the community, make people happy. And then when they have a choice, they're going to come to you, right? They start to see you as leaders in the industry, thought leaders. I hate that term, but it's true, right? And I think JFrog does a fantastic job about that, especially around DevOps and other things is, hey, we want to help you wherever you're at. And if you want to come to us and pay us, we'd love that also. But we know eventually you'll find the right product and hopefully it's ours, right? But we want you to be successful first.
Got it.
Yeah, I think that's given, and it's that open source mentality to give back to the community, right?
Excellent. So, I forgot to hit the start button here, but I'm going to assume about where we are. Let me ask you what maybe seemed like an obvious question, but not. What are you doing here at the Open Source Summit?
I'm just here to support the community and, support our open source projects. I'm looking over at Steve, but yeah, I live here. I'm here in Austin, local, so I can't miss the conference.
Oh, you're here.
And come down and I call it, shaking hands and kissing babies and building relationships with folks.
Are you up on what's going on with this software supply chain security? And
I am, but I'm not a security professional, so I got to be careful. But I am a developer, right? And it's interesting. Back in the day, we were just talking last night. So I worked on Dell.com. We were on HTTP, right? I've written software where you log in, you're passing the password and the username in the URL unencrypted, right?
Yeah. We all did.
Yeah. And so I think developers, we caused a lot of this for our trust first kind of approach, and now we're all need to go back and fix it. So I love the shift left because I think we caused a lot of it, the developers, and we need to be an integral part of fixing it, right?
Yeah, but something so I was never a developer. I come from security. I'll make a confession. I used to think developers didn't give a crap about security.
Now we're getting into the conversation.
Right?
Yeah.
and so I used to think that we'll never have good secure software because developers don't give a crap about security. Yeah. But since my time in DevOps for the last 8 years, 9 years, I've come to the realization that no one raises their hand and says, I want to deliver insecure software.
Right.
Or I can't wait to develop some software that's full of holes.
Right.
Everyone has pride in their ownership of what they do.
Yeah.
It's just a question of what your priorities are and what the state of the art is.
Yeah.
You talk about passing stuff in the URL, chain. That was the state of the art then.
Yeah.
People weren't thinking about, wow, man in the middle attacks, how do I jump that, and all of these things.
And IE, sorry.
No.
Just think about Internet Explorer, right? When you used to download.
Recently demised Internet Explorer.
Which they should have blown that thing out. But down something, just automatically execute it because it's good for the end user. That was great for my parents, 30 years ago when they weren't computer people. Now it's horrible, right? And we again set ourselves up for it. But yeah, I agree. I think honestly, I didn't give 2 pennies about security when I was, 15 years ago, frontline developer. I was worried about hitting my features and my deadlines, and then then you folks would walk in when we're going to production the day of the launch. No go.
No, you're not.
Wait a minute, we didn't do all the security stuff,
you got
right?
compliance issues here.
Yeah, and you had
want to go to jail?
Yeah,
yeah, I was one of those guys.
Yeah, and it was an adversarial type of
very much
roles, right? And yeah, now I think that's starting to blend, and we do software differently. To your point,
we absolutely. Well, I think that's been the.
Yeah.
So that's when we look at what's going on at this show, and it's a little quiet now because it's later in the day, but look, every person we're talking to is talking about software supply chain security and the OSSF and all of these things. In my mind, none of that's possible without what DevOps has done to change the way we build software. We went from people like you just sitting on coding, like building what we call, let's call it bespoke software, right? Custom written software for a given project, to a factory, to an assembly line, to a pipeline, right? Where we just add in third-party parts like we're building a car, right? Deming and all of that, lean IT and lean manufacturing. If you didn't have all of that, you wouldn't have an open SSF. You wouldn't have, you didn't have a software supply chain. So what do you got to worry about software
Right,
supply
right.
chain security?
Yeah, no, it was me. It was me launching into
Yeah.
production and then fixing it
Well,
into production.
I was selling security back then, and we had a vulnerability management tool that I was trying to convince people that you should scan your infrastructure once a year. Once a year. Can you imagine? And it was a hard fight. It was a hard.
Right.
It was a hard sell.
Yeah.
That because they just thought it was a bad news generator. They didn't want to know about it until until crap hit the fan. Then they wanted to know about it. But I really I blame DevOps.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, it accelerated. It made things easier, and then it exposed. Oh, wait a minute, we got to get better at plugging holes, attacking security. But yeah, on some sense, software engineering's become easier. But then on the other sense, it's become way, way more complex.
Well, I think there's
Extremely
more
more.
straws on the developer's back today.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, there's more
Own
things.
production, code to cloud, right?
Yeah, no, it's a big thing. We haven't even, look, you're going to start seeing edge stuff come in and all of this other stuff. Let me ask you another question. How long are you with JFrog?
What about 8 weeks now?
Okay.
Around there.
It's long
8, 9
enough.
weeks. Yeah. Oh.
What is, if I'm talking to you 6 months from now, what does success look like for, beyond saying, oh, the company sold more software or something, that's obvious, but
Yeah.
what does success for you personally look like?
For me personally right now is to have our free product, everybody using Artifactory. Go try it out, get a free trial, use it, understand why you should use it, and bring that into your DevOps practices, right? Try it out, and eventually you're going to love us, you're going to like us, and you're going to come purchase. But just use the software as you do now. If I can help get more people to know, like, and love our products, get to use them, maybe not even pay yet. The sales folks will take care of that down the road, right? But if we have really good technology and people are using them, they're going to stick around and pay, right? And so I think my team's job is to show people that, right? So if we can do that and I can help raise the weekly users of our free tier, success for me.
That's what success
I think one
is
of
for
the,
you.
yeah, it's one of the key success.
After 8 weeks, biggest difference between the culture of JFrog and I'm not asking you to badmouth no one,
Yeah.
but differences between JFrog and Docker, being friendly to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Docker is a phenomenal company, right? Phenomenal people. I didn't stay there as long as I did. I mean, the technology was incredible, but yeah, the folks were wonderful. I mean, smart, empathetic people. And I found the same at JFrog. Probably even more so. JFrog folks are awesome. Yeah, I mean, that culture, they care about their people, truly care about their people. Not only, are you productive and happy, but are you happy? Then you will be productive, right? And it's a subtle difference, but I think it's key, right? Yeah, everybody I've met at the company is fantastic.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
All right. Peter, it was a pleasure meeting you.
you.
Best of luck with
Yeah.
JFrog, man. You're with some good people.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
We're going to have you come back in 6
Absolutely.
months and tell us how you did here.
Let's see if I hit my KPIs.
Well, whatever makes you happy.
All right.
Or Shlomi, one or the other. All right. Peter
Thank you so
McKee,
much.
new
Appreciate
developer advocate here at JFrog. We're going to take a quick break. We've got my friend Stephen Chin coming in next, and we're going to learn all about Persia.
Hey guys, we're back at the Open Source Summit in Dublin. This one's for Europe compared to North America, but we're also here talking to Daniela Barbosa, who's the executive director of the Hyperledger Foundation, and they had their own event here a couple of days ago, so we're going to be talking about all things related to blockchain. Daniela, welcome.
Welcome, it's great to be here.
I'm not sure that a lot of people know exactly what Hyperledger is, so maybe you want to describe that a little bit, because there's blockchain like Ethereum and it's more public, and that tends to get all the noise in the headlines, but it seems like enterprises are starting to line up more on a private blockchain.
No, well, actually, enterprises are in the continuum of public and private today. Maybe in 2016 or 2017, enterprises were very focused on permissioned, private, distributed ledger frameworks. And there's big deployments of those against trade finance and healthcare and supply chain. Today, I think there's an actual continuum of companies that are very interested in public blockchain and the different layer ones, for example, that are out there in the different use cases. And here at Hyperledger Foundation, and we also had our member summit, so we had two events for the price of one. We had our members and our community really talking about true and proven technologies like Hyperledger Fabric that's been around since 2016 and deployed in most enterprise permissioned networks, but also in exciting new projects like Hyperledger Besu, which is an Ethereum client, number 3 on the Ethereum execution client list. 1 is Geth, 2 is Ergon, 3 is Besu. So we are really comprehensive of where the market and the enterprise is going with distributed ledger technologies and related tech as well, and identity, for example, and more.
Is it your sense that most of these projects are moving from the pilot stage, or are they still in pilot, or are they starting to show up more in production environments?
This varies by industry. It varies by use case. So, unfortunately, there's still a lot of people thinking that, blockchain is an answer to a problem that they don't have. So those, projects might start as a pilot and maybe don't go anywhere. But what we see enterprises, we see executives talking about the efficiency gains that they're seeing, the ROI gains that they're seeing within their implementations. It's not sexy, right? The media doesn't want to talk about it because it doesn't have some guy on the top talking about cryptocurrencies, and there's lots of great stories. And very often, you've been in the enterprise software space forever, right? Couple of things. One is you don't get the opportunity to talk about it because your corp comms people don't really want to talk about it. And if there's a word that is shaky or is a little bit scary in the marketplace like blockchain, most likely you don't want to talk about that, right? And you're building consortiums with hundreds sometimes of partners in these communities. So you have to have agreement from everybody to be able to talk about what you're building in these blockchain networks. The other thing is people are still worried about, I say this all the time, you go on a website, right, and you don't say, hey, this was built with a database, an SQL database, isn't this website amazing? You just use that website. You don't know what's powering it, right? We had Saudi Aramco talk about their use case in invoicing. They have onboarded 11 vendors since March of 2021. Now, these are vendors that they're spending a lot of money with, right? It's Saudi Aramco. They are seeing efficiency gains. They're seeing their customers or their vendors using the application. But they don't talk about blockchain. They don't go to their vendors and say, hey, you got to onboard into our invoice portal because it's blockchain. No, they say, hey, we just built something that's more efficient, that allows us to reconcile invoices much quicker, and allows you to get money faster. Would you like to participate? Right. And that's what people are missing, I think, in the story.
Are these brand new use cases, or are they in some instances replacing, say, a traditional SAP ledger that they were using for some purpose one way or the other, but this wound up being a little more efficient because it's more distributed?
Yeah, I think the processes are the same. There are new businesses being built on top of blockchain networks for sure, right? But these, the example I just gave you, there are existing businesses. They had to pay their vendors before they implemented this new, this new platform for them. So I think it's a combination of both.
Right. Will we consume it, to your description before about it's a database and I'm just using it, is that going to be consumed more as a service provided by somebody in the cloud versus something that I build myself and deploy? Because most of the folks that I talk to who are deploying it, they have major IT squads, so it's not really something for, the mid-market just yet, but maybe it will be as a service.
Yeah, so first I want to clarify my description of the database. I'll change that story and say, when you go to a website and you don't think, hey, this great experience is JavaScript, as a user you don't know. So that's what I meant, not that blockchain is a database, but we all know that. So to answer your question, yes. We need, networks will need to provide nodes as a service for a couple of things. One reason is there are certainly just some companies that are not large enough. They don't have IT departments that can run their own infrastructure, that can run their own node. So we're seeing companies like, for example, AWS that has blockchain as a service, and they're offering managed services on top of that. And there's many others. There's small and there's big cloud services providers that do that. So I think there's always going to be a need if you're going to build a distributed network that has multi, participant, small, medium, large. You're going to have to do that.
There was also a lot of talk during the conference about digital currencies and using blockchain as the base for that. The EU is experimenting with this. A lot of countries are starting to think about it at least. There's some examples, I think, in Cambodia and some other places where people are doing some interesting things. What is the future of money as we think about it right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great work happening in the Hyperledger Foundation across various projects. Right now, in one of the workshops, the Banque de France, who just joined the Hyperledger Foundation as an associate member, along with the Central Bank of Cambodia, joining the Bank of England, the Boston Fed, the MAS. These are organizations that have developers and IT folks that are actually in the code, developing the code and the processes. So we've been tracking central bank digital currencies for about 18 months, and to see how the adoption of those projects are going. The first retail CBDC was in the Bank of Cambodia, the project Bakan. That was a retail CBDC built with a project called Iroha, Hyperledger Iroha. And they've seen thousands of transactions in peer-to-peer distribution. So I think that we're going to see, it's still early. I think there was a big rush to get things done, and Maya Santamaria, who is the minister from the Minister of Finance here in Ireland, spoke on a panel on CBDCs, and she mentioned, we're very still, early on what it's going to look like. Is it going to need a distributed ledger? Is it going to be something else? But the push is that with DM coming along, when Facebook made that announcement, all the central banks woke up around the world and said, we need to do that. What's happening in China with the yuan, with the digital yuan, we need to figure out a way, and there's going to be multiple approaches. What works for the Eastern Caribbean Bank is not going to work for the Fed in the US.
It seems there's also a lot of confusion about, well, if I have an immutable platform where all the changes can be seen by everybody, how do I deal with confidentiality? Because a lot of these banks want transactions that are, super, super private. You can imagine the Swiss might be having a conversation about this.
Absolutely.
So, are we going to try to strike a balance between these things, or how will we get there?
Yeah, it's a myth that you can't have privacy of your data if you're participating in a blockchain consortium at all. I'll give you an example. So we have a project here at the Linux Foundation that's called OpenIDL. And OpenIDL is for insurance regulatory reporting to the states in North America. So every state commissioner of the insurance commissioner has a requirement that the insurance carriers report back to them the information around the drivers, who has car insurers, basically. I could tell you that the insurance carriers don't want to tell each other who their customer base is, right? But they have a regulatory requirement that's being put into place that they have to do it, and they have to do it in the same format, and they have to be able to look at each other's data to figure out if there's things that shouldn't be doing. So regulatory requirement is making them come together in a consortium to do this, and then blockchain is the way to do it with the privacy architecture, making sure that each carrier and other participants in that network don't see the data that they shouldn't see. You and I are having a transaction. I give you the rights to see the data that I have. That gentleman over there just needs to know that it happened. He doesn't need to know, he just needs to confirm that that transaction happened, so then I can go on with my business. So I think it's maybe a myth, or maybe people haven't looked at the architectural documents very closely.
Could be. One of the other issues is we hear a lot about sustainability, especially here in Europe. People want to know where the coffee came from, and they want to know what went into it for producing energy, carbon, all kinds of stuff. Is that going to be a use case for blockchain because it's going to provide the mechanism by which we will have increased transparency into where things come from?
Absolutely. So I think early on in 2016 and 2017, when the Hyperledger Foundation started talking about use cases, we actually used the coffee use case quite a bit, right? Because it really puts together the farmer, right? The farmer that is looking for a market to bring his coffee into place, and it puts into place the consumer, so the consumer understands where that's going. It also, along the supply chain, all the people that touch that product, and how do you get money to them faster? How do you make sure that if it needs to be tracked back into a specific spot where it got missed or something went wrong with the shipment, all the supply chain, value chain along there. So we've been talking about those use cases for a while, but that also has a lot of climate impact approaches, right? If you think about the EV and the car manufacturing movement, right? EV cars are great, they save oil and gas, but you know what? They're made out of batteries, and those batteries get mined from mines in Africa and other places, and there's slave labor that is sometimes pulling out those mines. How do you do that whole supply chain with accountability across that multi-vendor enterprise view, right? So I think that there's a lot of opportunities in climate accounting. Trust is one, right? You want to trust. There's a lot of greenwashing of data. I planted 1 million trees. That's great. Can you prove it to me that you planted 1 million trees? And then can you also prove that those 1 million trees actually grew up to be a carbon positive for the world, not a negative?
There's also been a lot of fraud over the years and a lot of transactions. So is this a way to kind of get at some of that issue as well? Because we have instances where people are selling things that aren't really what they say they are, and this becomes a bigger issue. And it can also be healthcare fraud or whatever it is. But if we have this more immutable framework, is that some way that we're going to get after what, frankly, is a multi-trillion-dollar industry?
It's providence, right? And we have the diamond supply chain, right? Another great use case for 5 years. The Kimberly process has been running on Everledger. It's a Hyperledger Fabric implementation. That is a way to track the provenance of the diamond and also the transfer. So if you sold me a diamond, I wouldn't pay you very much for it, but I would take it, and then I have the provenance of where that diamond came and how many people had potential hands. Now, I don't need to know who had all the hands on it, but that there was 5 owners, for example. We're seeing this in wines. We're seeing it in high-value art, obviously with NFTs and kind of the digital signature on these things. I'll give you an example. It's a great experiment. Just this week, they're going to start burning. And when I mean burning, Damien Hirst is an artist. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He painted a very large picture. He cut it up into 10,000 pieces. They sold those 10,000 pieces as NFTs. And everybody that bought one had for a year, they had this NFT. And the NFT was that at the end of the year, they had to make a choice whether they wanted a physical piece of paper or they wanted the digital NFT. And the physical piece of paper will get burned or the NFT will get burned. You need to make a decision at the end of the 1 year. Next week in their gallery, they're going to be burning the decision makers who did the paper version of the art piece. And Damien Hirst is a very, very popular painter, so that piece of paper is worth a lot of money, that art piece. That is built with Hyperledger Besu, which is our Ethereum client. And it allows, from that point also from a sustainability perspective, because you're not running all those transactions on a public proof of work blockchain, it really helps the marketplace as well. So yes on provenance, yes on traceability, and yes on value.
It feels like we're at the cusp of a shift where a lot of people who got involved early were building pilot projects and then trying to figure out what the business use case was. It almost seems like we're going to flip it now, where people are going to understand what the business use cases are, and then there's going to be more people launching projects with the platform because they're going to understand it. It's very hard to build something on the IT side and then hope they will come.
Yeah.
So, are we kind of at this transition point?
Right. Well, I mean, it depends on who you're talking about. If you're talking about enterprises, right, that's going to be the case, right? You see innovation labs pop up all the time. Where now we have the blockchain innovation labs, or now we have the cloud computing innovation labs, and now we have the AI innovation labs, right? That's how they allow their employees and their structure to go outside of their normal business so that they can innovate, so that they can build new businesses, right? That's just enterprises, and those cycles will continue to go. The proof is in the pudding. You know, when I started at Hyperledger in 2017, we used to get those calls from someone who's like, I just got out of an executive meeting, large company executive meeting, and my C-suite said, you got to do something with blockchain. What do I do? That's just not the right approach, right? It's good if you want to experiment. Well, what's your business like? Oh, you do this. Well, here's 5 use cases that you might want to experiment with. We have companies that run hackathons and have for years where they allow their employees to build solutions and come up with things that solve your business problems. Don't worry about what technology to use, and then bring it into a hackathon, and then we'll pick 2 to 3 to take it into MVP or POC, depending on the structure that it's there. That's the kind of innovation that enterprises need to do, whether it's a blockchain or any other technology that they're looking at, in my opinion.
How do people get involved with you guys, or is there a form I fill out somewhere, or do I just show up and kind of start hanging out with people?
Yeah, well, you know, open source communities are open. All are welcome. We've been here for 3 days, 1 day with just our members, which is an amazing way to understand what their strategy is in the market, and the other 2 days with our global community. We had people coming from all over the world. Our Brazil regional chapter, for example, they were all, a large group of them were here for the last 2 days. Our India regional chapter, Africa, our members from around the world. You can show up at events, and we're so excited to actually have. You can see the last 3 days, I have enough energy for the next 3 months, just being with people as well. We are all welcome. I just had a conversation with a young woman that we do diversity scholarships, and she came from Bolivia for 3 days in Dublin to spend time with the Hyperledger community, and it was the most inspiring thing for me to have sponsored. You know, the Hyperledger Foundation sponsored, and we do quite a few with the support of our sponsors. So those are the kind of things. People just show up. We have, if you go to hyperledger.org and you click on participate, you can see our chats, our community meetings. Pretty much on any day you can jump on a community meeting and you'll be welcomed, and people will share with you what they're working on. We have events, we have meetups, virtual and in person now, that you can participate. Over 80,000 people participate in our Hyperledger meetup community. There's so much ways to get involved. I know it's confusing sometimes because Hyperledger Foundation, we're 15 projects, we have 10 special interest groups, we're hundreds of companies. We really cover hundreds of use cases. So how do you get involved? Just show up, ask the person there, this is what I love, this is what I'm passionate about, how do I get involved? And I hope they'll tell you, I know they'll tell you exactly how to get involved.
So get out your little crystal ball. Where are we a year from now?
Where are we from a year from now? I think that we are going to be, the Hyperledger Foundation is going to be a much stronger community. Today, things, digital identity, for example, are topics, decentralized identity. We just launched a new course on self-sovereign identity with partnership with the Linux Foundation training organization. 5 years ago, we launched an enterprise blockchain course, an edX course, a free course. Over 200,000 people have taken that course, and we update it every year. And talk about educating the market. In 2016, 2017, we needed to do that. We needed to have business and technical leaders understand what enterprise blockchain was all about. Yesterday, we just launched SSI's, a self-sovereign identity edX course, same thing, free, really for business and technical users, because essentially, you're going to have to be facing these decisions in your product development. You're going to be having to face these decisions in the partnerships that you have, right? One company always partners and has networks with others. Digital identity is going to be core to things, so I encourage everyone to do that as well. So in the year's time, I hope that we have more companies that are willing to talk about the work that they've done. The last 2 days, you saw a lot of the companies, large brands, talking about the work that they're doing and the results that they're seeing, so we'll see more of that. I also am very, very excited about the conversions of kind of the coming to the middle or the central point of those those that are working on public blockchains and those that have for many, many years actually worked on the distributed ledger technology, the core blockchain principles, right? Public blockchains are blockchains. Everything that we've been working on for the last 7 years is blockchains as well. The community's coming together. So for example, we just had Casper Labs join, we have Hedera, we have Consensus. Ethereum Foundation just did a presentation yesterday around their client incentive program that they awarded to Hyperledger Besu. These are things that are happening. I believe that the Hyperledger Foundation over the last 6 years has got us to this point due to enterprise developers, and I just am so excited about what we'll continue to build.
All right, folks, you heard it here. The future is here once again. It's just, as always, unevenly distributed. Danielle, thanks for being on the show.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for.
All right. Did I get on my talk?
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in Austin, streaming out at you from the Open Source Summit. We're having a great time. This is our third day of coverage here, though technically it's only day 2 of the event. It's a long story, but we'll talk about it later. Let me introduce you to our next 2 guests, because this is a conversation I was really looking forward to. To my left here is a gentleman who's been on Techstrong TV a few times with us. Talked in person, great person. He's the VP of Research for Linux Foundation, Stephen Hendrick. And Stephen, welcome.
Thanks. Thanks, Alan.
And joining Stephen and I from our friends at Sneak, Matt Jarvis. And Matt, if I'm not mistaken, you're head of
Director of Developer Relations.
Director of Developer Relations. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Stephen and Matt presented, was it yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday, yeah.
On a new survey that you guys recently announced and revealed and report. Why don't you, if you don't mind, share with our audience?
Sure, I'd love to. So, OpenSSF is a very big project inside of Linux Foundation.
We've seen.
Brian Bellendorf, yeah.
Yep.
And so at his request, we went out and did a survey into sort of what's happening in the open source space as far as secure software development. So we put together a survey in March. We fielded it in April. We wrote it up, analyzed it, wrote it up in May, and had it produced in June. And so it's being released here at the event. I think that happened yesterday morning.
Yeah.
I believe it did. We did it in partnership with Sneak.
Great.
So that's why we've been working together with the messaging on all this. And it was not a surprise from the standpoint of what the results were, but it wasn't I was a little disappointed in kind of where we are at this point from the standpoint of the uptake of the attention to security when it comes to open source. So anyway, so we've got information that talk a little bit about, where we are, how sort of to understand the context of the problem. And then we have information about what people are doing about it, and that's more exciting in many respects because good things are happening.
Oh, I agree. So first of all, look, I think we're always disappointed when we do these surveys and we find out, beyond the lip service that gets paid to security, what actually is going on under the covers, and we're always wishing for and hoping for more.
Yeah.
That being said, I don't want to be pessimistic. I am of the glass half full opinion that we are doing better and more security now than we probably ever have done.
Yeah, I agree.
That being said, before we dive into it, I just want to really just quickly. So OpenSSF is OpenSSF.org is, I believe, the website.
Yeah.
And I'm going to assume that the report is there for anyone who wants to download it.
That's right.
So let's say that up front for people at home following along.
Yep.
Whether it's live or you're watching this recorded.
It's on the Sneak site. It's
also
on
the Sneak
Linux
site.
Foundation site, and it's on OpenSSF.
Yeah, there's a whole
If I'm not
It's
mistaken,
everywhere.
I think we might have covered it via Sneak over on Security Boulevard.
I think I did some press interviews on
Probably
it before flying out here. So
Yeah,
we may have discussed
so it may very well be on our Security Boulevard site. But nevertheless, it's out there for people.
Yeah.
Let's dive in now, though. What was some of the findings, Stephen?
Sure. Well, let's see. What we'll start with is this whole issue of, do organizations have an open source security policy? And what we found was 49% said they had one.
That's good.
That's good. 34% did not, and 17%
Said we don't use open source.
No, just,
I'm only kidding.
no. Everybody uses open. Well, 98% of
I know.
organizations use it. So, and 17% said they don't know. So
They don't even know.
They don't know if they have one or not. So if you put aside the don't knows at this point, you got about a 60-40 split between don't have a policy and don't have a policy. I mean, and if you look at a little more deeply into that, what you find is that small companies are more likely to not have a policy. And that's not surprising. They are resource constrained. So it's harder for them to have CISOs and OSPOs and policies, be it for either just software development or open source software development. So I can understand the challenges there. But the idea of even if you look at company size, we still ended up with about 30% of large and very large organizations that don't have a policy for open source software development.
So a couple of thoughts. First of all, I empathize with small SMB businesses. We're an SMB business. But in today's day and age, and maybe it's when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But in today's day and age, how do you not have security policies? How do you not have,
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a couple of different things at play there. I mean, addressing open source security, is more complex than it seems, because it's not just about the code itself. You've kind of got to understand how open source is created, how projects are governed, because governance can have a big play into, whether if we look at some of those recent things around the sort of protestware movement, where we've seen maintainers kind of going rogue, and this comes down to single maintainer governance projects, and you need to take those things like governance into account if you're going to base your business on something, right?
So, but you just said,
and that's a complex,
a loaded question. I would bet, if I was a betting man, right, that at the large enterprise level, you're 100% correct. At the SMB level, if you ask most of these people a threshold question of where is your open source software? It's 10 o'clock. Where's your open source software? A lot of them don't know because they're SaaS ops companies, right? They don't have a server closet. Their cloud installation, they're running on SaaS.
That's right.
And so The beautiful part about SaaS is, well, one of the nice things about SaaS is you don't know what's behind the curtain. You just know. You log in on the website and it's got all your information there that you need. Are they using an open source database? Are they using, what are they using behind the curtain? A lot of smaller companies don't know, and as part of their due diligence, they don't dig that deep. So I could empathize. Right. The larger ones, the larger enterprises, though, that's a problem.
That is.
But I think, you in a lot of those larger enterprises, you've got that kind of ingrained culture over a long time in terms of security and about how you consume software. And, the hardest problem in security isn't really about technology at all, right? It's always about people and culture. And I think, probably in a lot of larger organizations, you've got a kind of, that sort of friction of, well, we've always done it like that.
Well, you also have a lot of change going on from the standpoint of how software is being developed.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I think that's part of the problem as well, which is that, change is always hard for people.
Yeah.
And especially given the rapid evolution of tools and standards, in essence, around how we should do security for software.
Yeah.
Everything's changing so quickly. I think it's probably hard for people to keep up.
Because we've got these two kind of things happening, almost a perfect storm at the same time. We've got this massive rise in supply chain attacks on open source because, it's a victim of its own success, right?
That's right.
And attackers have realized it's a lot easier to get into the supply chain than it is to find 0 days in end user applications. So you've got that going on where all of a sudden folks are going, well, everything we do is based on open source. Like, what do I do about security? And then, as Steve pointed out, you've got this ongoing massive transformation of how we develop software.
Right.
This super fast, high velocity.
I blame DevOps.
Well,
DevOps.
but I mean, unless you can transform, someone's going to eat your lunch, right? Because there's some hungry competitor behind you who's disruptive and who does have a super fast software delivery pipeline. They can deliver new features. They know how to analyze the data, and so for a lot of big organizations, they've got these two big problems happening right at the same time because that change in software development requires a completely different approach to security. The space that it's the thing that sneaks talk about all the time about developer first.
Yeah. I mean, you look at, let's say, the Phoenix Project by Gene Kim, right? And that's based on a book called The Goal.
Yeah.
Right? And the thing the goal is about manufacturing, but really the principle behind the goal, and I think Gene tried to capture that in the Phoenix Project, is that, look, as soon as we kind of erase one bottleneck, we see that next bottleneck right behind it. And don't think that once you get rid of that bottleneck, it's smooth sailing. It's not. We have massively, revolutionarily speeded up the pace of software development. We did it in large part by creating this software factory with pipeline, CI/CD, DevOps kind of things. That the enabler of that was having this massive library of open source.
Yeah, indeed.
That's right.
Pieces that we can assemble into
very
apps.
high quality software that's
So, man, we blew through that roadblock at 150 miles an hour. And the wall we hit right after is, wait a second, now that's become a huge security problem, right? So for companies that are developing their own code, this is a major thing.
Right.
Knowing that, though, and still telling me that 30% of the companies don't have a policy around it, scary.
Yeah, it is. Well, we should talk about what people are doing about trying to deal with this issue.
All right, here's the good news.
Yeah. So we asked a question, which was, okay, so how do you intend to improve on the situation? What are you doing? And we had quite a long list of responses. Top of the list was organizations were looking for more intelligent tools that had a security focus. So we're talking SCA, SAST, DAST, IAC, all the usual suspects, and looking really to those tools to be able to help them improve their security posture. So that was top of the list. That was 59%. And then right behind that at 52% was a strong desire to understand and essentially codify best practices for how to do secure software development. That was really encouraging because we know all about best practices.
Yep.
We know exactly, what they all are. In fact, David Wheeler at LF.
Actually, we had David A. Wheeler.
Yeah, David A. Wheeler. Okay.
We interviewed David yesterday, and I have a follow-up.
My
with him
mistake.
as well, I learned that. Okay, you want to see the marks? I'm kidding. But yes, David is working on that.
So, he and I had lunch yesterday, and we were talking about this because I said, how many best practices do you have? So, counted them all up. He's got like 150, 160. So that's kind of daunting. And he said, like, the last 25 to get to the highest level can take, in some cases, years to master. So this is despite understanding what these best practices are, it's still very challenging to wrap your head around what is necessary to be successful there.
And partly because, as we were just talking about, that culture change is such a big part of how you make that transition from, your kind of old school security as gatekeeper kind of function to this thing where you put it to the developers, because the developers are the ones you fix it at the developer eyeball before it's got anywhere near, production.
Well,
that's the
it's
cheapest place to
10x,
fix it,
right? I was going to say 10 to 100x cheaper to do it there.
And I mean, we look at the other interesting thing here that's slightly tangential to this, but it is like how many developers there are in the world, right? And how many we anticipate there being. There's something like, I think the anticipation is something like 30 million developers in the world, and there's only like a tiny proportion of security folk.
So I go by GitHub accounts. Right?
Okay.
There's about 70 plus million GitHub accounts right now. So let's assume it's not one-to-one. Right. But I think it's safe to say there's 40 to 45 million developers, probably growing at somewhere in the area of 10% a year.
I would agree.
And security professionals aren't growing at that rate.
So security professionals are growing because we're starting to see, look, when I came up, you didn't have a cybersecurity major in college. We're seeing schools churn out cybersecurity majors. Are they security professionals? I'll leave it to you. But there are people coming out here who want to work in security, but not anywhere near. I mean, you're talking here and here. Here's an interesting thing, though, and I think it's what's turning up the heat on all of this, is that this is getting major focus from the White House, from the federal government. The whole world is saying, hey, this is a problem. This is a big problem.
Well,
we got to do something.
I did a report last year, a survey on S-bombs.
Yep.
And I got to tell you, that factors right into this narrative.
Oh, of course.
Because, we did some stats in this survey on dependencies, both direct and transitive, and found really sort of low levels of strong security around, or organizations understanding the security posture of all these different, dependencies and dependencies of dependencies.
Yeah.
Really low numbers there. S-bombs would go so far in helping sort all that out.
Yes.
Because, S-bombs are going to give you knowledge about the metadata. It's going to give you usability, so you know that you're licensed to use the stuff.
Yep.
And it's going to give you trust that not only what you're looking at for metadata is non-falsified, but also understanding quite clearly, what's been fixed, what hasn't been fixed from a vulnerability standpoint.
So I'll tell you, over the last 2 days here, we've done a lot of interviews, but no shortage of people talking about SBOM and SBOM solutions. I think we're going to see, just like everything else in technology, we're going to see sort of a Cambrian explosion of SBOM solutions out there, and then the market will figure out which ones make sense, which ones don't.
Sure.
My fear is that we think SBOMs are a magic bullet for software supply chain security, because we have a tendency of doing that in security.
Ultimately, when I think the real challenge here is going to be the chain of trust part of that, right?
Yes.
Because what's an SBOM at the end of the day? It's a text file with some stuff in
Well,
it.
no, but they're building some elaborate text files in this thing.
It's a lot of good metadata. But one more point I want to touch on, though, is that the number 3 issue from the standpoint of doing improvements to your software security posture was more automation. So IAC tools ended up ranking very highly from the standpoint of helping you address that particular need.
And just for our audience, IAC?
Infrastructure as code.
Right. Okay.
So that one.
Hey guys, we're back at the Open Source Summit in Dublin, Ireland. We're going to be talking with Ana Jimenez Santamaria, who is the program manager for something called To Do. And we're also going to be talking about a lot of research that they just came out with or are about to launch. And it's going to be an ongoing project. And then hopefully all you guys will want to participate in. Ana, welcome to the show.
Hi, welcome. Thank you.
So the research program that you guys launched does what exactly? What's the goal? What's the thought process here? And is this going to be global for that matter?
Yeah, so today we just announced that OSPOCon, that is one of the micro conference happening here and at Open Source Summit, the OSPO survey. So we have been conducted at the To Do group this over the past 5 years. So these are the results of this year's survey, and we are trying to get the pulse of the OSPO adoption across regions and sectors. How is this evolving in Europe, but also in Asia Pacific time zones and regions, and also in the States, in Canada. So how this adoption is evolving worldwide, and where are the challenges, and if organizations implementing OSPOs are seeing actual benefits of creating this centralized place where open source is catalyzed and structured, and see how is this evolving.
Are you seeing different patterns in different geographic regions? I mean, or I guess not all folks are the same, but do they lean one way for some things and for others? And what's popping up?
Yeah, so indeed we are seeing many different. So to give you some context, OSPOS initially started, it's a decade old. And initially started in the States in software, big corporations, AWS, Microsoft, Google, all of them, they have really structured and mature OSPOs. And in fact, the story of To Do Group is that it started as a group of organizations having an OSPO, and they wanted to build this common place where they share common resources, best practices, in a transparent way to help them and also help others in their OSPO journey, those organizations that they don't know how to start an OSPO and they need this guidance. They can go to all these public resources and even share their learnings and contribute to them. So we've seen that from this big corp-only resource that was 10 years ago, it has evolved a lot. Now, for instance, in the recent results, we have seen that OSPOs have critical. It's a critical key adoption for small organizations in their engineering teams rather than in big corporations. And that is really interesting because, for instance, in Europe, most of the organizations are not big corporations. They are small and medium ones. And over the past years, we've seen that this transition that OSPOs are not only for big corporations, but they can be also important for small to medium-sized companies, because it's more not about the team and building a full-time employees with 10 people, but it's more about, is your organization really into open source? Is it really putting efforts into funding open source and take open source seriously? Are they adopting a strategic posture around open source to increase this continuity of the program and on the open source efforts? And that is what an OSPO is. So if any organization, no matter the size, really cares about open source and all the security and legal aspects and community building, and they really understand the value of giving back to the community and not just consuming, they should be starting in OSPO. And I think in the recent results, that is something that we are seeing. We are seeing this kind of mindset, change in the mindset and the evolution of the OSPO.
A lot of companies, it seems like the spirit is willing, they just don't know how to actually go out and do something in open source and participate with these things. So is this part of the equation, is you guys are just trying to figure out a way to make it easier for companies to build these programs, get off the ground, including all the legal paperwork that goes with that, and it's not just about having a bunch of developers that are happy to contribute code, there has to be some mechanism to make it all happen.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, an open source program office existed to build these policies and processes that are also so needed in many organizations. In fact, I was reading some minutes ago the latest report of the Europe Spotlight results, and they were saying in Europe that many governments and public institutions, they have really issues in having clearance on the open source policies and processes to follow. So an OSPO can be this vehicle of starting building these processes and policies and give this strategic vision before doing open source ad hoc. So it's that step of moving from open source ad hoc, like, oh, my developers, because organizations knows that developers are using open source, and it's like, oh, okay, let's see how can we reduce risk, and that's all, but we don't care about anything else. So adopting an OSPO is a way to moving from this open source ad hoc to become more a strategic decision-making partners and infuse open source learnings to the whole organization, because it's this layer of I'm the vehicle to translate open source to the whole teams, to all the different teams. So the value of open source, it's clear, and there is this change of mindset in the entire organization.
It's also become an issue because developers want to work for people who contribute to the open source community. And so it's not just a nice to have for the company, it's actually becoming a little more strategic, at least as I understand it, because developers are voting for their feet to go work for companies that contribute to open source. So is that part of the math that goes into creating a program?
Oh, yeah, indeed. There is a question in the survey results that are the states like what are the benefits of building an OSPO. So those organizations that have currently an OSPO, I think it was number 2 benefit was to recruit and attain talent. I think also if you filter between regions, I think that was mainly for Canada and States OSPO organizations, while in Europe the main top benefit was driving innovation and digital transformation. But in fact, it's clearly one of the many benefits an OSPO can bring to the organization.
So in your research that you've done, what surprised you? Was there anything in there that you didn't expect or that kind of leapt out at you and wow, it said, I never would have thought that would happen?
So I was reading that in Europe there is, I think it was 44% of respondents said that they didn't invest in open source mentorship and talent. And I saw that like a really a big issue. And this they didn't have it didn't differentiate between they had an OSPO or not. They were just saying like, we know open source is important, but they are not investing in talent and mentorship. And I think this is one of the main first things you need to do if you really want to have the organizations really understand open source and contribute back and engage in communities, and also have the team understanding that and know how to contribute. So I see that as an issue, and maybe an OSPO can be a solution for that, since an OSPO, it's this place where the organization, if they have problems or issues about open source, they can rely on them, and they can also act as this mentorship ambassadors and educators of open source. So might be might be a potential way to ease and to help with this issue of lack of mentorship in European regions.
Yeah. And part of the issue becomes if I don't know how to engage, then I can't give back to the community, and that results in this conversation we're having about the imbalance that exists between all the organizations that are consuming open source but not helping to maintain those projects, and they find themselves dependent upon 3 or 4 people who are overloaded, and we just don't have the mechanisms in place to help those people through these types of programs. So it becomes kind of almost a virtuous cycle, I would think. So is that part of the thought process, is educating people about, hey, if you keep using all this software, you're going to have more log4j issues because not enough people are contributing to these projects, and this is the mechanism to fix that.
So I would say OSPOs act as these partners of and advise the organization on which open source projects matters to them, which open source they should be taking care about, and if they care about and they are using it, how to give back to the community. So at some point, OSPOs are great resource to open source sustainability, in my honest opinion. I've known OSPOs that they have been creating great initiatives to help open source sustainability. For instance, this is public. Spotify OSPO launched the FOSS Fund to fund independent projects and maintainers from independent projects, and I think that is a big win for both, for the organization and also for the open source ecosystem, because thanks to this centralized place inside the organization, they have voice for the organization, and they are helping to nurture these open source projects that maybe they cannot be sustainable in the long term, but thanks to these organizations that are giving back, and they keep training the organization of what are the next steps to be open source first citizens and build healthy relationships with the open source ecosystem. They can also invest in open source sustainability.
All right. Anna, thanks for being on the show and sharing your insights.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Guys, you heard it here. The way to do the right thing is set up your own little open source program office, and these guys will show you how. Thanks for watching, and we'll be right back. All right, guys, welcome back. We're at the Open Source Summit in Dublin. We're talking with James McLeod. We're going to be talking about financial services industry and how they're working with open source software because, as we all know, those guys got some unique requirements. James, welcome to the show.
Hi, it's really great to be here. It's great to be here with everybody, both in person and also virtually.
Yeah. So the challenge with open source and financial services is what exactly? What makes them worthy of having this dedicated function within the Linux Foundation compared to any other vertical industry?
Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting question. So financial services for a very long time has been very regulated and locked down. So much so that it's been baked into our engineering culture that people shouldn't peer inside our repos or contribute to code that doesn't belong to a specific team. But when it comes to digital transformation and DevOps and FinOps and cloud migration and the direction of travel within software engineering in general, it doesn't lead to any efficiency or acceleration. So what we're doing within Finos is teaching banks how to feel safe contributing and collaborating together, both inside the banks and then also outside in the open source world. Because there aren't enough engineers in the world, how are we going to achieve what we need to achieve if everyone's, fixing the same problem multiple times? And so that's what Finos does. We're all kind of financial services engineering experts. We've been in the field, with the people on the ground, and we're here to, kind of bring people out of that shell and into the open source world.
So that kind of sounds like therapy. So what are you guys doing to foster those conversations? How does it happen?
Yeah, so you kind of fight it on two fronts. And so when you're talking about therapy, it's actually really interesting because a lot of engineers who actually work in banks have two different lives. They have their I'm an engineer for a bank persona, and then they have their meetup, their hackathon, their open source contribution outside of work persona. And so when you're talking about, therapy, it is, how do we actually merge those two worlds together? How can I be James, the open source contributor, working in a bank, as well as that person who kind of goes to JavaScript meetups or, cloud meetups? And then you've got the other side, which is like the top-down air cover, perspective, which is about communicating with executive directors and C-suite board members about the benefits and cost savings and efficiency gains and the acceleration of open source, and kind of bridging the gap between the naughty's perception of, back closet kind of developers, throwing code over the fence to what it is now, which is, people just contributing code outside of organizations as you would do in any other team. And so we work on both sides. We convince the stakeholders, and we also educate and counsel kind of like the engineers on the ground as well.
Has the rise of fintech companies kind of changed the way people think about open source in the financial services space? Because it feels like there's a lot more competition now between these emerging startups and these larger enterprises that have been around forever, and the larger enterprises are now trying to figure out how did those guys get so fast?
Yeah, so that's also a really good question. So what we find is within fintech and regtech, a lot of the firms who are actually out there are they're contributing impact to the industry that does one specific or multiple things, really well that the banks actually want to leverage. So within the open source space, what you can do is come together around standards and interoperability, to actually help the fintechs work with the banks a lot better. So within Finos, for instance, we've got regtech special interest groups that bring banks together with the regulators about, how do we actually provide the information regulators need in order to engineer faster? Can we provide evidence in an automated fashion rather than rubber stamping kind of like paper as it used to be? And the same in like the interoperability world. We've got various different standards that allow data to be passed across, the financial desktop and potentially through APIs. One of the projects that we have that does that is FTC3, which is extremely popular to like the desktop interoperability world. And we have competitive vendors in the fintech space, who wouldn't, share ideas in the IP space, actually collaborating around the interoperability because they know that they need a common standard for passing data around so they can share data because they might be kind of engaging in the same banking environment and ecosystem. So there's plenty of space to do things, super simple and also really fun as well.
All right, I see you guys have that same financial services nomenclature for things that most other people wouldn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
As we go along here, do you think that the regulators are going to come and start looking at how the software is constructed, or maybe they are, they're just looking for ways to do that more aggressively? We hear a lot about open source software supply chains, and the financial guys are probably the most regulated people in the world.
Yep.
So is this where that focal point of that conversation is going to be? Because these guys are going to be asking the toughest questions.
Absolutely. And I like to think that, we're working with OpenSSF. In fact, next week on the 29th of September, we're doing a virtual webinar between MEND, Morgan Stanley, and OpenSSF. And I'm going to be there bringing the panel together and introducing the webinar. Because we want to have the banks in those types of conversations. We want to have, a firm like MEND, who is actually automating, CVE scanning, for instance, with Morgan Stanley on the same panel, and also with OpenSSF, talking about that whole space of, how do we actually traverse our, S-bonds, what is SPDX, and how do we actually engage with it? So we're not playing catch up to that. We're actually demonstrating our know-how to the regulators who are actually catching up in terms of engineering. We also want to bring them, on the journey with us. Hence the reason why we have a regulation innovation special interest group, which ties, how can we actually provide evidence to them in an automated fashion so we can speed up engineering and speed up the way that we're regulating, the banking industry.
How will this connect to other initiatives that the Linux Foundation has launched? We heard about the Open Digital Wallet this week.
Yeah.
Are these kind of things, is there overlap between these conversations as we go along? And part of your effort is just to help with the collaboration of that, because the financial services people are all over digital wallets.
Absolutely. So just by being here at the Open Source Summit, you're in amongst the rest of the Linux Foundation. You're sharing ideas on the fly. You're being really creative with the way that you're solving technology problems. And we had, people saying, what is your relationship, with the Open Wallet Foundation? And so one example of this is Royal O'Brien came to the Finos stand talking about the metaverse. So how will financial services actually interact with the metaverse? Is there a way that you can actually have, payments, within an Oculus Rift as you're moving around the metaverse, buying things off the peg or, however you, make payments. And digital wallets came into that, because we need to be able to standardize the way that things are done, so you can buy things using a digital wallet, both within the real world, maybe using Internet of Things, but also in the virtual world as well. And without coming here and being in person at an LF event like Open Source Summit Europe, you wouldn't have those types of conversations. And so where things may have seemed like a world apart, when you actually start bringing it together and talking, in the same room, you think, well, actually, the difference between all of these different foundations combined isn't that big. There are things that we do around, interoperability and standards and passing data around that can be applied anywhere.
I think it's not uncommon to go to visit Wall Street or any of these big exchanges, and you'll find thousands of developers working on stuff. What is your sense of how much of what they're really doing is differentiated value versus just reinventing the same thing for different companies in the same wheel, and maybe it's time to have this conversation?
Well, every single bank, including a bank that I used to work for, before moving to the Linux Foundation, has a digital transformation program, where they're trying to consolidate and speed things up. They're automating using DevOps. They're actually progressing into FinOps, in those different worlds. And they're mutualizing all of those different duplication of effort, across the inside of the bank in order to speed things up for themselves. But if you then take, where all of those digital transformation efforts are speeding things up inside an individual bank and then play that across the entire industry, there's absolute, duplication of effort. There's loads of money that can be saved across the industry. I've got absolutely no doubt whatsoever that, there are engineers sitting opposite each other in the same teams who are reinventing the world reinventing the wheel without speaking to each other. It's going to be everywhere.
And they're working from home now, so
Yeah,
it could be even worse. Do we need to walk through to the business side to explain to them that this is a good thing and it's okay? Because a lot of them would look at it and say, we're writing code and we're going to do what? Give it away?
Yeah, funnily enough, that has been raised within one of our special interest groups. So regulation innovation is the coming together of lots of banks. So we've got Morgan Stanley in there, we've got JP Morgan in there, we've got UBS and Citi all coming together to discuss RegTech, solutions to problems. And one of the questions that we posed to them, trying to unblock, and get things done faster, if there was anything that we could do to help you, from within your banking environments, what would it be? And the answer that came back wasn't a technology problem. It was like a business communication problem. It was like, if there's something that you can do, can you provide a facility to be able to explain to our product owners and the people, who sign off all of this type of, advancement in technology, what it is that we're solving, so the business comes with us on the journey as well as the technologists. And so absolutely talking to business owners in the same language as the business owners is an absolute priority for us.
How do people get engaged, short of calling you up and booking a therapy session? What exactly do they have to do and how do they participate?
Yeah, so Finos is on GitHub. So if you go to github.com/Finos, we've got an organization of banking contributed projects. And also firms, who are related to banking, like consultancies and other, firms, who want to contribute their projects into an open source landscape. So you can find us there. All of our READMEs are up to date. We also have our special interest groups in those repositories as well. So if you want to come and talk around a particular subject matter of banking, such as DevOps, such as regulation innovation, open source readiness. So if you're a bank and you want to start contributing to open source, we actually collaborate with To-Do Group. So within open source readiness, we look at like the vertical, policy decisions and compliance that needs to be solved for a bank to be able to contribute to open source. And then we work with To-Do Group on, the types of information that you need to create an open source program office. So, all of this material and how to join Finos project calls can be found, on GitHub. Or you can go to finos.org, which is our, primary website, where we have a community calendar with all of the project calls that you can just scroll through and you can find the Zoom details or the WebEx details, and just drop in. Everything's free and open. You don't need to be a Finos member to go there. You can follow us on Twitter, so go find Finos Foundation on Twitter. The same on LinkedIn. You can subscribe, to our news feeds. I'm also, very, communicative across both as well. So you can follow me and I'll put things out there that people can like and share. And, I tag Finos and other things into those as well.
All right, folks, you heard it here. This might be the least expensive counseling session you'll ever get. James, thanks for being on the show.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. We'll be back in a little bit, guys.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us on our coverage of the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit here in Austin, Texas. We're at the JW Marriott Hotel. We'll be streaming live through the day. We have a bunch of different speakers lined up to talk to us. I should mention from the outset, before we introduce our first guest, is today is, what do they call it, Dave? It's not Zero Day, but it's
co-located events.
Co-located events day, so the main open source summit actually starts tomorrow. Today there are a number of co-located events though that have kicked off. The Open Source Security Foundation I know is one. FinOps is another one. There's 2 or 3 others that I don't recall right now. Do you?
I don't.
No. There's others as well. So a lot of people in hall. It's a little quiet where we are here, which is pretty cool. But there's a lot of people in the various rooms listening to some amazing content. With that said, though, let me introduce you to our first guest here this week. Their name is Ava Black. Hey, and we had a little conversation off camera. I should have just clue you in. You know, sometimes I still mess up the they pronouns, and so Ava's promised to help me. So if I mess up, she'll correct us, and hopefully they'll correct us. Excuse me. There we go, first one. Yep. And we're doing the best we can with it. Anyway, Ava, that was a lot of preamble. Tell people a little bit about yourself.
Well, today I work at Microsoft in the office of the CTO. I've been doing open source contributions and community leadership for about 23 years now. So I also sit on a couple different boards. I got elected to the board of the Open Source Initiative last year and the OpenSSF TAC, which is part of why I'm here today at the OpenSSF Day earlier this year.
For people who aren't familiar with TAC?
Technical Advisory Committee. So we're sort of, we're not the governing board, but the OpenSSF Technical Advisory Committee guides, supports the technical projects in the OpenSSF.
So it's not the board of directors governing board that are making sort of, if we want to call it business decisions. It's really the technical advisory where you know, what it's at a much more technical level of what
I'd say the two go hand in hand. The board makes the business decisions around finance and events and marketing, and the TAC makes the technical decisions around what projects become part of the OpenSSF, how projects are governed, what the structure, sort of the templates for projects should become.
Absolutely. And I want to delve more into the OpenSSF, and especially from a technical point of view, some of the things that they're involved in, some of the other things that you're involved in around that. But before we do that, I wanted to come back to this side and talk about your keynoting tomorrow.
I am.
And not to let the cat out of the bag, but I wanted to have you talk a little bit about it. And before Ava does, though, I want to remind you all that in addition to the live in-person aspect of this event, it is virtual. So if you're watching us on Techstrong TV or Facebook or LinkedIn or DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, whatever, wherever you're watching this, there's still time for you to register and tune into Ava's keynote tomorrow, as well as the whole week. Where it is a full roster of some great sessions you can check out. So check that out at Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. But Ava, go ahead.
Without giving too much away, I'm really excited to give the opening keynote tomorrow on community, codes of conduct, inclusivity, how to build sustainable, diverse communities, really. And it's a bit of a short one. It's just going to be about 5 or 6 minutes. Kick off the morning with that content. Part of the backstory is that we're in Texas, and Texas has been passing some rather, I'd say some laws or some things that are not in accordance with our values around diversity. So I'm going to talk about that and what we can all do to make our communities more inclusive. Then a longer discussion I have on Thursday on code of conduct, not as a tool of punishment, but as a tool of restoration and support for communities on Thursday afternoon.
I love it. Look, as someone who lives in Florida, who am I to say anything? I mean, quite frankly, we've got our own issues, but I don't even want to get into it. But let's talk a little bit about the code of conduct. So in my mind here, there's two aspects. Number one is, look, we struggle at Techstrong, right? We run DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Container Journal, Techstrong TV, Digital CXO, so more than several brands. And we are challenged around diversity, right? Finding speakers. We do a lot of webinars, we do a lot of video panels. And if you couldn't tell, I'm a white male, right? So when I host something, we already got one white guy on the table here. We are constantly looking for diversity, and quite frankly, it's a challenge, right? Especially as we go deeper technically, it's like there's an inverse law there, right? Where my pool becomes smaller, and so we're always looking, right? Always trying to find, people who will represent a more diverse community when we do these kinds of video events. But I don't think we're alone, right? It's not just Techstrong. It's not just my company.
No, everyone's working on this,
Yeah.
and everyone should be working on this. It's not a pipeline problem. There's no shortage of women and non-binary people who want to work in tech. We have to make our communities welcoming for them to stay.
Yeah. I think you hit a nail on the head there. And let me just mention, it's not just non-binary or even women. It's people of color.
Absolutely. Yep.
We do something down home in Florida. There's a school that opened near us called Boca Code, where they teach people to be full stack developers. And we sponsor a scholarship called Engineering the Change. We're actually doing a whole video series on it. But we've been doing it for 2 years. And we look for people who, underrepresented communities.
Right.
And even there, it's hard. I mean, quite frankly, getting people to apply, and, it's a 12-week intense class. A lot of people don't want to put
or don't have the privilege, right, to dedicate 12 weeks, the financial investment of that, as well as the time away from family or child care, whatever it might be.
We've seen it firsthand.
Don't have that.
No, it's a hard push. So, so that's one aspect, right? It's just finding the right people. But then there's the second piece of it, and I think you touched on it, which is, how do you keep them? How do you nourish them? How do you nurture?
How do you build a community of practice in open source, because that's what we're here to talk about, is open source.
Yep.
How do you build that in a way that such a diverse community feels continually welcome? And when there are crises, when there are incidents, toes get stepped on, accidents happen. My experience working in consent incident response for about 7 years now, 95% of the time it's an accident. But you still have to work at it. People still have to recognize the harm they did cause, make amends, learn, do better. And that's how we make communities safer. We also do need to identify the few percent of people that are just being malicious. And it's a real challenge. The few people that are trying to do harm. So.
I don't want to focus on them because they are a really, really small minority.
It really is, yeah.
I think the problem is when that small minority runs into public policy. Like, are all those people elected officials? Unfortunately, I don't know what that goes on.
I don't know.
But I mean, for those out there who maybe deal with this issue, without giving that minority more than they're due, do you just ignore them? Do you somehow try to cut them out like you excise a tumor?
That's an analogy. The one I like to talk about is called the analogy of a broken stair, right? We can't just ignore when there's someone in a community who's actively harming any minority in that group. What happens when we do ignore that is the folks who are in the community for a long time know, oh yeah, just don't work with that person. We know that they just, always try and do X, or they're always kind of bad, just ignore them. But new people come in, especially from underrepresented backgrounds, and don't know that yet, and get caught. They trip on the broken stair. And so for that reason, we need groups like a Code of Conduct Committee, which I was on in Kubernetes for a while, to identify these situations, reach out to that person, offer to work with them to address this, not just automatically, excise the tumor, but offer to support them, assuming good intention from the beginning. And if they then demonstrate a lack of good intention, then and only then push them out.
Excellent. So I want to talk a little bit about open source, though, and
Yeah.
Look, I've been involved in open source software on the security side a long time, 25 years, something like that. Yeah.
Same, 99 for me is when I got in.
Yeah, with Snort and Nessus and Nmap. But anyway.
Yep.
But the nice thing about the open source community is I've always felt it was a much more welcoming,
Yeah.
big tent kind of community, as opposed to, maybe some others. So, with all due respect, I think it's almost easier to do these codes of conduct kind of enforcement, or, enforcement seems like you have a stick. But, putting out
Stewardship.
stewardship, great word, in the Linux Foundation.
Yeah.
It's much harder when we go to, like, in security at the RSA show or Black Hat or DEF CON.
Well, it's not impossible in those
No,
situations.
it's not. I have a lot of friends who are non-binary.
We can look at some of the InfoSec conferences that have done a really good job and some that have tripped multiple times. There's a recent incident with one of the B-sides that's all over Twitter the past couple days, and I'm not going to point attention to it more than that. But we can see examples of good and bad.
That is. And kind of what surprised me with the one you're talking about. Look, I was at the very first B-sides Las Vegas long time ago.
You beat me there.
Oh, yeah, I was there the first time when they did it.
Cool.
I was at the first B-side San Francisco.
I love that event.
I was a wrangler one year for B-Sides Vegas, too. Anyway, I'd sponsor wrangler. But the whole B-Sides movement, much like Linux Foundation, was a very inclusive movement from the get-go. Jack Daniels and team did a great job.
Yeah.
It bummed me out a little bit to see that happen in a B-Sides.
Yeah, bummed me out a lot too. I've had a lot of trust for the B-Sides community, and I know they're sort of syndicated or franchised.
And you don't want to make blanket, kinds of things.
But as a whole, I've always had good experiences in B-Sides.
Me too.
But this sort of touches on something else, right? Inclusivity feeds into security.
Okay, talk to me.
If someone doesn't feel safe to be themselves in a community, to put on my sort of deeper InfoSec hat, right? Part of, as I understand, going for clearance is making sure there's no compromise, things like that. So if people need to feel safe emotionally to contribute, lest someone be able to push them out or apply leverage or scare them in some way. And so from that angle specifically, inclusivity is a security issue. From another one, it's a sustainability issue. You're talking about wanting to have diverse communities, but to do that, we have to have people who contribute to open source, pick up the axe, the bucket of water, chop wood, carry water, that analogy, and then stay around for a long time, and then teach the next generation.
Yeah.
That's about sustainability, especially in our security projects in open source. We have to encourage that.
Yeah. It wasn't that long ago we were reading about, harassment and so forth at worse than harassment, even, attacks at some InfoSec shows. So I don't want to give a false impression. We've made progress.
But we have more to go.
Sit here and look back.
Yeah.
It's just that, there's more to be done. One other quick point on the diversity thing, and then I want to get a little technical. Look, you are who you are, and you've been doing this a long time. I am who I am. I've been doing this a long time. It's very different when you're 22 years old, coming out of school, and you're dealing with life in its entirety, and you are either non-binary or there's something else. You're a person of color, whatever. You're coming into this industry, right? And people could look at you and say, they're a role model. I did it.
I could hope.
Did that
Good job.
right.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you. They're a role model.
I'm so honored that people.
Yeah,
think
no,
that.
but that's the truth, right? But they look at you and say, well, they've been around a long time. They may not know the bumps and bruises along the way to get to where you are today, right? And they may not understand. Well, hopefully it's easier for them, right? Because there have been trailblazers who kind of did this. But talk to people coming into our communities now, whether it be InfoSec or open source or just technology in general. What advice do you give to non-binary, other underrepresented communities here? Do you just damn the torpedoes full speed ahead? Or, what's the right advice?
I don't know that there is any one right answer, or certainly not a one-size-fits-all answer, but to anyone non-binary, trans, gender non-conforming, other minorities coming into InfoSec or open source, I'd say find your people, stick together, and find supportive communities, work in them, help grow them, help pass on that knowledge and make safety for others. And communities that become more welcoming will thrive. Those that are not welcoming will not thrive, and that's part of the nature of open source.
I love it. All right. We probably took a lot of time, more than we want to, but we still have more time. Let's talk a bit now. So you're doing another session. I thought you said it was tomorrow afternoon?
Yes, tomorrow afternoon. I'm giving a talk on GitBomb, which is a terrible name. People should never let me name open source projects.
You named this one?
I named this one. I'm one of the two co-founders. We've repurposed part of Git. It's a version control system, but under the hood, it's actually a blockchain, believe it or not.
Okay.
It's a Merkle tree. And so we repurposed part of that to handle software supply chain security in a particular way that others aren't doing yet. And this is complementary to SBOM, Software Bill of Materials.
Right.
It's complementary to software signing projects like SigStore. It's complementary to build integrity, sort of build observation like in Toto. It solves a different problem, and that is, how do I know what's in this package? What's in this tin? I like the analogy of a can of soup. And say, oh, it's Campbell's chicken noodle soup. You kind of know what it is and if you want to buy it.
Right.
If you have allergies, you can look at the back and say, well, does it contain these allergens? But that's not enough information for a recall. If you buy soup and there happens to be a recall, the store could actually call you up and say, hey, that can of soup, does it have this 10-digit number stamped on the bottom of it? Because they know how to trace back from the factory or the farm that it came from when there's a salmonella outbreak or something, all the way through the supply chain to the store to who bought it. I want to enable that kind of artifact resolution across the supply chain in open source at zero cost to developers and projects. I want it to be automatic in our build tools for every small project out there that doesn't have a budget to run big infrastructure, so that everyone who's consuming open source software has more ability to trust what's in it. This doesn't solve security problems, but it helps people discover later on, after it's been built and downloaded and being run in production, if there's a known vulnerability somewhere deep in the dependency chain, like Log4j.
Two things.
Yeah.
So first of all, you had a very interesting conversation with my friend Chen-Si Wang at RSA a couple weeks ago around SBOM specifically, but around this whole idea now of starting to kind of really delve into the ingredients, if you will.
Yeah.
And Chen-Si, smart woman. She brought up a interesting point, which is this isn't soup, this is software. And if I start giving you the recipe for my software, what's to stop you from spinning up your own version of it? And if it's open source, well, that's fine. You're allowed to do that. But if it's not open source, will proprietary software folks be willing to play when they realize that they're giving out their recipes?
So that's a totally great point, and one we have taken into consideration. The GitBomb project doesn't give out the recipe. It's just giving out the fingerprint, the little barcode of things, not the details of how you made it or put it together. And for commercial software, because it's a Merkle tree, it's a tree structure, a vendor who who's combining open source and proprietary software can choose to selectively truncate the tree, distribute the rest of the tree with a stub there that you can then reattach under NDA if a customer asks.
Got it. I love it. Now, next question on this area that I want to explore is, is the goal here to be potentially to get, like you mentioned, artifacts, get like maybe JFrog Artifactory to include it with all of their artifacts in their repo, or maybe in the Nexus, Nexus prototype,
or MITRE,
or MITRE even too.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is that kind of where this heads?
This is where it could go, yeah. In the Gitbomb project, it's open source. I'm not focusing on any of the commercialization of this, but I can see ways where companies like those or SNCC, who just joined the project, could totally commercialize on this or build capabilities into their scanning tools. So that's possible. That it would, and I think enabling that isn't our primary goal, but it's certainly secondary, and we're taking it into account.
Okay. I also just want to be clear that Gitbomb is not part of Open OSSF or Linux at this point.
Correct, at this point in time. But that's also a normal part of the process of the OpenSSF. Projects usually spin up in kind of a neutral, non-affiliated space, and then when they have a community around them, they reach a certain maturity level, then they might apply to join a foundation like the OpenSSF and go through a review process. And so if I speak from my role on the OpenSSF Technical Advisory Committee right now, I'm actually helping to define that process for project intake in a way that supports everybody.
Will there be sort of a defined thing, sort of like you have in CNCF with sandbox, incubation, all the way through to graduation?
We are working on that right now. We have a proposal getting ready to share from the TAC to the governing board pretty soon that defines all that. It's analogous to the CNCF, but not exactly the same, because we are a different foundation with different needs.
They have your own thing. All right. Last thing. For people who want more information around Gitbomb, where can they go?
Gitbomb.dev.
That's easy. And I assume it's probably on GitHub too?
It's up on GitHub. We have a GitHub org. I think it's git-bomb on GitHub, and just gitbomb, gitbom.dev, or tune into my talk Tuesday afternoon.
And you can do that even if you're not here in Austin. Again, as I said in the beginning, if you missed it, it is available as a virtual event. Well, Ava, this was probably the longest 15-minute interview you've ever done. But I want to thank you for, we had a lot to cover. We had a lot to cover. I want to thank you. Thank you for all you do, not just for being on our show, but for all you're doing for communities around open source and elsewhere, as well as the security work.
Thanks so much for having me, Alan.
My pleasure. Thank you. Ava Black here on Techstrong TV. We're live in Austin. We'll be back soon with some other interesting folks to speak with.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're here back live in Austin at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit. We've had, this is day 3 of our coverage. We've had some really, really great discussions these last couple days, and especially today, I feel like we're really digging into stuff. Our next guest is Naveen Srinivasan.
Yes, you're right.
Naveen is with Endor Labs, but he's really here to talk to us today about being a contributor to open source and open SSF projects. You know, for those of you out there, sometimes we tend to say, oh, open source is great. You've got this army of contributors, right? There's the countless untold, horde of people who contribute. It's not really the fact, right? The fact is, most open source projects, and there's, the top ones get a lot of publicity, but there's millions and millions of open source projects. Most open source projects really only have a handful of contributors who are, let's call them core contributors. And unfortunately, many open source projects have 1 or 2 maintainers that if something happened to them or they get a job or whatever, the future of the project is in jeopardy. And one of the nice things about what the Linux Foundation does is when they take these open source projects in as part of their foundations, whether it's OpenSSF or Cloud Native or CDF or what have you, is that their mission is to ensure that there's a wider base of maintainers, there's a wider base of contributors, and it's sort of a pyramid, and an even wider base of users, so that it's a stable community that doesn't depend on any one person. Anyway, I got that all out, but Naveen here, it informs us that he's probably one of the leading contributors across all the OpenSSF
Yes.
projects.
I know. I was just mentioning this. I started contributing to OpenSSF in 2019, early December, especially on OpenSSF. I've been from then up until now contributing to many projects across OpenSSF. Some of the critical projects that I contribute, and I'm also a maintainer, is a project called Scorecard. So you were mentioning something right now. There are some projects that have only few maintainers, and if those maintainers go away, then it becomes a problem. To answer those questions is where Scorecard does. Like, I want to talk about Scorecard a little bit. Scorecard essentially scans 1 million open source repositories and tells how is the health of the project. Are they maintainers? Are they call it bus factor. So there's only a 1% bus factor. If somebody gets by a bus, not that they have to, they can get another job or any of that. Are there updates happening right now in these last 6 months? Are there updates? If it's not, then it could be a red flag. So everybody depends on open source. I don't know if you happen to see, there's an XKCD comic with large infrastructure with one stick at the bottom. I'm sure people have seen that. But somebody from Nebraska maintaining that.
Right, the Nebraska bus
Yeah,
factor.
right. Right.
We've actually discussed this here in the last couple of days. But it's not just a comic. Unfortunately, it's all too true.
Absolutely. So that's where I've been doing, and it's been a fun journey. There's been ups and downs with everything, but we in OpenSSF have been able to give this data out to everyone.
That's great.
So essentially, OpenSSF is helping answer those questions that people don't know. Should I trust this?
Right. So if I could put it in my own words, Scorecard is sort of a health check for the vitality of an open source project.
Absolutely.
Not talking about the code, whether the code is secure, the code is good or not. We're talking more about the community around this project. Is it viable?
It's both.
Oh, it's both.
It's both. It has 18 checks right now. From do they follow good practices? Do they not follow bad practices? And
well, what kind of good and bad practices?
Okay, so take example. Do they have code reviews? If it's YOLO commits, then probably what Linus Torvalds says is many eyes looked at a code, you're likely to reduce the number of bugs. So same way, if I have commit, I'm the one who opens the commit and I'm the one who pushes the commit, then it becomes kind of a red flag to people are looking at it. That's to make sure that, and bad practices. Essentially, I am not securing, I'm not updating my dependencies. I depend on everything else, but I'm not updating my dependencies. So those are something like, is it fuzzing? The large critical projects have to be fuzzing. So those are different things that Scorecard does, just to give you a general overview of what it does.
Yeah, no, I love it. So I don't want to embarrass you, but how many maintainers are there for Scorecard?
Right now, there are 4.
4?
Yeah.
Okay. So Scorecard is sort of eating its own dog food in terms of how to be a successful, viable project. That's excellent. Did you come up with the idea for Scorecard, or
no? I didn't come up with the idea. That's a good thought. Scorecard was initially a weekend project like anything else by one of the Googlers. He started the project, contributed to OpenSSF, And there was a blog post. I've always had this itch of how do I solve this problem. There was a blog post about Envoy proxy in 2019, late November. I saw that and I'm like, that's what I want. I've been looking for this. And initially, there was one other contributor and a committer, and I paired along with them, went through the journey, and after that, people joined and started becoming one of the most critical projects within OpenSSF.
Excellent. We're going to jump into some of the other projects in OpenSSF, but I want to just tie the bow on Scorecard.
Sure.
For people who want to maybe take a look at it, use it, find out more, where can they go?
They can go to OpenSSF GitHub.org and look for Scorecard. It's OpenSSF GitHub.org Scorecard. That's what it is.
So it's openssf.github.
It's
github.com/openssf/scorecard.
Yes.
Right. There you have it. All right. But that's not the only project you contribute to. What else are you involved in?
I am involved in another project called Salsa. Salsa is about how to have your supply chain from provenance. How do you do that? And I also contribute to other sister projects of OpenSSF called Sigstore. Sigstore is essentially ensuring you are signing your stuff. It's like having TLS certificates on your HTTPS, but you're signing your artifacts and have it without keeping the private keys for yourself and have an open way to know what is happening on that.
So it's proper authentication, verification for
your artifacts, yes.
Got it, that you keep in Artifactory or some repository.
You can keep it anywhere, but how do I, take example, you got an artifact, let's assume your glass. It was built like this. How do I ensure that's the artifact that I am looking for? Some way to sign that and put it in an open registry so that people can be like, is that the artifact? Is that the SHA that I can trust? Was it built like that? So that way it helps everybody trust the artifact. What I'm getting is what it was intended. Nobody did a man in the middle, changed things, and uploaded something. There have been multiple of those like code carve and all those things. That's what it is trying to avoid.
I got it. Excellent. So here's another good question that I'm sure our audience is going to be interested in. We have a lot of people out here who love open source that would love to be more involved in open source. Unfortunately, they have day jobs.
Sure, I understand.
So how do you balance your day job with Endor with all of this open source activity?
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit. My wife is not pretty happy about me doing
someone's paying the piper here.
Yeah. So I've got 2 kids. So anytime I drive them around, I'm in a gas station with my with my iPhone hooked up and have my MacBook opening and trying to do that. So trying to balance. This has been. It's like people love building cars. People love.
It's a hobby.
It's a hobby.
Of love.
So I love what you do. So I said last year, can I have a day? Can I have in GitHub? You get a green bar for every day you commit. I said I wanted last year not to have a single day without committing. So from 2020 Jan 1 onwards up until now, I've managed to keep that streak up.
Amazing.
It's just a hobby. And it's like any other habit in your life. You just pick up a habit and you want to keep doing that. And that's
great.
And then what happens? Then you start having fun. Then you get to come to these conferences and meet human beings with that. And then you're like, oh, I can put the face over that online name.
Yep.
And I thought they're different, but when I met them in person, I get a vibe.
Surprised, yeah.
Surprised how much more nicer.
Well, not always. Some people are exactly what you thought they are. I've been doing this a long time.
Sure.
You meet people online, and then you get a chance to meet them in person, and sometimes you're surprised and sometimes you're not.
Oh, yes. But it's nice because I don't get to talk to them, but talking to them, going and getting a coffee, I'm sure I'm going to enjoy this even better as I go about going back to doing it.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for what you've been doing, because it really is, it's on your people like you and your shoulders that this whole open source movement is what it is, right?
Thank
if they
you.
didn't have people, so congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
And secondly, man, keep up the great work. But you know what? As I'm a little older than you, and I've raised my kids. They're only this age once.
Absolutely.
Spend some time with them.
Absolutely. I will.
keep your wife happy.
Yeah, I will.
All right.
Thank you.
Naveen Srinivasan here, the largest contributor to OpenSSF, maintainer of Scorecard. Check that out as well. We're going to take a break. We're live in Austin. We'll be right back.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in Austin at the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit event. This is our third day, but it's technically day 2 of the event. We started on Monday. This is our OWASP portion of our coverage. I'm really happy to be joined by my friend Andrew Vanderstark. Andrew, welcome. It's good to see you. And joining Andrew with me is a new person for me, Steve Springett. Is that good, Steve?
Indeed, Alan. Thank you.
Also with OWASP. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
So what brings OWASP to Open Source Summit?
S-bombs.
S-bombs.
We worked with the US government, in particular Alan Friedman, to set up a meeting between the SPDX and Cyclone DX teams. Cyclone DX is OWASP S-bomb standard. It's heavily used in industry. And Steve is our co-leader of the Cyclone DX project.
Indeed.
Congratulations.
Indeed.
Cool.
Yeah.
So tell us about the project and kind of what's going on with it.
Yeah, it's a SBOM standard, purpose-built for a lot of the cybersecurity use cases. Handles license and intellectual property and those types of use cases as well. But it's primarily focused on cybersecurity, and there's a lot of different cybersecurity use cases that we support. Huge focus on automation, and we've got really good adoption within the security community. Most major SCA vendors already support Cyclone DX today. There's some IS vendors and mobile vendors, et cetera, that are supporting the standard. So it's been pretty well adopted thus far. We did some preliminary estimates in December of last year. Conservatively, there's around 100,000 organizations today that have adopted Cyclone DX. And we have some really interesting data, some actual data on the usage of Cyclone DX, which is in the billions today. So it's definitely being used in mass quantities in a large percentage of the population. But even with 100,000 organizations, that's still small in comparison to the millions of organizations that exist. So there's still a lot of growth potential there.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. 100,000 is an impressive number, though, I got to tell you, especially with something relative. How long has Cyclone DX been around now?
It was created in 2017. The first release was in 2018. A lot of the research that went into Cyclone DX actually predates all of that, going back to 2013 with some of the really early OWASP work that we were doing.
Absolutely. We were talking off camera about this event I had at RSA with DevSecOps, and we talked a little bit about SBOMs. Two of the people there, two friends, I think Andrew probably knows Chensi Wang.
Oh yeah, Chensi
and Carolyn Wang.
Mm.
And we had this discussion around SBOMs, and Chensi made a very interesting observation that I haven't heard before, that one of the things that we need to figure out to overcome wider adoption or to enable wider adoption of SBOMs is this notion of IP, right? So in other words, if I give you the recipe to my software, which an SBOM may very well be, what's to stop you from brewing your own, right? And it's fine in open source, because in open source, that's kind of the way we do things. It's not so fine.
Right.
Not open source, even though the not open source software may very well contain a ton of open source in it, as it often does. It's still a recipe. It's an IP issue.
I think, honestly, we do the reference implementation for open source. And if open source then becomes more trusted than proprietary, the market will follow. So from my perspective, the reality is that if we actually demonstrate you can get better security from open source software because of open source, then not only do you have the freedom, you also know that this is somewhat trustworthy. Whereas if you have proprietary software and they don't want to give you the recipe, well, maybe I don't trust that. I can't use that in this particular scenario.
Right, and there is there's this distinction between like the recipe versus the raw ingredients, right? You can look on the back of a Coke can and see the ingredients.
But you don't have the formula.
Exactly. So we're not, the intellectual property concerns and SBOM can coexist.
Mm-hmm.
So I've spoken to several folks here the last couple of days around SBOMs, and as one would at any security-themed conference these days. And I what I'm afraid of is the Unixation of SBOMs, right? If we have too many standards, too many flavors of SBOMs that aren't necessarily compatible, are we going to have a Unix situation, right, where you need a different application spun up?
It's if you look at SBOM, I kind of equate it to like an automobile, right? Well, you can have an F-150 and you can have a Maserati, right? Is one better than the other? It really depends on what you want to use it for, right? And I think SBOM formats today are kind of that way. You can use both formats simultaneously. They both bring something, good to the table. We believe at OWASP that we bring a lot of the security use cases to the table. That's kind of our main focus. But SPDX brings its strengths to the table as well. And organizations can adopt both, and many security vendors can adopt both, and they have adopted both. Now there are security vendors that can either do one format or the other. Now in the security space, it's typically Cyclone because we support a lot of the use cases that the other format may not. But organizations are free to adopt both of these formats, and there is a certain amount of interop between the two.
There is.
There is to an extent. But if you care about a lot of the other things that are not necessarily common in between the formats, they will in fact be lossy.
So let's do some table setting, if you don't mind, for our audience. So Cyclone DX is the OWASP standard.
Correct.
SPDX, right? Who that's the
Linux Foundation.
Linux Foundation Open SSF. Open SSF.
Yeah.
I'm always afraid I gave an extra S in there somehow. But Open SSF, that's their standard. I'm reminded in the early days of RSS feeds, we had RSS1, RSS2, Atom, and it was a real pain in the butt, right? Because you wanted to get an RSS reader to read all of your blogs or whatever, and depending what RSS version they used, it didn't work till FeedBurner came along, and it kind of normalized RSS feeds for everyone. Wound up selling to Google for like $100 million with no revenue. And Dick Koslow was this founder of that. He went on to be Twitter CEO for a while. But do we need a FeedBurner?
There are translation tools.
I mean, I hate to hear that we lose stuff in the source stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not ready to announce much about this meeting, but that was the reason for the meeting. The reason why the meeting existed is to have a frank and open discussion between the two teams, and we really thank the Linux Foundation for inviting us here.
That's good. Yeah. So you heard it right here first. Stay tuned. I think we're going to see something, hopefully, come out of this that'll help us all as we kind of rally behind maybe one standard or more interoperability, depending on whichever standard it is you want to pick for your SBOM needs. Now, you mentioned 100,000, which boggles my mind, 100,000 organizations using it already. What do you think the actual addressable market is, though? How many?
I don't know. I mean, it's going to be in the millions. Out of the 100,000 organizations that we know have adopted it, we know that around 202 million components are represented in Cyclone DX every single month. And the way one tool specifically that was measured that analyzes and consumes these, that equates to about 20 billion checks for components with known vulnerabilities every single month. That's just the data that we know about. And again, it's a substantial number. It's big enough to know that this stuff works. It works en masse, and we can operationalize this without a lot of effort. But it's still small in comparison to the millions of organizations that exist. And the interesting part about the folks that are adopting a lot of this, the early adopters in this space, what I find in the OWASP community is that the majority of them are using it for internal best practices.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily sharing these things outward.
Well, it's
yet.
only maybe, certainly within the last year with the White House and everything, that we've seen this light where, it's become a thing, right? I think before it was basically for internal practice and internal teams. I think it'll really become commonplace and de facto when end user organizations, when I go to buy software from you or I go to consume software from you, I say, I need an SBOM, even if it's for my compliance, governance and stuff. I need
I think
your
honestly
SBOM.
that's exactly right. And I think the US government here has a huge role. FedRAMP improved the cloud security for so many people.
Absolutely.
And it didn't say you have to buy AWS. It didn't say you have to buy Azure.
No, it just had to be FedRAMP certified.
Yeah, and that's why I think SBOMs need to go. And I think honestly the driving factor here is the EO, and that's what we're working on, is how do we get the features we don't have in Cyclone DX? How do we get the interop so people who use both don't lose data? And that's, I think, a really good thing.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Agree 100%. No pressure. But when do you think we might see some kinds of announcements or moving on this?
Well, I'm hoping that we'll have a joint announcement by the beginning of next week. We made
Beautiful.
some really good commitments, and I think, honestly, the next part is to actually do the work.
Well, that's always the easy part.
Well,
yeah, I know. Well, I'll tell you this. I am back in our offices next week. I'd love to see an announcement, or maybe we can grab someone from Linux Foundation and one or both of you on to discuss this further. We'll reach out to grab Alan Friedman too. That would be a great panel on SBOMs.
Oh, I think so. I mean, Kate Stewart is the lady you need to talk to.
All right, I'll reach out to her. Hey, beyond SBOMs, Andrew, what else happening with OWASP?
Well, we have invalid bylaws, and we're going to need all of our members to vote for it. And so we're actually working on a replacement bylaw package at the moment that gives the members what they want, because we need the members to actually approve it. That's exciting.
So if you're a member out there, go vote for this. I see this in my homeowners association. No one goes to the meetings, but no one will even fill out the proxy forms so that you have a quorum to get things done, So don't let that happen here. Get the OWASP bylaws passed.
Yep. So we're hoping to do that in conjunction with our next director's election.
Very cool. Hey, guys, thank you both for people don't realize it's a lot of work working for an OWASP, a Linux Foundation. And just because they have the nonprofit name on there doesn't mean everyone, A, works for free, or B, that people don't really bust their butts working on these things. So thank you both for what you're doing. And, I know how hard you are on it, Andrew. And Steve, it sounds like you're doing a bang-up job, so thank you.
Trying.
All right.
No worries.
All right, we're live here in Austin. We'll be back in a moment with our next guest.
Hey guys, welcome back to Open Source Summit. We're here in lovely Dublin, and we're talking to Ika Turunen, who's the field CTO for Sonatype, and we're going to have a chat about what exactly does it mean to shift left in this exciting world of open source that we're living in. Ika, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
We hear a lot about, okay, we want to shift things left, but last time I talked to developers, they weren't all jumping up and down and saying, oh boy, shift that left to me, we'll see where we are.
Well, funny enough, that's kind of been the talk for the last couple of years. We've kind of moved so much burden onto the developers that they're saying, I don't want to do this anymore. I've got like 1 million tests. So when we're talking about this stuff, really what matters is finding information that's meaningful about a process that needs to occur outside of development for development. So a great example, for example, is you need to manage your dependencies. The dependencies might have a non-compliant license, they might have some security issues, something like that. Giving the developers information about what's a better version to go to at the time that we're making that decision can be an easy thing. Ham-fisting that process and just, for example, breaking their builds with no feedback about what's going on, that's usually where the burden comes from. So if 2/3 of their time is spending managing tools, for example, that inhibit them from doing their work, that's usually where that sort of blowback comes from.
So what we're really trying to get to is something that feels more like actionable intelligence for the developers so that they wind up doing the right thing. Because none of them got out of bed this morning and said, let's go build something that's insecure. It's just that, for the most part, they never took a security course in their life, so they don't know. It was an elective back in the day, so we have to find a way to make it simpler for them to do the right thing.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a part of it, right? It's getting the right info in front of them as they're working, right? But there's so much of this information. It's not actually just security that's a problem here. It's also things like decisions about licensing. If you've got something with a restrictive license that used to be open source 5 years ago, how would you know? Right? Well, the answer is you wouldn't unless you spent the time every day looking up license text files, looking at the metadata. Nobody really does that in real life. So kind of a model that works is trying to find ways of presenting that as they're doing it. So as a part of the IDE, as a part of a pull request, as a part of their normal build flow, just giving them information. Hey, wait a minute, you're looking at this component, here's the update cycle, here's the sort of release diagrams of all the versions, here's the licensing, here's the security, and then giving them some sort of indication of what's acceptable and what's not. So it's not about, hey, developer, this random faceless test failed, now you're going to call someone. It's empowering them to make the right decision. And you're absolutely right. No one in development wants to be in security, and no one in security wants to be in development. So finding these sort of happy paths where you can feed information from one to the other really helps everybody be better at their jobs. And that's kind of the golden point, where shift left starts to actually work out.
Will we also be able to tell them that if they download a component that there might be a more secure version of that component that's been updated and they should go use that version versus the one that they're playing at? Because it just seems to me a lot of these issues are, we're repeating the same mistakes over and over again. People are downloading components that are insecure and they're not even aware, and they replicate them everywhere, and then maybe if they go fix it on one side, they go back to the same registry and download it again, and then they get the same issue all over again.
Well, I think you're landing on a really important point, actually, because it's not just one of those things. It's not a point-in-time check that you need to do. It's actually a check continuously. Part of the challenge of security is security occurs as a function of time, right? What's good today might not be good tomorrow, and also it operates as a function of the use case. What's good for me might not be good for you, because I might work on an internal tool, you might work on something revenue critical. It might be okay for me to use something completely insecure because it never sees the light of day. For you, it might be a big deal. So security also is a sort of, you see onion method analogies or other sort of ways. It's a series of actions that help us inform the right choices. So, for example, it can be very beneficial to audit dependencies that coming in. For example, one of our products, which we call Nexus Firewall, does exactly that. As a developer, you request a new component in, it audits it for any sort of really strict non-compliance. The reason why that might be useful is because when you're acquiring something for the first time, there's this sort of old adage in development, right? Earlier you find the bugs, the faster and cheaper and easier it is to fix. Well, what's the cheapest way of fixing a security vulnerability? The answer is not have it at all. So really, the largest sort of grade that you can have is grading out the really, really bad stuff at the door. If you're trying to acquire a new dependency or library and it's got a sort of 10 out of 10 CVE, it's too much trouble for what it's worth to even have it in, because if you're having to rip it out later down the line, the same kind of logic applies as for bugs, right? It's more costlier the further down the line you go. So shifting out those sort of really bad things in the beginning can be really beneficial. Also, there's another issue that's targeting developers nowadays, which is outright malicious packages. Not necessarily open source per se, but bad actors pretending to be open source, typo squatting them, publishing malicious code upstream. And what they really rely on is they're not even pretending to be working packages. Instead, when they land on your developer's machine, it invokes build scripts on the build manager, and it just drops a backdoor or a crypto miner or one instance of Cobalt Strike that we've observed so far. So these are kind of scenarios where you can prevent some of the very, very nasties coming in. And then there's a whole nother ball game of, okay, once it's in, it's good today, but tomorrow something might change. There might be a new Log4Shell tomorrow, or something comparative to that. So when it comes to that, really what's important is also keeping track of the catalog, understanding what's going on, knowing where it's across your SDLC, and then having the feedback loop, for example, back into your development, into your PR workflow or something else, to react to it very quickly, because time is really of the essence in these particular cases. So kind of a common mistake we see is folks make the mistake of, hey, I checked it once at the door, it's good, it's approved. The real problem is all of these function as a function of time, so you need to kind of do both. You need to start at the beginning, weed out the worst stuff, and then shift deeper as you go along, depending on the use case and things like that. And it gets so complex very quickly, there's no one easy solution here. You really got to automate and think about this more as a sort of test, almost on a per application basis. That really helps kind of unstick the problem.
If I address more of this at the IDE level, does that mean I got less stress in my CI/CD pipelines, or do I still need to figure out how to secure that in addition to what's happening at the IDE side?
Well, what's the quickest way of getting pitchforks and torches with your developers? Well, it is breaking their builds at the very end of the day, right? When they're trying to deploy something into production. So the reason why IDE and sort of even earlier SCM, GitHub, GitLab, that sort of interaction with a pull or merge request can be useful is because it really just gives the developer a paving path to what would work when you push it into CD. So with continuous delivery, you still need to have those tests, but what you're really doing in the IDE is helping them understand when they're working on the thing, what would help them prevent for a failure to happen. The worst thing is you work on a thing, it works, it compiles on your machine, it's perfect in the development environment, you send it out to be deployed, and then it fails out of some mysterious reason. That causes a lot of heartache and a lot of heartburn, and that's usually when the revolts happen. So IDEs can be a great way of informing you early about what's potentially happening down the line.
So what they really want is just a danger Will Robinson kind of signal that says, hey, this is not a good idea.
That's it, or Dora the Explorer, are you sure you want to do this?
Mm-hmm. What is the role of the security team in this? Because they're the guys in the back end that clean up a lot of this mess. So do they have a vested interest in having this conversation with developers and saying, hey, if you guys would just do this, I might send you fewer CVEs and be yelling at you less about various vulnerabilities?
So I think that's a emergent property of doing something right, but really what we're doing here and what we're dealing with is almost like a new engineering discipline emerging. At the conference here today, we've heard talk about open source program offices. We've heard CISO incident management workflows. We've spoken about Log4j and things like that. That's incident management. That's when something hits the fan and we have to react fast. What we're doing with this shift left analogy is really saying, hey, this stuff requires a little bit of work every day, right? You can minimize the work down to 5 seconds, kind of like washing your hands before you eat or something like that. Small little action that can help prevent a lot of heartburn down the line. And it might not even be that doing this stuff helps you prevent CVs from emerging downstream, but but what it will do is increase visibility of where these security vulnerabilities might exist. Part of the problem of security handing over those CVEs is really that they feel like they don't have visibility of what components are being used in development, where they are at, and they don't understand the implications of, for example, upgrading a component, because sometimes it's a drop-in replacement, sometimes it's an API change. So creating this sort of mutual understanding of, hey, developers, here's what's coming out of you, here's the dependency tree and the SBOM map that's being generated here is important. And then from a security perspective, that can be building that muscle of, hey, I have this information available for me and in development, can help them agree to it when it happens. You know, it might not even be I'm handing you over a CVE, it just literally is a build failure. Like, that's a beneficial model where when as a developer you see it more as a sort of testing regimen and security feeds data into the test set, that can be beneficial because now we're both finding the machine, you know, telling me it's a red X, not, you know, me as a security person trying to convince you as a developer that you need to drop everything and remediate this random CVE that I've just come up with.
How automated will all this get? Because you can imagine developers in many cases, not all, but many are going to be like, can't just the machine go fix that for me? I mean, it's a small issue, it's an update to a container, and just automate that end to end, or do I need to like sit and approve every little thing that goes on?
Well, the fastest path to hell is pressing approve on every PR, right? Just because, you know, these things change so fast. To just give you a little bit of color, you know, in the last year alone, we've uncovered just 88,000 malicious packages alone, right? And that's without them having CVEs. CVEs come later in that sort of process. So the volume of this stuff is huge, and you know, there's over 21,000 new versions of dependencies being published every single day across all of open source that we track as far as we can tell. So the reality is the volume is always going to be high. And that's part of the reason why this is not a thing that ends. It's not a one-time activity. It's much more of an engineering discipline of, hey, we have this third-party dependency chain. We have to manage it. We have to learn to find ways. It's just a part of being a good engineer is to do a little bit of management. The theory is that if you get really good at that, then when these incidents happen, it's not really a big issue. You know, we, for example, worked with companies that had Log4j incidents that lasted 2 weeks because that's all they needed to understand exactly where the dependency trees were and where you know, updates needed to happen. And they got understanding, they had a good working relationship with development, who understood what the burden of updates is. The caveat of all of this is that updating sometimes can be more troublesome than you think on the face of it. You know, if there's been a huge version number decay, for example, you've not updated your dependencies free for a while, the projects have moved on, the APIs have changed, that might be a big heartburn. And you really don't want to be caught out in an incident having to burn down that tech debt. Because fundamentally, that's what it boils down to, is you're accruing tech debt and you're not burning it down. So really, that's why all points to dedicate a little bit of it every day, and that will avert a lot of that sort of heartburn down the line.
Do you think we're getting to the point where organizations are going to say, look, if you don't have good security engineering skills, you can't work here, because they're going to say to developers, you know what, here's the bar and you got to be here?
I think that it's definitely going to be, I wouldn't necessarily go that far quite yet, but I think it's definitely going to be a part of a skill set of an everyday engineer. You know, kind of a good indication is what the DoD is pushing through in the American legislation, where they're actually saying we will not buy software from you unless you can point to me every single dependency that you have, and that you have mitigated every known security vulnerability on every one of those dependencies. That's a tall ask, right? And that isn't, off the face of it, it seems impossible, and it's very ambitious. And the only way that any organization is going to be able to fulfill that requirement is that everybody has a clear understanding of what that means on a day-to-day basis. So I do think that it is becoming a part of our everyday skill set. And as time goes on, yeah, absolutely, I do think that there's going to be a sort of minimal level of awareness that people probably will require.
All right. Guys, you heard it here first. If you were too cool for cybersecurity school, you need to think again. Ika, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks very much for having me.